In a world where a zombie apocalypse reigns supreme, supplies and weapons are the only things that matter to the survivors. Unlike the rest, our MC has everything he needs. Xiaoyang knew that the apocalypse was coming soon, and prepared in advance, he built his fortress, stocked up on supplies, and gathered his friends to live comfortably in the midst of the apocalypse. But all the supplies would have run out soon if he hadn't received a system that gives him tasks to complete. By doing so, he receives loot boxes with valuable rewards, resources, and buffs that make him stronger. And it all started as always, with Betrayal inside an abandoned warehouse. Our main character is hanging onto a thread literally. Below him are a bunch of zombies ready to have their meal served fresh. Jiang, Xiaoyang's shitty girlfriend, calls him out and takes great joy in telling him that she has already killed all his friends. Poor Xiaoyang reflects on his life, realizing that he has made some serious mistakes, and they've cost him his friends' lives. He deems himself at fault, shouting at the woman and promising her a painful death. But of course, an empty threat like that from the position he's in means nothing to this bitch, who clings to her sugar daddy and moans about getting her feelings hurt. The Fatso leader thinks it's time for them to see Xiaoyang tortured to death to rub salt on the wound. He even thanks our boy for leaving behind all of his supplies, which will help sustain them for a few months without any worries. And well, our main character meets his doom as he falls into the cage of zombies. The freak shows immediately pounce on him, tearing apart his flesh as he remains helpless, writhing in pain. Though Xiaoyang's screams reach the skies, he makes a final declaration with a vengeance. If he's given a second chance by Truck Cohen, he's going to make it his life's goal to destroy both Kueijing and Li Shuxiang. The Regression Ice Sky gods apparently heard his wish, because in the very next scene, Bro awakens in his past self. In front of him is Kueijing, giving us a nice view of her dump truck. To redeem herself being the gold digger that she is, she shouts at our boy for not adding her name to his property. Xiaoyang exclusively ignores her yapping and processes the situation around him. He quickly realizes that he's regressed to a time just before the apocalypse sent the world to hell. A weight of guilt looms over him as he recalls the painful betrayal he experienced at the hands of Kueijing, the fake hoe who graduated from the University of Upology. The betrayal resulted in his family's inheritance getting squashed, as well as his wealth getting destroyed. Damn, I don't even think a zombie apocalypse was necessary. This woman is a walking apocalypse herself. Let's talk about the specifics of what happened. Just like your typical zombie outbreak story, humans suddenly became infected with a virus and began hunting each other down. Thanks to Xiaoyang's excellent connections and reliable friends, he was able to form a safe zone to help the survivors. Everything was proceeding smoothly until one day, the apologist arrived to seek shelter. She pretended to be helpless and lost, and because of her pathetic state, our boy took pity on her and invited her in. That became his most regrettable mistake he ever made. Playing the nice guy cost him. She easily took advantage of the situation and invited her own group inside the safe zone. The fact that this same woman is standing a few feet apart from him and shouting at him to give him money is all you need to know about how insufferable she is. Our boy is giving her the look of death and wants to strangle her, but he knows that there's no point rushing things right now. However, he does shove her outside because she just won't shut up. The door slams shut on Qijing's face, and her confusion is satisfying. To see the same dude who she treated as her slave all this time suddenly has the balls to kick her out without any issues. Back to his apartment, Xiaoyang quickly glances at the calendar, realizing that he's only got a month in preparation before the world-ending apocalypse rears its head on him suddenly. Something strange happens as a system screen pops up, activating the apocalypse system. His objective is to own a piece of land and prepare a year's worth of supplies. Something tells me the system must be taking inspiration from Genghis Khan. Did I mention the reward? It's 10 points, which can be exclusively exchanged for rewards at the store. Seeing the happy expression on his face, you can tell how Xiaoyang's feeling. He's really glad to discover his fancy new system that can help him manage through the apocalypse. Inside the store, there are only 3 items for now: an enhancement potion, a survival kit, and a protagonist supply box, which I find interesting. Each of them can be exchanged for different point costs. Things are already going better for him than he anticipated, as Xiaoyang quickly remembers. just how miserable he was during this point in his life, because he wanted to gather every tiny penny for Qi-Jing's dowry. He skipped out on his meals and starved himself to save costs. Imagine doing all of that for a girl that still ends up betraying you. Anyway, he grabs his phone, realizing he should order some food, because the zombies won't let him have any of it anyway. That same night, the scene cuts to him savoring at the sight of his dinner, personalizing his expensive takeout experience. Bro is so eager to taste quality pork that the moment he takes a single bite, he gets the power of the gods and becomes shredded as hell. Just kidding. But that's definitely how it feels because of the amazing taste. So he starts munching down on the food, like a Victorian child who hasn't eaten in days. And the next thing he knows is his phone blasting up. Xiaoyang checks it and realizes that it's a call from Cui Jing's best friend. When Shuya, in typical toxic best friend fashion, she starts mouthing off at him on the phone for dismissing his girlfriend. The chick gets on his nerves so much that he hangs up on her. Instead, he focuses on his objective to acquire a piece of land. His current goal is to build a powerful fortress that can easily be defended, but also shares the facility of water and forests nearby. So the following day, our boy gets to work. He's making way inside a real estate company and talks to a property consultant to assist him with his request. She greets her customer, inquiring about his intentions to buy or rent a house. Before he could answer, their conversation is interrupted by Shawnee's superior, who orders her to work on bottom-tier tasks instead of being at the front. This asshole is actually the company's sales manager, Ju. He shoves her aside and tells her to go work at the back, even though she was perfectly fine assisting a client manager. Ju is a discriminating corporate douchebag who calls Xiaoyang a brokey. From one look at his outfit, our boy quickly defends himself, calling out the disrespectful manager's words. Instead of apologizing, the manager doubles down on his take, emphasizing that people like Xiaoyang can't even afford a toilet, and therefore shouldn't be taken seriously. Xiaoyang despises this guy's guts and promises to ruin his confidence. With his next move, bro whips out an American Express card and proudly declares that he's here to buy land. The fact that he's out here to buy land causes all of them to get startled and roaring in shock, realizing that they've struck gold with this customer. The consultant, Xiaoning, nicely tells him to come along, as she'll brief him properly with a detailed account. The whole thing gets under manager Ju's nerves, who thinks that this kid is bragging, without any money to back it up for it. In the next scene, Xiaoning presents him with a list of land options for him to purchase. But our boy's not here to look around from a list. Instead, he plans to speak his exact requirements, so they can get something for him. First off, he wants the place to be near the mountains, with a fresh and flowing water source. A proper transportation system should also be there. And lastly, he'd prefer a factory or a big house situated upon it, with his exact requirements in mind. Xiaoning considers her options. Manager Ju decides to swing in with a recommendation in order to humiliate our boy. It's true that there's a plot in the East District, but it's incomplete and riddled with unfinished factories and other complications. That's why Xiaoning doesn't want to recommend it. However, this arrogant lad doesn't care. He thinks that Xiaoyang is intentionally litzing ridiculous requirements because a customer like him never has any intention of buying in the first place. To that, our boy raises a question, wanting to know if the East District plot really does satisfy his requirements. Xiaoning agrees, but reminds him about the unfinished factories and the project leader. Exiting the project, checking the records of the plot, Xiaoyang quickly realizes that he might actually have something going for him. This is a nice plot, easy to defend with a barbed wire enclosure, and difficult to approach or attack. The fact that there are unfinished factories is a bonus for him. Right away, he agrees to purchase the plot and sign the contract. The polite consultant lowers her head in agreement, but she's totally shocked that her customer is about to buy a place with unfinished factories roaming around. Xiaoyang doesn't exactly give a damn and wants the contract to be brought up so he can shove some shit in the manager's mouth. Hilariously, in the next scene, Manager Ju is screaming at the bill, questioning how the hell anyone could leave a giant deposit. It doesn't make sense to cover millions for a plot with a bunch of rundown factories. Here's the best part. Xiaoyang quickly turns up to remind him about the deal. Since he's purchased the plot, the manager has to eat a fresh load of crap as Xiaoyang is walking away. Even the other customers are ridiculing the manager, streaming his reaction and awaiting his performance. They're so ready to volunteer for the task. let's go back to our boy. Recalling his two main missions from the Apocalypse system, he's just taken care of one by spending his bride money on purchasing land. His next concern is to stockpile a ton of resources for a year. As he's walking away, Xu Shuang actually sees him and wonders what the guy is doing here. Fuji the whale then glances at the ridiculous scene taking place in front of him. People have Manager Ju on his knees, and they're force-feeding him shit on a live stream. Damn, now that's a fate worse than death. The disgusting scene is replaced by a seductive one, presenting Suijing in all her curvaceous glory. The woman suddenly receives a call from Xu Xiaorou, who quickly informs her about Xiaoyang's visit to the real estate company. And yep, that definitely gets her going, because her main question is, how the hell was he able to buy land, and with what money? Xu Xiong reports the exact deposit details, and reports that this man probably spent his bride's money on it. Suaping is pissed off after learning that the money she deserved is being used for his personal expenses. Instead of getting her riled up, Big Mac Attack tells her to just ask the guy himself and see what's going on. Her yapping goes on, and I'll gladly skip that part, because who wants to hear that? Back to our boy, who is busy reflecting on his next idea. The big problem comes in the form of money, as he'll need a lot of it to cover for resources and work around building his base. His peaceful pondering is annihilated with a loud banging on his door. Bro probably thinks the FBI discovered something in his browser history, but no, it's just Dumb and Dumber. Two of the most annoying women on the entire planet, and they're furious with the way Xiao Yang spent Suijing's money, completely confused by the situation. The dude wonders what the hell is going on. Suijing does not spare him a chance to say anything, and straight up accuses him of using her money to buy land. Not just that she claims ownership over the land, he just bought too. As you can tell, Xiao Yang finds her accusations to be ridiculous. First, he slaps her shoulder with a pile of cash, and then he reminds her that he's never going to allow a woman like her to spend even a single cent. In fact, he even brings up his knowledge of Xu Chong and Kuei Jin dating each other in secret, which ultimately surprises her. Even more, worst bestie of the year chimes in a cover for her friend, acting innocent and stating that it's just a misunderstanding between a couple. However, our boy isn't convinced, and straight up calls her a cheater for playing him against her. Sugar Daddy slamming the door on her face. He tells her to get lost instead of feeling guilty over her actions. The one thing that bothers Cui Jing is how our boy was able to discover their secret relationship. That's how you know this woman is very messed up. She doesn't even care about the fact that she made a serious mistake. Her bestie is surprisingly also shocked, not knowing when the secret relationship even began. She's also disgusted that it had to be with the old bastard. Xu Xiaoyong, even she understands that. They've got no leverage against Xiao Yang anymore, so they'll have to return with another plan later on. Earlier, I called this woman the worst bestie of the year, and you guys are about to know why. You see, she's a snake who has been waiting to shoot her shot. She's glad that the two of them are fighting, because she can sneak in and take Xiao Yang for herself anyway. Let's not talk about those two horrible people, and focus back to Xiao Yang, who came to visit the unfinished factory. The crew leader of the construction company explains that they'll have to renovate a number of things and install proper defense systems, and based on that, it'll take some time. Hilariously, with how many defense systems they're installing in place, even the construction crew member is like, "Are you about to fight God or something?" Our boy refuses to cooperate and simply orders the completion of the project within a month. The captain straight up tells him that it's not possible to end this in a month, despite the numbers they have at their disposal. It won't be enough, but funnily enough, the same captain then tells him that the kid will have to pay more to finish his demands in a month. The project will be rushed, so they'll need a minimum of 20 million for the job, without even despairing at the price. Our boy simply smiles and asks to confirm it's really all they want. The leader expresses that Xiaoyang will also have to make an upfront payment of 5 million. To get things started, our boy is actually on board with the plan and explains that he'll get the money transferred in 1 week, as long as they don't waste time and begin right away. The captain is at a loss for words. He's probably wondering if Xiao Yang's the son of Chinese Elon Musk or something else, and our boy emphasizes that if he skips out on the payment or crosses them in any way, he'll name the plot under their name in order to prevent the damages. The attractive deal gets sealed, but right then the conversation is interrupted by Qi Jing's friend, who acts all buddy-buddy with him and grabs his arm. Asking what he's up to already, our boy is pretty damn pissed off, knowing that in the previous life, this bitch was also involved in a scandal. and she helped Shui Jing to steal his family's property. He eventually plans to deal with her in his own way. But for now, Xiaoyang. How she ended up here, the girl refuses to answer, and brightly questions if this is the plot he's been working on. She wonders if he's going to use it to build a villa on top of it. Done playing a nice guy, Xiaoyang frees himself and tells her that it's none of her business. This pisses the bitch off even more. She can't believe that he's acting so rude, even though her heart is racing for him out of love. Focusing back to his project, Xiaoyang tells the construction crew to expand some space for the gate. Feeling ignored, she frowns at her inability to capitalize on this golden opportunity. She knows that Qi Jing's relationship is in shambles, but she can still play her cards and steal the land from our boy. I'm starting to feel convinced that our boy is a chick magnet for the worst women ever back at his apartment. Xiaoyang manages funds by using his house as a collateral, but even then that's not enough to cover the initial payment. His biggest concern is getting a boatload of money. He even considers the idea of selling his place a few times to a few different owners, knowing that it won't matter when the apocalypse is going to come anyway. What are they going to do, sue him in a zombie court? His peace and quiet is shattered when an annoying old man bangs on his door, shouting that Xiaoyang opens it at once. Apparently this dude is supposed to be his neighbor, Grandpa Li, who appears to have some money. The old guy is so rich that he owns the first 2 floors to his name, and now he's looking for Xiaoyang's place too. The only reason our boy didn't sell it in the original timeline is because he thought of this place as his eventual wedding house. But with how that turned out, and how this old fart is constantly shouting at him, he's starting to change his mind. Grandpa Li scolds the kid for going out clubbing, even though Xiaoyang completely denies such false accusations. Instead of continuing the meaningless argument, our boy simply surrenders the house to the old geezer's name, finally making the leap to have it sold. This brightens the annoying geezer's mood, as he's astonished to hear those words coming out of the kid's mouth. Xiaoyang emphasizes that there's a condition attached to it. Since his new place won't be ready for another 6 months to come, he'll require an upfront payment of 5 million so that he can personally pay off his house loan. It's actually a pretty smart strategy. If he repeats this a few more times with different buyers, Xiaoyang intends to shut the door on him if he declines. But at the last moment, the old geezer caves in and accepts the conditions. However, he wants a contract to be set up, so neither parties experience any issues. Of course, something as simple as a contract never bothered our boy, especially when he knew this geezer would die after claiming the house. Anyway, things are looking good so far. He'll soon get access to 5 million from Grandpa Li, and with the 3 million he pledged on his own, he now has 8 million to work with in total, thanks to completing the first requirement. He can also now claim a reward for the mission. In the next scene, our boy is Speed running the grocery stores. This man has become the Max Verstappen of a shopping trolley. Even the people around him are starting to question if the kid is mentally ill, or some shit. Their reaction is solid, especially when you realize that Xiaoyang has like 7 different carts, jam-packed with stuff inside. The people think that someone must have fooled him with the fear of an incoming apocalypse, forcing him to buy all that. Xiaoyang doesn't pay attention to these fools and ends up completing the second task. He assesses where he should be spending his points. Even though he could boost his stats, it would be more efficient to get the toolbox of the protagonist. Without any hesitation, he chooses it and spends all his points. The result is a beaming mystery box, which unveils a powerful space ring to store his items in a static dimension. Overall, our boy is pretty satisfied to get his hands on a legendary item. He also doesn't have to worry about his food going bad inside the static dimension anymore. If you guys think gathering 1 year's supplies was next, well, the system goes even further and now demands him to gather 10 years of supplies to earn more points, having caught attention from the store's manager. Security arrives to take care of any lunatics causing a scene. Yang Tao is surprised to find Xiaoyang here of all places. To give a bit of a background check, Yang Tao used to be an annoying bully. Back in their school days, they tormented the weak, including our boy, who refused to accept their orders. Their encounters during school were already rough, and now this guy is out here, screaming at Xiaoyang to return all these supplies back to where he found them, instead of causing a scene. Our boy gives him a fearless smile, and points out that nothing has changed regarding Yang Tao's personality, as he's still Captain Douchebag like he was before. He promises to follow up with the purchase too, but in the eyes of the security manager, he thinks Xiaoyang is messing around and he demands him to pay at once or suffer the consequences instead. An entire hour later, four receptionists finally end up concluding the checkout. For all the items, it results in a total of nearly 57,000 yuan. Right away, Yang Tao forces our boy to insert his card and check out at once, acting like he just pulled off some kind of god-tier move. Xiaoyang swipes the card with confidence. To the manager's utter shock, the transfer goes through, flooring Yang Tao's expectations. Humiliated, he takes his men and turns to leave. But our boy's not quite done, as he calls him for one last thing. Xiaoyang expresses that he received unjust rudeness for his purchase, so he wants an official apology, or else he'll return these items immediately. Hearing this gets Yang Tao's blood boiling, who thinks that the kid is pushing his limits and deliberately looking for trouble. But in today's world, cameras are everywhere and people can be easily documented. That's why the other customers, they're holding the rude security manager on the spot, ordering him to give an immediate apology or become famous on TikTok for his stubbornness. Things are working out great in Xiaoyang's favor, who reminds his old classmate that an apology won't hurt him. In fact, it might just give him the push to buy 10 times more. Yang Tao thinks it's an exaggeration, but our boy calmly decides to prove him wrong a second time by showing him his balance. When he swipes the card, the look on Yang Tao's face is priceless, as he's unable to comprehend how this guy has 7 million casually sitting in his account, with no other way to save his face. Xiaoyang pushes the humiliated Yang Tao to offer an apology. The bully caves in and lowers his head, apologizing for his behavior, to embarrass him even more. Our boy pats his head and reminds him not to behave rudely, for no reason, as he's leaving. Yang Tao curiously asks what he bought all of this stuff for, using the best answer in the book. Xiaoyang dismisses him by stating that it's none of his damn business, and that he's planning on something big. The humbled manager expresses that he'll need to find a wholesaler for even greater purchases. Like that, this catches our boy's attention, as he turns to ask if Yang Tao has any ties with wholesalers. The guy actually confirms the fact, reminding him of their old leader, Zhang Xingjia, who currently works in the wholesale business. In fact, Yang Tao even makes a call to speak to him for a big client. The surprising part for Xiaoyang is realizing that this rude bitch is still serving under the same boss. Even out of school, it makes him wonder how much money they've made together in the business. A short while later, Yang Tao takes him to his boss's place. A car quickly arrives and pulls the brakes, just inches away from the two of them. Exiting the car is the arrogant bastard who thinks he runs the world, Zhang Xingjia. He wants to have a meeting with his supposed big client right away. Yang Tao even helps refresh the man's memory by reminding him that Xiaoyang used to be their classmate. But of course, since much time has passed since then, this roughneck doesn't remember anything. Inspecting our boy's face closely, he suddenly realizes Xiaoyang's identity. It's the defiant youth who single-handedly challenged their entire clique and consistently refused to bow to their will. He tries to disparage our hero's style, labeling it a cheap imitation. The situation intensifies when Xiaoyang feigns complete ignorance about the luxury brand's name. Judging from that reaction, Zhang Xiongja assumes he has utterly wasted his efforts by even coming here. This upstart couldn't possibly be a major client. He then delivers a brutal, literal kick to Yang Tao, proclaiming he can discern a person's entire fortune with a mere glance, all to mock the boss. Xiaoyang retorts with biting sarcasm about his presence being too feeble to intimidate such a supposedly dumb manager. Triggered, Zhang Xingzi violently grabs him by his attire. Yet, our hero shows not an ounce of fear, repeating his scathing words with a smirk. Funnily enough, Zhang Xingzi is only enraged by the insult illiterate. He completely ignores the fact that Xiaoyang mocked him for his condescending attitude towards everyone else. Yang Tao attempts to intervene and de-escalate the rising tension, but the unfortunate soul just gets kicked once more for interrupting. The infuriated boss declares that Xiaoyang has made a fatal miscalculation, believing he'll escape this place in one piece, unless he purchases a mountain of merchandise from it. And you heard it here. The One Piece is indeed real. Xiaoyang holds his ground and elects to reveal the balance of his humble bank account. The boss's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the display. This kid is poised to execute a colossal purchase of 1 million. At a moment's notice, he decides to escalate even further. Our hero proclaims that he will, in fact, be acquiring 5 million worth of provisions. The initial million is merely a down payment to set the gears in motion. Fascinated, Zhang Xiongja now asks what kind of supplies he is seeking. The young man informs him that he requires anything and everything edible or potable to be bundled as part of the massive order. Despite a wail of a client standing right before him, this avaricious boss plots to effortlessly swindle our protagonist by offloading a shipment of food nearing its expiration. For him, this is like hitting the jackpot. Deep within the warehouse, Zhang Xiongja unveils the merchandise and dangles a 10% discount if he clears out the entire stock. However, our hero is laser-focused on the quality of the items first and foremost, so he opts to inspect a random bag of peanuts, and in an instant, he exposes how the vast majority of the items are about to expire, laying bare the boss's bottomless greed. Zhang Xingji genuinely had no idea that Xiao Yang would be so knowledgeable in this particular industry. Panicked, he now offers a staggering 50% discount if he just takes everything from that specific pile. Yet, our protagonist swiftly rejects his desperate offer, declaring that if he's investing 5 million for supplies, they must be of the absolute finest quality available. But he reveals a twist. He has a specific use for these expiring goods. The boss cannot fathom what grand scheme he is concocting. But now that a discount has already been put on the table, Xiaoyang masterfully uses it as leverage in his negotiation. He desires all the near-expiry products, but on the condition that payment will be deferred for 1 full month. Zhang Shengji seems amenable, but he fears what might happen once the products fully expire, and his client potentially backs out of the agreement. In response, Xiaoyang even proposes to mortgage his own residence to cover the cost. The boss at this juncture is now deeply curious about the kind of enterprise Xiaoyang is operating, one that allows him to procure expiring items without hesitation. Our hero harbors no regrets about his choices. In fact, he leaves a cryptic piece of intel for the boss. In a matter of mere days, even food that has expired will be regarded as an unimaginable luxury. This ominous prediction sent a chill down Zhang Xiang's spine, but refusing to elaborate further in his signature mysterious style, Xiaoyang finalizes the agreement and promises to provide the delivery location shortly. Just then, he answers his ringing phone. Our hero learns that a very eager buyer has made contact with him regarding his house. He concludes his business at the warehouse and entrusts them to manage all the arrangements. As he makes his exit, young Tao is left to wonder if they were the ones who just got played. Even the boss can't comprehend how a regular-looking kid is out here, spending millions of dollars without a single care. In the subsequent scene, the prospective buyer actually wires a deposit of 400,000 for our protagonist's home. He also agrees to the contractual stipulation that Xiaoyang will vacate the premises within 3 months. I trust you all can see the genius of his master plan, can't you? He is unconcerned with the legal ramifications, because the world as they know it will soon descend into utter chaos. Xiaoyang is taken aback by the old man's sheer desperation, who didn't even bother to inspect the property and sealed the deal regardless. He decides to inquire about the old man's pressing reasons, who reveals he's doing it all for the sake of his beloved granddaughter, who must transfer schools and thus needs a new residence for enrollment. They spotted a pleasant-looking house and decided to make a proposal. To playfully test him, Xiaoyang wonders aloud if he should hike the price, now that he's aware of their desperate circumstances. This causes the poor gentleman to flinch with anxiety. Keeping his initial price, Xiaoyang reassures him that he would never do such a cruel thing. They promptly sign the contract, and the transaction is officially complete. The old man expresses immense gratitude for the young man's compassion and vows not to impose on him any further. However, this turn of events is secretly heartbreaking for our protagonist, who laments that it is a tragedy that good, innocent people, like this elder and his granddaughter, will likely not survive the horrors of the coming apocalypse. Choosing to show one final act of profound kindness, he stops the old man and asks for the address of their current home. In the next scene, Xiaoyang has returned to the construction grounds, inspecting the progress on his sanctuary, of course. The initial payment of funds has been cleared, but the foreman is anxiously awaiting the second installment. Now, our hero promises them the money is on its way and requests a status update on the building phase. From what he can see, a staggering 80% of it is already finished. They've fortified it with heavy-duty doors, and structures designed to provide maximum defense. The warehouse also appears to be in excellent condition. It has already been completely sanitized as well. Having received the confirmation he needed, Xiao Yang gives the signal to Zhang Shengjie to dispatch all the goods at once. A short time later, the provisions arrive and are meticulously organized onto each pallet. For the labor alone, the incredibly generous Xiao Yang is paying each worker 2,000 for the job. While the workers are busy celebrating their payday, our hero assists them in categorizing each stack with precision, ensuring the most perishable supplies are stored without any issues. As evening falls, the entire sorting operation is finally done. Xiao Yang gazes down upon his glorious masterpiece. At long last, he has successfully stockpiled a decade's worth of supplies, earning a crucial 20 system points on top of it. Once more, he examines the system's virtual marketplace and observes that another mystery box has appeared in the available options. The single greatest advantage of the system is that he can obtain access to these godlike powers before the zombie plague even begins to ravage the globe. Spending 10 points, he acquires another enigmatic box, which reveals a legendary skill known as the Mind's Eye. Its primary function is to perceive hostility and malicious intentions emanating from other people, a truly convenient power when deciding who to trust in the coming apocalypse. His previous mission is replaced by a new one, armed to the teeth. This quest demands that he acquire a massive arsenal of weaponry and stock up Baba Yaga style, which is precisely what Xiao Yang already had on his agenda. That very night, our journey takes us to the shadowy underbelly of society, the black market. Xiao Yang skillfully navigates through the dense crowd, overhearing chatter about supposedly priceless antique relics. All of society's most despicable figures are gathered here, including his nemesis, Xu Xiong, the Big Mac attacker. He is currently haggling with a vendor over an absurdly high price for a simple bracelet. Witnessing him buy counterfeit bracelets in this market only confirms for our hero that this fatso is a complete fool, and that Shui Jin is so oblivious she can't tell she's wearing fakes. While scanning the various stalls, Xiao Yang's gaze finally lands on something worthy of his time. He approaches a vendor who is peddling various melee weapons. Xiao Yang expresses interest in acquiring some serious hardware. The shopkeeper suggests a basic knife sharpener or perhaps a bat, if he's searching for something blunt and not particularly sharp. Xiao Yang counters that he demands something significantly more durable. The only thing harder than steel batten is perhaps Dwayne Johnson's bald head. Regardless, the vendor starts to think this customer is just wasting his time, without any genuine intention of making a purchase. To his absolute astonishment, this same kid wires $200,000 directly into his account, proving to the man that he is deadly serious about buying. Fascinated, the seller invites Xiao Yang to watch over his stall, while they retreat to a back room to speak privately. In the following scene, they're inside his hidden storage area. The man presents a collection of crudely made firearms that he sells for about $2,000 apiece, but they lack the power to actually be lethal. Naturally, Xiao Yang scoffs at them because he will be confronting actual zombies, not clucking chickens in the impending apocalypse. The seller then directs his attention to a replica revolver, which fetches a price of around $5,000. Once again, the kid is completely serious and remains unimpressed, especially considering he paid a jaw-dropping $200,000 upfront. The very mention of an advance payment leaves the shop owner stunned, because Xiao Yang isn't just looking to spend $200,000. No, that's a mere 10% of the total amount. He is prepared to invest in high-grade weaponry. In truth, he is ready to spend $2 entire million on them for this job. His frankly insane offer makes the seller wonder what kind of dangerous life this kid must be living. Mark my words, this man is about to become the legendary John Wick of the zombie apocalypse. Without any more delay, he commands the seller to proceed. Deciding it's time to unveil the truly good stuff, the man properly secures his premises, making certain that no one is observing them. He also assures Xiao Yang that he has come to the absolute right place, as he can connect him with a top-tier supplier who can facilitate the transaction for truly high-quality armaments. The real meeting is scheduled to happen in a couple of days. As he is exiting the concealed storage house, Xiao Yang unexpectedly bumps into his pudgy nemesis once again. The fool now believes he understands why. Xiao Yang has been living such a comfortable existence lately. He wrongly assumes that the kid must have sold off a large portion of his family's items on the black market to become so suddenly wealthy. Little does he realize, Xiaoyang is completely unfazed by his petty provocations and merely wants to use this buffoon to test out his newfound ability. Activating the powerful mind's eye, he first gauges the true intentions of the weapon seller, who appears to be genuinely on his side. But as for the fatso standing before him, not so much. Xiaoyang fires back, telling Xu Xiong that, just like those cheap second-hand bracelets, he also took in Kuei Jing, who is worth about as much as the fake junkie bought. Someone is definitely going to need some eyes for that brutal burn. A single, sharp remark is all it takes to make Xu Xiong's temper flare. The vendor now asks if the two of them know one another. To this, our hero emphasizes that it's much better to consider him a mortal enemy, now that he and the seller have become good associates. The seller pledges his full support to our protagonist, vowing to beat the living daylights out of the old fool for daring to mess with them. Xiaoyang departs, completely satisfied, while Xu Xiong finds himself on the verge of tears. Watching a group of ruthless thugs approach him menacingly with a baton, they violently shove him down to the ground and proceed to literally kick him while he's down until he's covered in marks. This humiliating incident only serves to fuel his burning hatred for Xiaoyang, and he swears that he will exact his bloody revenge one day. 2 tense days have finally gone by. Our hero receives a massive truck packed with his fancy new weapons, thereby completing the mission and also unlocking a special bonus reward for it. The bonus reward is a powerful physical enhancement potion designed to drastically boost his stats. It even has a 2x multiplier, making it significantly more potent than what he can buy in the system store. Without wasting a single moment, he loads the injection and plunges it directly into his body. Mere seconds later, he senses that he has far surpassed the average male's physical strength, which is set at 5 points. Right now, he is an impressive 7 points, granting him a 40% increase in raw physical might. Next on his agenda, he checks the store, which now only contains a basic survival kit and another physical enhancement potion available for purchase. Deciding to completely max out his strength attribute, he purchases the physical enhancement potion and injects it once again. By the end of it, our protagonist is stacked with 8 physical points, dramatically boosting his power by 60% compared to an average man. To put his new abilities to the test, he looks around and grabs a solid steel rod. Xiaoyang delivers a kick so powerful that it bends and leaves a massive crack in the adjacent wall. With his current overwhelming level of strength, the zombies are about to catch these mighty, empowered hands. Next up, he proceeds to store his entire arsenal inside the spatial ring, which instantly sucks all the crates into its own static dimension. Carefully assessing his current circumstances, Xiaoyang understands that the apocalypse will officially erupt in just 2 days. He must now tie up any remaining loose ends, which brings to mind the unresolved situation with the old man he met. Even though countless people betrayed his trust during the first apocalypse, deep in his core, Xiaoyang is a fundamentally good person who desires to help others if he can. That is precisely why he plans to send their family a large cache of supplies to help them survive. But from that point forward, it will be up to those people to secure their own fate. In the following scene, Xiaoyang pulls up to the old man's residence. It was incredibly challenging to find the precise location because of how utterly dilapidated this area appears to be. As he ascends the crumbling staircase, our hero understands that the old man must be living in truly terrible circumstances in life. As he raises his hand to knock on the door, he realizes it would be best to manifest the supplies he brought first, so that he won't have to deal with it later. His magical ring instantly materializes, the enormous stockpile of rationing supplies right outside, and at last, he knocks on the worn-down door. The old man worriedly answers the door, immediately apologizing for the state of his rent payments. But he is absolutely stunned to find Xiaoyang standing on his doorstep. And not only that, the kid has brought a mountain of goods with him. Our hero tells him that he is short on time to explain, so it would be best if they moved all the items inside with haste. In the next scene, all the crates are safely stored inside, and the old man is thoroughly impressed by Xiaoyang's incredible stamina. Our boy surveys his new surroundings and believes that the old man's apartment is actually quite well secured. He then warns the old man not to breathe a single word of what he is about to reveal to him. Xiaoyang sternly advises them to use the provisions wisely, because the world is on the precipice of a monumental change. Abruptly, His eyes fall upon a photograph of the old gentleman's beautiful granddaughter. To his absolute astonishment, it is none other than Shan, one of the very first friends he made after the original apocalypse broke out. To verify her identity, he asked her grandfather about her, who was amazed that Xiaoyang somehow knows her name, even though they had never mentioned it during their earlier conversation. Deeply concerned, Xiaoyang urgently asks for her current location. It turns out that she is currently in her college hometown, studying hard and in the middle of transferring schools. In the original doomed timeline, he had found her filled with lingering sorrow over her grandfather's tragic fate, as he had sacrificed his own life to save her and died in the attempt. As her devoted friend, Xiaoyang refuses to allow that same terrible outcome to occur again. First and foremost, he informs her grandfather that he will no longer be able to move into his new house. This shocking news causes the poor man to panic with fear, but Xiaoyang helps soothe him by explaining the end of days is near, a full-blown zombie apocalypse. It will erupt tomorrow, and no place on Earth will be safe from that point on. That is why he needs the old gentleman to retrieve his granddaughter from her school, and only then will they figure out where they must take shelter. This is far too much for the old man to process all at once. Regrettably, Xiaoyang has no alternative but to force his understanding. He describes the impending situation as being akin to a great famine. Widespread starvation will become the new reality for their once placid world. Xiaoyang provides a practical demonstration of his point by absorbing all of their meager furniture, as well as the provision crates back into his spatial ring. Shanshan's grandfather is left utterly speechless until our hero explains that he possesses supernatural powers and the incredible ability to foresee the future. That is why he is so determined to keep them safe, and they must depart for Shanshan school without a moment's delay. In the next scene, they're inside the car, racing towards the university. Upon arrival, Xiaoyang immediately asks for the location of her dormitory, as the two men frantically begin searching for her. Well, as it turns out, Shanshan is currently being viciously slapped by a jealous rival, simply because some random boy has developed a crush on her, even though Shanshan has repeatedly tried to clarify that she has absolutely no romantic involvement with the boy. She still gets struck again for supposedly making excuses. These vile bullies continue to torment Shanshan for acting so nonchalant in the presence of their crush. Fortunately for her, Shanshan's grandpa comes rushing in to find her. The defenseless old man demands that the woman release her immediately, but to deal with them, a gang of high school delinquents soon arrives, menacingly threatening the old man for daring to get involved. For the sake of his beloved granddaughter, the old man charges in blindly and confronts the three thugs. One heartless bastard is about to smash his head in with a baseball bat, but before the attack can even connect, Xiaoyang seizes his arm with a grip of steel and stops it cold. He taunts the thug for pretending to be some kind of fearsome gangster, when, in reality, they're just a pack of high school punks. The idiots foolishly attempt to clown on him, but Xiaoyang gives a beautiful response by kicking the first guy so hard that his hair practically turns blonde. Just one powerful kick sent him sprawling to the ground, making the other two morons begin to question if they're actually up against a highly trained professional fighter. They stupidly decide to try and surround him, thinking that tactic will somehow make a difference. Our hero gladly welcomes their pathetic attempt. The thug with the club tries to strike him from his blind spot, but completely whiffs his target as Xiaoyang ducks with inhuman ease. Now that he has greatly amplified his base strength stat, his natural reflexes are on an entirely different plane of existence, allowing him to react with blinding speed. To return the favor with some tough love, he grabs the punk's collar and violently slams him into the pavement, knocking him unconscious in an instant. As for the supposed leader of the gang, he attempts to sneak up with a cowardly knife stab. Unfortunately for him, Xiaoyang expertly maneuvers his fist to his advantage and delivers a devastating kick just below his upper thigh. Just so you are aware, getting kicked there by a real-life martial arts professional is guaranteed to put you down with the most excruciating pain imaginable. Well, in the case of these idiots, Xiaoyang has successfully helped them take a very long nap. Next, he calmly walks up to the girl who had tormented Shanshan. A resounding slap across the face reminds her that he is a firm supporter of feminism and a believer in exercising equal rights. The girl is literally seeing cartoon stars for a full minute. Bro then grabs the other witch and demonstrates to her how it feels when someone pulls your hair. He then places a cold blade right against her neck, drawing tears of pure terror from her eyes. And then, in a flash, A sharp swing slices through the air as the woman screams in agony. At first glance, it appears that Bro has just claimed his first body count. Even a horrified reaction of Sean. Sean makes it look like he truly unalived a person. But no, he simply gave her a complimentary little haircut. You know how the barbers treat you when you tell them, just take a little bit off the top. And then they proceed to run a full fade check on your head. Yeah, that's what's happening to her. She shrieks at him, promising she will never forgive him for what he has done. But let's be honest, our hero doesn't give a single damn, and even acts as though he did her a favor by removing the extra weight. Hilariously, he tells her that she will understand what he's talking about in just a few days' time. For the moment, he informs Shan that they are departing immediately. She has no idea where, but she follows him without question anyway. As in the next scene, they're speeding towards their new sanctuary. Grandpa, over here, is explaining the grave situation to her, speaking about how there's going to be a devastating famine apocalypse. Shan is understandably conflicted and suspects that her grandfather has been duped by falling for one of those notorious scam calls yet again. He earnestly assures her that it was not a scam call. Observing the two of them interact in such a heartfelt way amuses our hero, who is just glad to see that she is happy in this new life. Xiaoyang signals to her that he was the one who told her grandfather about the impending doom. The Shan of this current world has no clue who he even is, so he introduces himself to her properly once again. She thanks her new brother for his help in dealing with the bullies, but Xiaoyang isn't the least bit concerned about them anyway, since they likely won't even survive the next few days. Still, the girl is completely lost and fails to grasp what is about to befall the world. Xiaoyang clarifies that he only described the catastrophe as a famine because it was the simplest way for her grandfather to comprehend. This explanation gives the poor girl a glimmer of hope, leading her to believe that everything is going to be all right. Bro then swiftly reaps her soul by replacing the word famine with apocalypse, completely shattering her newfound expectations. Xiaoyang states that things should already be starting to go south. According to the latest news reports, Shan quickly checks her phone and discovers a flood of videos about some kind of mysterious rabies outbreak, which is causing people to become insane and violently attack others. Her fear continues to mount as she watches even more disturbing videos, horrified by the ghastly condition of the infected individuals. Xiaoyang's predictions are proven correct yet again. The end of the world is about to begin. Shan now learns that tomorrow marks the official outbreak of the toxic smog, which is set to engulf a number of major provinces. This hazardous smog will permanently and horrifically alter the state of all living beings. A large percentage of the global population will instantly transform into zombies, and from that moment, they will relentlessly feast upon those who were unaffected by the smog. Once killed, the unaffected will rise again as the undead, exponentially increasing their numbers. He's relieved to learn that Shan at least has a basic knowledge of what zombies are supposed to be like. It's just that the entire situation is simply too absurd for her to fully comprehend. But our hero believes she will come to accept it as reasonable soon enough, especially when the whole world is plunged into absolute chaos after just 1 week. But for right now, they are confronted with another pressing problem: traffic. Xiaoyang is shocked to see that the emergency lane is also completely blocked. The highways are jam-packed. Shan is terrified for her life, fearing that the zombies will find and attack them while they're trapped here. Xiaoyang reassures her that it's not that dire at the moment, as the apocalypse has not yet fully and truly broken out. Still, even though the main apocalyptic event is supposed to happen later, the probability of a small-scale outbreak happening here is also quite high. And speaking of dangerous, a reckless driver decides to ram his way into the lanes by forcing his way through. He ends up slamming directly into our hero's vehicle, who is now furious and retaliates in kind. He tries to block the invading car from entering the emergency lane. The guy pulls up right next to his car and begins to hurl a stream of curses at Xiaoyang, realizing that they're dealing with an arrogant, snobbish rich kid driving a high-end Mercedes. Shan's grandpa advises that they should just let it go, but our hero does not play around like that. He wouldn't mind granting this guy an early demise if he continues to bother them. Out of the car in the following scene. The traffic jam has finally cleared up and the situation has been resolved. After waiting for an hour, Shan Sean shouts for our hero to watch out for the same driver from before, who is rapidly accelerating in an attempt to cut them off. Even Xiao Yang is amazed by this guy's sheer stubbornness. The dude swiftly cuts ahead of them, just so he can mock them. Even Shan Shan's grandpa feels that this is incredibly unsafe, and that they absolutely should not stoop to his petty level. However, Xiao Yang has long since stopped giving a flying damn about these kinds of people, knowing full well that the apocalypse will absolve him of any potential crimes. What he ends up doing is violently ramming his car against the guys, causing it to spin out of control and crash on the side of the road. The spoiled trust fund baby stumbles out of the wreckage and immediately calls the traffic police to have Xiao Yang arrested. He is not the type of individual to let someone walk away after they have slighted him. In the subsequent scene, our heroes have arrived back at the facility that Xiao Yang has invested so much time and effort into. Even Shan's grandpa is flabbergasted that they will be residing here from this point on. He assures them that beginning tomorrow, their lives will be irrevocably and permanently altered. So, they had better get some proper rest. Now, on the following fateful day, our hero is leisurely sunbathing and sees Shan also coming out to join. She's finally managed to get a good night's rest after a very long time, mostly because of her stressful classes. Xiao Yang is eager to give her a grand tour of the mighty fortress that he has built. Walking her around the perimeter, he explains how the massive walls are made of reinforced concrete. There is a heavy, remote-controlled gate, so incredibly durable that no one will ever be able to breach it. He then establishes one paramount rule. Without his express permission, they are forbidden from allowing anyone to enter inside the fortress. This declaration makes Shan concerned about any potential survivors who might eventually find their way all the way to this location, thinking that Xiao Yang is just going to abandon them to die. To address her valid concerns, he escorts them to another area. In the crucible of a world's end, it is the shadow lurking within the human heart that forces one to treat every other soul with extreme caution. In this brutal new era, an act of kindness, if not carefully weighed, is a self-inflicted death sentence. To provide for any potential survivors, he has ingeniously established a fortified buffer zone, a place designated for temporary asylum, a sanctuary that can be utilized to aid them even during his absence. Once more, Xiao Yang issues a stern reminder. No one is to enter the primary fortress. With that rule established, he guides them towards the massive food storage facility, outlining the strict protocols for rationing that will govern their existence. As they navigate the cavernous warehouse, he turns to face them for one final critical inspection, unleashing his eye of insight. He performs a scan of their deepest intentions. Both of them radiate an aura of unmistakable, genuine trust. He is pleased to have found such well-meaning allies. Next, Xiao Yang materializes a portion of his arsenal, declaring that these instruments will be the key to their very survival. Grandpa is entrusted with a shotgun, while Shan acquires a formidable and silent crossbow. His one and only directive is to ensure these weapons never, under any circumstances, fall into an outsider's hands. Alright, it is time for an update from our ever-present systems task list. Xiao Yang's next mission is to locate his former partner, Jiang Qi, who is also a trusted friend from the original Doom timeline. The immediate challenge is pinpointing Jiang Qi's current whereabouts. But have no fear, because the system helpfully indicates the exact city where his friend resides. He leaves both Shan and her grandfather in command of the fortress, once again reminding them not to break the critical rules he has laid down. And then he speeds off on a quest to recruit another vital member for their core team, to bolster and solidify it before the apocalypse truly descends. The scene shifts dramatically to a venue known as the KTV studio. A group of close friends are gathered here, enjoying a night of karaoke. They decide to step out for a quick bathroom break to blow off some steam. It is here that Jiang Qi accidentally bumps into a beautiful woman, and he quickly apologizes for causing any unnecessary disturbance. Of course, her arrogant boyfriend couldn't care less about his apologies and sends him flying with a vicious kick. Jiangqi is thrown backward, crashing to the floor. His friend rushes over to check his condition. The nerdy friend, over here, adopts a courageous stance and bravely stands up to the hulking meathead who struck his companion, which only serves to further enrage the volatile thug. He immediately grabs Jiangqi's spectacled friend, toying with him menacingly. Jiangqi desperately pleads for mercy, praying the man will spare his buddy without inflicting serious harm. As this chaos unfolds, a nearby waiter witnesses the entire scene play out. He's already feeling ill with a nasty cold, and now a violent brawl is breaking out right in front of him. He attempts to de-escalate the conflict by intervening. The irritated, wannabe rich thug acts like he owns the place and seizes the waiter as well, who desperately gestures for the two kids to flee immediately. Jiangqi and his friend wisely make a run for it while they still have a chance. They hurry back to the safety of their private karaoke room, having narrowly escaped the dangerous confrontation. Even their other friends are stunned to see them come bursting in like that. Captain Glasses recounts the terrifying situation, explaining how they accidentally ran into some thug's girl and ended up getting their asses handed to them for it. It was only due to the waiter's sacrifice that they were saved. Hearing this tale, the other two friends are completely incensed. They want to march back out there and beat down the perpetrator for daring to lay a hand on one of their own. Jiangqi manages to calm them down, stating that there's no point in seeking out more trouble. Well, things are only destined to escalate from this point forward. Remember that waiter? The poor soul has been beaten to a bloody pulp. The wealthy thug has now returned with 3 more of his cronies, and they have all come here to annihilate Jiangqi's entire group. The lead thug commands his men to seize them all at once. Incapable of mounting a defense or causing any more problems, Jiangqi and Nerd Eyes quickly drop to the ground and surrender. There is only one member in their group with enough confidence to even attempt to fight, but just as he tries to break his silence, the thug leader smashes a glass bottle right over his head. Chinchong, and I'm not even being racist, that's literally his name, is now left with a bleeding head. The scene cuts back to our protagonist, who has parked his car just outside the establishment. He knew that Jiangqi being here made perfect sense. Chinchong is down for the count, and if that is indeed his blood pooling on the floor, then someone needs to rush this man to the emergency room immediately. The asshole thug leader now seeks approval from his girlfriend, who believes they should punish the one who initially bumped into her, and that shifts their malevolent attention directly onto Jiangqi, who is about to receive a savage beating. In a shocking turn, Chun Chong surges up from the floor and desperately tries to strike down the lead thug. If it weren't for another man restraining him, he genuinely would have caved his face in. The thug leader is taken aback to witness such fierce bravado, coming from a mere college student, and smashes yet another bottle on top of his head. I'm starting to feel genuine sorrow for this guy. Chun Chong tastes the hard floor for a second time, and his friends cry out in absolute terror for him. Seeing him go down like that infuriates Jiangqi, who leaps into action, but unfortunately, they are swiftly overpowered and detained. The final member of their small group is quivering like a frightened puppy off to the side. The waiter is fighting to maintain his consciousness, while the rest of the thugs are busy pummeling Jiangqi's group. Unfortunately, his desperate punch is easily dodged. He doesn't even manage to take a single one of them down. But then, something snaps inside the waiter. This man goes completely berserk, his eyes turning bloodshot, and he flings himself into the fray like a damned animal. He viciously chomps down on one of the men, chewing into his shoulder and absolutely horrifying everyone else. The thugs have absolutely no idea what has happened, or why this waiter has suddenly become a rabid monster. All of a sudden, they desperately try to restrain him, but his newfound monstrous strength completely overwhelms them. In fact, the zombified waiter whirls around to sink his teeth into another man's arm. He has devolved into a full-fledged feral beast as he overpowers the thug and slams him to the ground. To everyone's utter shock, this same overpowered, animalistic beast of nature is effortlessly subdued by a random newcomer. This random newcomer is none other than our protagonist, of course, who shoves the zombie's face into the television screen and bellows for everyone else to stop messing around. The thugs are completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were being torn apart by the waiter, and yet this single kid has him pinned against a wall without any struggle. The thug leader demands to know Xiao Yang's identity, who offers no explanation and instead addresses Jiangqi's condition, urgently asking if he has sustained any bite marks. Fortunately, he has not. But Jiangqi has no idea why he's being asked such a bizarre question. Our hero commands him to follow him immediately, as they need to be elsewhere. But the arrogant thug leader isn't quite finished toying with them yet, and attempts to block their path. However, one of his very own henchmen begins to experience a strange, splitting headache immediately after having received a bite. In an instant, our hero understands what is about to transpire. The infection is accelerating, and this man is about to turn. Xiaoyang asks if his shoulder was bitten by that same rabid waiter. The lackey confirms this as fact, but fails to see the grim connection. Our hero internalizes that this man was, in fact, already infected, and now that he's received a bite so close to his head, it is officially game over for him. Xiaoyang drags the zombified waiter, hurls him into the restroom, and violently slams the door shut. The wild beast relentlessly continues to ram against the door, but luckily, zombies in this early stage lack the intelligence to operate doorknobs. Shifting his attention back to the remaining thugs, our hero prepares himself to deliver a serious ass-kicking, asking Jiangqi which one of them he should take out first. The funniest part is that Jiangqi doesn't even recognize him and is utterly unable to comprehend what has happened. Enraged by the kid's sheer audacity, the thug leader lunges forward to punch his arrogance into submission, humiliating him with a single fluid motion. Xiaoyang grabs his damn face and smashes his head into the ground. The infected lackey from before also rushes to attack him, but he too is obliterated with a single smack to the face, dropping him to the floor, with the man completely unconscious. His friend comes over to ask what is going on, as a simple punch shouldn't have been that devastatingly effective. His body writhes and contorts in agony, as Xiaoyang invites the rest of them to come get some smoke, believing that only after catching these hands will they finally understand not to mess with him. Turning his attention to Jiangqi, he is given strict orders to get to the private room with his friends and to wait for him outside. The guy doesn't argue and just helps his wounded friend exit the room. As for the thug leader and his remaining cronies, they're also done with this fight. They know they don't stand a chance. However, Xiaoyang is not the type to simply let anyone walk away after they have disrespected him like that. He accuses the thug of being a drunken fool who nearly got his brother killed due to his own recklessness. To give this man a brutal taste of his own medicine, he shoves the thug down and slams the door shut behind him, sealing them all inside. The thug leader frantically pounds on the door, but he can't do a damn thing since it is now locked from the outside. The outcome for this man's fate is destined to be gruesome. His own lackey has now fully transformed into a zombie, and it lunges forward to find its nearest victim. In the end, Xiaoyang gets to listen to their terrified screams as they are devoured alive. A staff member comes rushing over to see what is going on. Xiaoyang instructs him to properly lock the door and to immediately call the police, informing them of a dangerous patient suffering from a rabid infection. The staff member is startled at first, until our boy shouts at him to just get the job done immediately. He quickly locks it shut with a key. Next up, our hero helps Jiangqi's friends navigate their way outside. The other staff members are deeply concerned about the horrifying noises coming from inside the room, wondering what the hell is actually going on. They received information that a rabid flu patient is inside, but no one is really certain of the truth. Hearing about the flu, they quickly rush to check the live security cameras, but when they arrive at the surveillance room, their expressions contort into a mix of disgust and sheer horror. Every single one of them has morphed into a man-eating monster, viciously ripping apart each other's limbs, prompting the staff members to call the police in a panic. Luckily for our protagonist and his new friends, they have escaped from the now deadly karaoke bar. He helps them pile into the car, and they quickly speed away. Even though Jiangqi is grateful for the stranger's intervention, he still does not understand who this mysterious man is. Xiaoyang calmly introduces himself, explaining that he was hired to protect them by a client, whose identity must remain strictly confidential. One of them asks about the supposed rabid flu patient, stating that such a thing doesn't exist according to the internet. Xiaoyang reminds them of the grisly scene they just witnessed inside the room, and wonders if that too was just a conspiracy theory. The nerdy friend worriedly asks about a potential cure for this flu. Unfortunately, from what our hero has foreseen, there is no known medicine for this affliction, In fact, the global situation will only deteriorate from here on out, and the entire world will be plunged into total chaos. And speaking of which, zombies have already begun their assault on the citizens. The infection is now spreading like a raging wildfire. But even as it is right at this moment, it is merely a localized outbreak. The majority of the infected are still in their incubation period, soon to be awakened by the coming cataclysm. Things are about to become even more chaotic, which is why Jiangqi and his friends must now strictly adhere to his every instruction. They all agree in unison to follow his lead, when suddenly he receives a mission completion notification. With this success, he unlocks access to brand new items in the system store. Some of them are invaluable supplies that he could definitely use down the line. However, the most intriguing item is the post-apocalyptic cultivator box that just doesn't seem to want to disappear. Realizing that all three of these mysterious boxes appear promising, he makes a plan to redeem all of them once he is back at the fortress. Aside from that, he still must devise a method to earn their complete trust. You see, in the original Fated timeline, Jiangqi's friends were mercilessly slaughtered by zombies because a member of their own group ultimately betrayed them. Among them, the man who ended up betraying them is concealed within his three friends. It's about to become a deadly game of Among Us to uncover the traitor. It has been some time, so let's check in on how Cui Jing is faring. She seems to be deathly terrified of even going to the supermarket because of the recent news, and she demands that the supplies be delivered to her doorstep immediately. To her utter and complete horror, she hears someone violently pounding on her front door. Cui Jing has no idea how to handle this terrifying situation and quickly hangs up her phone call with Su Xiao. She cautiously takes a peek through the peephole and finds herself relieved. It is only her supposed best friend, who nearly scared her to death with her unexpected entrance. The bestie informs her about their neighbor on the first floor, who was just taken away by the police by force in an ambulance. It appears that he too was infected, and it's now starting to make sense why things have been so chaotic in their apartment building. She asks Cui Jing about the provisions that the Big Mac attacker had promised her. Regrettably, they have still yet to be delivered. Employing a different manipulative tactic, she decides to take advantage of Xu Xiong's massive ego by feeding him a string of lies. They conspire to tell the fat fool that Xiaoyang has a massive stockpile of supplies on his property. Cui Jing doesn't comprehend how her best friend obtained this information. It turns out that she has been secretly spying on him using one of her contacts, and has since discovered that he has been ordering tons of supplies every now and again. Cui Jing cannot believe that her ex-boyfriend knew about the apocalypse in advance. Her bestie convinces her to reveal everything to Su Xiao so they can raid Xiaoyang's massive supply stash and make an absolute fortune for themselves. Yep, these two-faced vipers know absolutely no morals. Arriving back at his magnificent and glorious fortress, Jiangqi is absolutely stunned by the sight before him. He cannot fathom someone actually building a fortress for themselves, taking immense pride in his work. Xiaoyang explains that this is everyone's typical reaction. Shan and her grandfather are overjoyed to see him return home safely. He tells them not to worry, as everything is under his control. In fact, he shines the spotlight on his newly acquired friends, Jiangqi and his beleaguered group. These men will be joining them from now on. Of course, he also introduces Shan and her grandfather to them. They are more than happy to accept all of them, as long as they have been chosen by Xiaoyang himself. He also goes on to instruct her grandfather to show these newcomers around and to help explain every single one of the rules. One of the new group members pipes up with a request, asking to be issued personal weapons for their own protection. Now, this particular guy is already high on the suspect list for Xiaoyang, who understands that Jiangqi's group harbors a secret mole within. Nerd Eyes tells Yiming to calm the hell down, as it's far too risky to demand weapons when they haven't even earned any trust. Xiaoyang promises to provide them with weapons in a few days' time, but for the time being, they need to tend to the badly injured Chinchou and help nurse him back to full health. Inside the safety of the fortress, each one of them freshens up and changes into clean clothes. Yiming is actually quite annoyed by his friend's earlier interference, believing that they would have already acquired weapons by now if he hadn't spoken up. The thing is, this paranoid guy thinks that they're being held as unwilling captives inside this facility instead of being protected from the outside world. However, Nerd Eyes tries to reason with him, explaining that Xiaoyang ended up saving their asses, so they can't really say that they are suspicious of his background. As of right now, They only know that a secret client hired him to protect them. Yiming is a hard ass for absolutely no good reason and feels infuriated that they aren't even properly treating Chunchong because of their fear of a potential viral infection. Hilariously, the kid now thinks that Xiao Yang's group is secretly planning to harvest their vital organs for their own personal benefit, and to prevent such a horrible situation from occurring, they need to make the very first move. Nerd Eyes reminds him that if they end up being wrong, they will be betraying their savior in the backfort. Yiming is obsessed with his paranoid approach and doesn't give a damn. In fact, he's drunk on the idea of power and wants to seize complete control of the fortress. He believes it's a good idea to first neutralize the young girl, as well as the old geezer, while Xiaoyang is away. With the way he's acting, Jiang Qi and his other friend are literally staring at him in utter disbelief. This guy is a complete freak show, and they're only just now realizing. Yiming quickly pretends like he was just joking around, and that he didn't mean a single word of it, relieving his worried friends of some of the tension. For Eyes once again reminds him that if Xiaoyang truly wanted their organs, he certainly wouldn't be letting them roam around so freely. Little do they know, Yiming is a slimy snake and fully intends to act on his own anyway. He is determined to take over the fortress, believing that his own brand of ruthlessness is going to serve him well. In the next scene, Xiaoyang holds a meeting with Shan Shan and her grandfather, who inform him that Chunchong is resting safely in the infirmary, recovering from his condition as per his instructions. They've made sure to lock and secure everything for safety. Pleased, our hero thanks them and suggests they also get some rest, as they will have plenty of problems heading their way starting tomorrow. One final thing. He advises them to be extremely wary of Jiang Qi's other two friends, because he suspects that one of them may attempt to betray them that very night. Our hero heads down to the rationing and provisions warehouse. Here, he checks his system store once again. First off, he taps open the mysterious cultivator box. Then he spends his points on the sugar, oil, and vital protein supply box. Finally, he takes possession of the armed deterrence box, with all three of them purchased at once. He gains incredible rewards in the form of 50 potent corn seeds and tons of other extremely valuable food items. He even acquires 15 precious rounds of ammunition, so he won't run into any problems down the road. The rewards are ridiculously impressive for what they are worth. With this enormous new pile, they will grant him a supreme advantage in the grim apocalypse to come. The very next day, trouble finds our hero once again. Remember the rich asshole who swore bloody revenge against our boy? Well, he has shown up with his cronies to tear the entire place down. He orders all of his lackeys to smash the main gate wide open. But it's an honestly pathetic sight when you realize that, despite their most strenuous efforts, they cannot even put a dent in the thick, reinforced gate. The boss is infuriated, unable to believe the integrity of the door. Whipping out their absolute best gear, they decide to start using Molotov cocktails, sending them soaring over the walls and inside. It doesn't take very long for the flames to erupt into chaos as the Molotovs continue to rain down inside. Sean and the rest of the group quickly scramble to put out the fire. With this desperate situation unfolding, she gains even greater conviction in Xiao Yang's earlier words, when he predicted that things would grow far more chaotic from here on. But you know our protagonist, he doesn't like to back down at all. This man has brought out a powerful rifle to deal with anyone who stands in his path. He ascends to the high watchtower and checks out the identity of their would-be assailants. Shan Shan's grandfather is the very first to recognize that it's the same rich bastard they encountered on the highway. His men also spot them from up on the watchtower. The snob roars at them, demanding that Xiaoyang come outside at once, or else he will burn the entire place to the ground, responding with an ice-cold head. Xiaoyang warns them that they have precisely 5 minutes to get lost. His repulsive retort ignites even more white-hot anger from the men, who threaten to use 2 full crates of Molotovs to incinerate the fortress. Suddenly, the system tasks our boy with yet another mission. Grandpa doesn't know what to do and suggests firing a warning shot. By the way, the mission's objective is to completely eliminate the threat that is currently attacking the fortress. Our hero thinks that a simple warning shot is not going to cut, especially when they are dealing with absolute scumbags who are openly and directly committing a serious crime. Knowing that these thugs have absolutely no morals or any consideration for people like them, our hero takes careful aim and believes that he cannot allow them to continue to threaten the precious lives of others. Saying so, Xiaoyang fires off a single shot, eviscerating one guy's arm, causing him to crumble down and scream in agony. Xiaoyang had actually intended to aim for the man's head, but because he hasn't fired a gun in quite a while, it will take some time to readjust his aim. Anyway, the mere fact that he took off the man's arm is more than enough to completely eliminate the immediate threat. They all run off like scared little bitches, even though they were the ones who initially came looking for a fight. Xiaoyang doesn't wish to prolong this dangerous situation and knows that these guys will just show up at his door again tomorrow. So he shoots every last one of them down mercilessly. The few who manage to escape to their vehicle quickly assist their cowardly boss to get inside, who screams at his driver to slam on the gas pedal. I'm telling you all, this man is actually John Wick, and it is so refreshing to see a main character who isn't completely stupid, despite their desperate attempt to escape using the car. Xiaoyang shoots them down using his automatic rifle. It makes the old geezer seriously question the kid's mysterious background. Well, it's a truly miserable ending for these pathetic bad guys. Their car is completely wrecked, and every last one of them is dead. They brought themselves to the doorstep of the Grim Reaper, and the Grim Reaper has now delivered. Next up, Xiaoyang tells Shan's grandpa to use the rest of their group to clean up the bloody mess. But then, a sudden, brilliant thought takes over his mind. Since they are already in the early stages of the apocalypse, now will be the perfect time to let these bodies rot out here and become live training dummies when they eventually reanimate as zombies. So, he halts the cleanup operation and prefers for the dead men to remain right where they are. What our hero doesn't yet know is that Su Xiong is actually on his way too, along with Cui Jing and her treacherous bestie. Cui Jing is becoming quite annoyed by her friend's overly flirtatious behavior in front of the fatso. At long last, they have finally arrived just outside the site. Cui Jing intends to bring her best friend along with her, but suddenly she gets cold feet and refuses to go. She must come along with them to act as a proper guy, or else they will never know which of the factories is Xiaoyang's place. Refusing to go, Cui Jing drags her outside by force, completely ignoring her whining. The two girls walk up to the location, while Su Xiong signals for his team to get ready for the main event. When he receives the signal, he will start the car, and then his entire team will join in on the operation. Back to the two girls. The evil bestie over here demands to know why she was dragged along. Cui Jing reminds her that both of them share the same venomous nature, so she's extremely wary of her true intentions. The evil bestie offers up a sloppy excuse, stating that she is intentionally behaving this way so that they can manipulate Xiao Yang more easily. To their absolute shock, they discover a pile of dead bodies on the ground. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that there has recently been a shootout. Both of them stand there absolutely terrified. They think it's a good idea to retreat, but then they quickly realize that this other party must have also been attempting to steal Xiaoyang's precious supplies. This makes them wonder if Xiaoyang also perished in the resulting firefight. They care very little about what happened to him, as long as his massive supply cache is still around. At first, they ponder retreating and using Su Xiong to move forward. However, Cui Jing recommends that they press forward and sneak their way inside. The two girls cautiously approach the main gate, but it is so thick and tightly sealed shut that there is no chance they will be able to get inside. This makes them wonder if Xiaoyang actually ended up surviving after all. From high up in the tower, Shan addresses them and questions their true intentions. They both pretend to be closely associated with our protagonist, acting as if they are his dear friends. Shan quickly informs Xiaoyang about the developing situation, causing Cui Jing to become even more frustrated because she now thinks he has found himself a new girlfriend. Her friend reminds her that they are not supposed to be showing such delicate feelings here, especially when they're dealing with heavily armed individuals. Cui Jing is actually completely confident in Su Xiong's ability to handle them because he has brought guns of his own. The only real problem is getting past the impenetrable door, because everything else should be a piece of cake. After that, Xiaoyang comes over to take a look for himself and wonders what on earth Cui Jing and Wenxia are doing here. Immediately, he uses his eye of insight to inspect their true intentions. On the outside, these two vixens are acting all sweet and innocent, but he senses deep distrust and malevolent intentions coming from them. They act as if they are genuinely worried about him. But our hero just laughs at their pathetic attempt at a joke. And not only that, He blatantly reveals his knowledge of the fatso Shu Xiong, also hiding nearby along with his entire team of lackeys. Both of these schemers now have a surprised Pikachu expression on their faces, not knowing how in the hell he was able to figure that out. He doesn't even show them a shred of mercy and starts firing off a warning shot. Cui Jing and Wenshuya cannot believe that he is actually resorting to such extreme lengths. The evil bestie maintains a cool head and reminds Cui Jing to remain calm, because they're now dealing with someone who has a gun. But of course, our hero doesn't want to kill the two of them right away. Be far too simple a fate for the likes of them. And then, one of the fallen thugs' corpses begins to twitch, reanimating into a full-fledged zombie. But he wasn't alone. The entire group was grotesquely rising from the dead. The very same plague from the news reports was now breathing unholy life back into the recently deceased. This is a moment of pure, unadulterated satisfaction for our hero, who desires for these two vipers to suffer the ultimate, horrifying demise. At the gnashing teeth of bloodthirsty, mindless zombies, Cui Jing and Wenshuya desperately flee for their lives, trying their best to outrun the relentless, prowling, killing machines. They sprint back towards the oblivious Su Xiong, who has no clue about the impending horror. That is, until he witnesses the undead horde hot on their heels. Both of these women are now on the verge of a complete breakdown, pleading for the fatso to act as their noble savior. Shu Xiong never anticipated encountering the infected out here, in this godforsaken place. His strategy instantly shifts as he bellows for his men to retreat. He callously abandons the two women, completely disregarding their desperate pleas. Cui Jing is filled with a rage so potent it defies death itself. The treacherous snake hurls her purse at her own supposed best friend, sending Wenshuya stumbling and crashing hard onto the cold pavement, utterly defenseless with nowhere left to run. The newly formed zombies make short work of her, viciously tearing in her flesh and feasting on their prize. As she is being torn asunder, Wenshuya lets out a final curse at Cui Jing, swearing that she will face an even uglier death when her time arrives. Securing her own escape, the deranged bitch flees the scene, truly believing she made the right choice. By witnessing this horrific karmic justice, Xiaoyang gains more system points for having eliminated another threat, while Shan Shan can only watch in absolute horror. He also receives a brand new mission: to slaughter the lingering zombies surrounding the base. Shan Shan cannot fathom that the infection is this virulent, that it can actually cause the dead to rise again. With this event, the apocalypse has truly officially begun. Xiaoyang explains that terrifying mutations will now run rampant, and that people who are infected will turn into zombies, even after they have already died. Sensing he must update his team, he calls for an immediate and urgent meeting. In the next scene, they're all gathered, discussing their next move. Xiaoyang commands everyone to remain on high alert and to lock down the entire fortress completely, ensuring their bodies have time to adapt to the source of the infection. If their bodies can successfully and healthily adapt, they will be at a much lower risk of a sudden, monstrous mutation. Even so, Jiang Qi is sick with worry for his injured friend. Chun Chong is still isolated within the infirmary, and regrettably for him, his infection is now slowly but surely consuming him. The entire city is now up in flames. Pure chaos is breaking out and ravaging the known world. We shift our focus to Zhang Xingja, who orders his family to stay inside, while he ventures out to the main warehouse to gather whatever remaining supplies he has. He also gives them a strict warning not to open the door for anyone, but things are not looking so favorable for them, as someone is already violently banging on their door, gesturing for his family to remain absolutely silent. He approaches the door, a heavy golf club gripped tightly in his hand, prepared to knock the soul out of any infected intruder. He realizes it is only young Tao outside and foolishly lets his guard down. That, right there, would prove to be his ultimate fatal mistake, because Yang Tao has brought his cronies to beat the living daylights out of his boss. They kick him to the ground as he desperately begs to be released. Even though the boss had shown kindness to Yang Tao for all these years, his own subordinate ended up betraying him in the end. Of course, Yang Tao reminds his former boss that he was constantly disgraced and tossed around like nothing more than a lapdog. That is the very opposite of being treated with kindness. Zhang Shangji reminds him about the down payment he had personally paid for Yang Tao's sake, so that he could afford to buy a house. Instead of showing any gratitude for that generous gesture, Yang Tao acts as if it shouldn't be a big deal, since his boss has enough wealth to purchase several houses at once. He is here for the warehouse keys, intent on robbing all the supplies. The boss refuses to comply, causing the bastard to attack his family. Yang Tao brutally drags his wife by her hair, which causes the little boy to roar at him for hurting his beloved mother. The poor child can only do so much against them. Yang Tao shows no mercy and smacks the kid with a heavy, open hand. Jiang Xingji roars at him for harming his defenseless wife and child. Being the evil son of a bitch that he is, Yang Tao promises that he will not harm them, as long as he fully cooperates with their demands. In the next scene, they drag him all the way back to the main warehouse. Unlocking it, they step inside, but Yang Tao is severely underwhelmed. He sees that there's barely anything left in stock. The boss reminds him of their recent biggest client, Xiao Yang, who purchased everything, including every last bit of the expired food. There's practically nothing left within their entire stock. The mere mention of Xiao Yang makes Yang Tao realize something. All of a sudden, if they can just manage to steal those supplies from our hero, things will become much easier for them, as they will possess a decade's worth of rations. Of course, even the boss thinks that is a terrible idea, because he knows from his prior encounter with Xiao Yang that he is definitely not a pushover. He even suspects that Xiao Yang must have learned about the apocalypse long before it actually happened and prepared accordingly. Yang Tao doesn't even consider this as part of his own mission, and instead forces his former boss to carry out the dirty work. Cheng Xingji has no idea what he is talking about until the bastard puts his entire family at risk. This means that if he fails to secure Xiao Yang's supplies, they will simply take out their frustrations on his innocent wife and child. It is a truly depressing predicament for this man. Back at the fortress, things are not looking good for Jiang Qi's friend. He has transformed into a savage animal without any semblance of reason. The group despairs at the horrifying sight of watching their friend reduced to such a pitiful and wretched state. Finally, Yiming suggests that they should now dispose of him. Once again, Xiao Yang is made suspicious by his cold words. Jiang Qi cannot believe the harsh words coming out of Yiming's mouth. However, this guy is actually being completely serious, believing that there's no logical reason to keep an infected person alive, especially when, for all intents and purposes, they are already dead. He understands that if he were to ever break out of containment, he would certainly endanger the rest of them. His words are painful, but they ring with truth. Xiao Yang agrees that there is currently no cure, so there is no way to bring their fallen friend back to life. To test Yiming's true resolve, our hero offers him a sharp blade just to see what he will do with it. The guy is startled at first, but eventually he realizes what is happening. Xiao Yang wants him to be the one to kill his infected friend. Yiming's entire body shivers at the sight of the cold blade, while our hero continues to egg him on, reminding him that he was the one who wanted a weapon from the very beginning. It is finally time for him to pick it up and peacefully send off his doomed friend. Interrupting their tense conversation, Jiang Qi forces the blade out of their hands. He understands the immense weight of the responsibility involved and bravely volunteers to perform the grim task instead. Our hero quickly reminds him that if he follows through with this job, he will become a murderer. It's not a burden to be brushed off easily, but Jiang Qi is prepared to place his trust in Xiao Yang's words, and that is why he is ready to do what must be done. Seeing his unwavering confidence, he allows Jiang Qi to make his move. In the very next tense scene, he raises the blade and is mere seconds away from slashing his friend's face. But shockingly, Xiao Yang stops him at the very last second, even though they had all agreed on everything. Suddenly, he seems to have changed his mind. It turns out that Chun Chang's condition is actually special, which is precisely why Xiao Yang doesn't want to end his life, as he still has some potential use for him. It's actually because the system alerted him about a rare mutation occurring in his case. Now alone in the room, our hero checks on his state. Chun Chang is a complete savage beast as he is right now, but Xiao Yang remains utterly fearless. This man goes right up to his face and reminds him that he still has one last job to do. The following day, a car crashes directly into a utility pole. It is actually the boss, who appears to have such shitty luck today that he can no longer even drive properly. Thankfully, he is pretty close to the main fortress, so the remaining distance can be traversed by foot. However, things get a whole lot more complicated when an ugly zombie ambushes him. Unfortunately, the boss ends up getting bitten on his arm. He shoves the mad beast back down and rushes back to his car, grabbing a heavy metal pipe. This man literally knocks the sonic rings right out of the zombie's head. He doesn't even stop there, continuing to smash the creature's head in until it has been reduced to a mere pile of blood. Well, he has wasted far too much precious time on just one zombie, as others are now also ganging up on him. With his condition now compromised, he keeps walking in the direction of the fortress. Speaking of which, our boy has his crew locked and fully loaded. Each of them are armed with weapons to kill the zombies. They're lingering around their base. Shan is struggling with the bulky protective gear that is covering the important parts of her body. Even though it is quite uncomfortable, it is absolutely necessary to wear. Xiaoyang points out that zombies are known for their explosive, raw power, and it can get overwhelming for them, as they lack real combat experience. He's fine with them taking off later on, just outside the base. They are locking down on a single zombie as their primary target. Xiaoyang instructs his team to get ready, as they are now within range to strike. Suddenly, the zombie catches sight of them and initiates its ferocious attack. As it bursts forward towards our hero, Xiaoyang reminds his team of the instructions he drilled into them earlier. Everyone is tasked to cover for each other and maintain a good distance. He quickly and effortlessly dodges the zombie's lunge and shows them a visual demonstration of how to create a perfect opening after you have avoided an attack. The best areas to strike are the creature's temples and the nape of its neck. Think of it just like Attack on Titan. The neck is always their weakness. Surprisingly, for eyes, is brave enough to smash his weapon directly into the zombie's face. But instead of cutting through cleanly with his blade, he only ends up hurting his own hand. I was just hyping him up, and he ended up losing all of his cool aura. In the very same scene, Xiaoyang emphasizes that attacking the hard skull is completely useless. It is the least effective move they could possibly pull off in a battle. It also gives the zombie a wide window to attack the dude, forcing Four Eyes to block desperately with his blade. The creature really wants a piece of him. While he is quivering in fear and waiting for backup, Xiaoyang is at least impressed with how he handled his defense. Next up is Jiangqi, who goes right in to target the monster's neck. The zombie is struck precisely on its weak spot, creating a critical opening for the rest of the team to keep on, bashing it into oblivion. Our boy highlights the vital importance of striking it numerous times to ensure a completely successful kill. Jiangqi looks back to ask how they're all doing, to which our hero replies that they should know the answer for themselves. However, another zombie is rushing to attack him from his blind side, causing Jiangqi to shout and alert him to the danger. The mindless beast is mere inches away from biting his shoulder, but even then, Xiaoyang swiftly turns back and grabs it by the head, displaying absolutely no signs of fear in his calm approach. Once again, he uses this as a valuable lesson to teach them the importance of keeping an eye on their entire surroundings. The rest of them are completely amazed by his incredible reflexes and his quick-thinking tactical abilities. Okay, let's go and see what the boss is currently doing. The boss is over here, regretting his entire life's choices, as he spots a number of abandoned vehicles stopped right outside the fortress. This makes him wonder if Xiaoyang has already been killed by some other party. Suddenly, he hears a group of people talking to each other. He recognizes one of the voices as belonging to Xiaoyang and slowly draws closer to see what is going on. Spying on the group from behind a wrecked car, he cannot believe what he is witnessing. Xiaoyang and his new team are hunting down zombies without much of a struggle. But unbeknownst to this very unlucky man, when Shia's zombified corpse crawls out from underneath the car and grabs a hold of his leg. This bitch really does not know how to stay dead. She causes him to trip up and fall, left completely and utterly defenseless. The boss braces himself as the zombie hastens to feast upon it, but right as she is about to kill him, her entire head gets blown to tiny bits. It was Xiaoyang, who came just in the nick of time to save his life. The boss shoves her headless corpse off to the side. While our hero questions what he is even doing here of all places, the boss begins to explain the situation. But before he can even get a word out, Xiaoyang unfortunately spots his infected bite mark. He places the gun right to his head, stating that he is now already a lost cause. The boss desperately begs him to at least hear him out before shooting. Even though Xiaoyang is willing to lend an ear to his final request, he is not going to let this guy get any closer to him. Filled with profound grief, even the boss understands that he is done for. The clock is ticking down for him to become a full-fledged zombie. But the last thing he wants is for his precious family to experience the same kind of tragic fate He reveals how Yang Tao has terrorized his family and is currently holding them all hostage in exchange for all of Xiao Yang's supplies. Even though Zhang Shengjie has done many terrible things in his life, he has never done anything even close to what Yang Tao is doing right now. In any case, his family is completely innocent, but he knows that Yang Tao will not spare their lives. That is why he is begging him for help, for Xiao Yang to show mercy and save his beloved family. The entire situation is highly conflicting for our protagonist. He understands that Zhang Shengjie is a truly selfish man, but at the same time, he did help out with the crucial delivery of the supplies. What's more is that even though his team is well-formed, the current ratio between men and women is unequal. Xiao Yang thinks that some improvements could be made in light of that. He gets even happier after receiving a new system mission to protect the boss's family, allotting him a valuable 25 points for its completion. There's also his current ongoing mission, which is to kill all the undead that are lurking outside of his base anyway. Xiao Yang agrees to take on the responsibility for the boss's family. Upon hearing such words, the soon-to-be infected Zhang Xingzhao collapses to the ground, forever grateful for his selfless actions. But now it is time. Even the boss knows that he will be infected very soon, and he does not want to die a human's death. Understanding his grim situation, Xiao Yang orders Shan to grab a bike from the storage room. She does not get his intentions, but she goes to retrieve one anyway. As for our hero, he tells the boss to isolate himself far from the crowd, in a place where absolutely no one can reach him, even though he doesn't fully explain the reason why. He believes it is the best strategy to use before he becomes infected. Accepting his suggestion, the boss thanks him one final time. In the next scene, we can see Zhang Shengjie racing off on his new bike. He is slowly but surely turning into an infected, and his final thoughts before turning into one are those of his beloved family. With him now gone, Xiao Yang turns his attention to the pile of zombies that they have all killed, pouring gasoline all over the top of their corpses. He decides to burn all of them down to ashes. The team has now officially conducted a proper and successful training session. Xiao Yang has become much more confident in their ability to fend off a bunch of isolated zombies now without any serious problems, as long as they all work together. However, with their current skill level, they will be unable to take on a small horde or even a full zombie wave. That is going to need some more time to adapt to. Xiao Yang tells all of his team to now follow him, and in the very next scene, they're facing yet another one of his many storage rooms. Our hero entrusts the old geezer to watch over the massive weapons storage room for tonight, as he will be heading over to the ravaged city. Of course, Shan's grandpa is worried that he is leaving for a completely destroyed city. It doesn't make any logical sense for him to do that. Jiangqi and Four Eyes then volunteer to tag along for the dangerous mission, too. But our hero flatly refuses them, stating that it is a level of danger far beyond their current skill. That is why he is leaving them behind to simply protect the fortress until then. With that matter now settled, a few minutes later, he is already in his car with his weapons fully prepared for the hunt. For the very first time in forever, the system store is completely empty, and even the refresh option takes a while. This time, he decides to spend his points to refresh everything. When he does, he is welcomed by a bunch of brand new loot boxes that he has never even seen before. Among them is the legendary black tech box, a life-saving box, and an armed threat box. Also, with every single manual refresh, the overall cost doubles, which means he will have to be very careful about how he uses this feature. Xiao Yang still thinks it is a good idea to spend all of his points on the fancy new crates for the time being. He purchases only the black tech supply box, leaving him with only 6 points remaining. He opens up the box and discovers a new physical enhancement potion, this time with a massive 5-point increase. It is an even bigger jump in power from last time, reaching what could be considered superhuman levels of strength. Xiao Yang injects himself with the potent potion. His body immediately succumbs to the potion's powerful effects, making him significantly stronger than he ever was before. Our hero's current destination is actually the boss's house. His wife and child are quivering in absolute fear, hoping for Zhang Shengjie to resolve this entire mess. After a while, Yang Tao and his goons finally arrive in the room, while the defenseless lady asks what they are planning to do next, forcing his way upon her without a weapon. This piece of absolute filth tells her that they're going to enjoy her, while her foolish husband is away. The poor woman tries her absolute best to fend them off, begging them to stop what they are doing to her. We now pick up the story with these thugs tearing at Xiao Li's clothes, without a single hint of shame, while her desperate son struggles to shove one of them away. Right at that very moment, the guy with the ponytail, known as Li, shows up, asking what all of the commotion is about. One of the other goons answers, saying they're about to have some fun, and he invites Li to join it. But the ponytail guy tells him that the main job isn't finished yet, so there's no time for messing around like this. They had better focus on the mission and get back to work. The goon gets annoyed by this and asks why it's a problem, since they have done this very same kind of thing many times before. The ponytail guy gets pissed off to see this horny gorilla, not catching the gist of the very delicate situation. He reminds the goon that he is messing with Zhang, Xingjia's wife, and his kid. He warns the goon that if she cannot handle it and decides to try and kill herself, then Zhang Xingjia will have absolutely nothing left to lose. He will come after all of them, and nobody will be getting out of that alive. He gives the horny gorilla a little bit of hope, saying that once they have finally dealt with her husband, they will come back and work her all the way to the bone, not allowing her to rest for even a single day. The horny gorilla calls Li a party pooper for totally ruining the mood, but he decides to take his wise advice anyway. With that, the goons start to walk out of the room. One of them shoots her a very creepy look, telling her to just wait for her turn. The mother and her son are left completely helpless, with nothing to do but cry. As the darkness of night falls, the zombies begin to roam the empty streets, and in these desolate roads, our hero is cruising along in his car. He is deep in thought, reflecting on all of his recent gains. With 13 points now in his stamina, he now possesses more than twice the raw strength of an average person, and his reaction time and control have improved dramatically. He is now zooming through the cluttered city streets, drifting his car expertly around tight corners, feeling the incredible rush of adrenaline with every single turn. The entire place is absolutely crawling with zombies, so our hero decides it is now time to get out of the car. The city center is just ahead, and driving would attract way too much attention, so it is now time to proceed on foot. Just then, he hears monstrous roars. He turns around and sees two zombies charging directly at him. But our guy is not even fazed. He dashes to avoid the direct hit, locks his shoulder into one of the charging monsters, and throws it hard enough to knock over the other zombie. Quickly, he summons his mighty sword and charges at them once again, going full throttle with just one single swing. Both of the zombies lose their heads in an instant. These zombies have become nothing more than mere punching bags for our hero to test out his newfound strength and reflexes. He is truly amazed at how easily he is now overpowering. There is no doubt in his mind that he has gained more than double the physical strength of any average person. And on top of that, his natural instincts have sharpened considerably. And with his now enhanced hearing, he can tell that the place he is searching for is only about 800 meters away from him. Meanwhile, a large group of zombies is relentlessly banging their heads against the windowed door of a nearby grocery store. Inside, the trapped survivors are doing their best to fortify the front gate, piling heavy objects in front of it to keep it secure, hoping it will hold long enough for them to figure a way out. The terrified brat asks his father if they're going to die in here, to which the father desperately tries to reassure him, saying that these sons of witches cannot possibly get in, and even if they do manage to, it is still a win, because they will be reunited with his mother. Of course, the father's words don't offer much actual comfort, and the brat just starts to cry even louder than before. The officer gets annoyed and cannot believe what the father has just said, without even thinking it through properly. He's irritated by the brainless nonsense this father told his own son. But the sassy father immediately shoots back, saying if he possessed enough brain cells to think before he spoke, he would have become a property manager by now. Just as the tension reaches its peak, they all hear gunshots. One of the zombies clinging desperately to the door has its head obliterated, and the brat falls down to the ground in complete shock, while the father is left completely clueless about what just happened. The officer tells them to move the heavy stuff aside, to see who is outside, and he warns them not to make any noise. As they carefully and cautiously peek through the front gate, they realize that all of the nearby zombies have been dealt with, so they cautiously begin to step outside. The brat then starts shouting something about a mutant. The father quickly asks him what he is talking about, and the son explains that it is a much stronger and faster version of a regular zombie, just like the ones in the comics, novels, and video games. The father gets extremely annoyed by his entertainment-obsessed son and immediately snaps back at him wondering how he can still be talking about games and such things, even when they are in the face of grave danger. He is now sure that this is the reason his son always had the worst grades. The officer now turns to the father, telling him to just stop his bickering, and he asks how the hell school grades are even relevant right now. He urges them to hurry up and keep a very close watch on their surroundings, since they do not want that mutant to ambush them by surprise. And don't forget that this father's name is actually Old Song, so we will be referring to him as that. As they move forward, the officer warns them all once again to stay on high alert and keep their eyes on their surroundings. As they slowly and carefully head towards the base, when they finally reach a fork in the path, they all stop. The father looks out across the street and spots a young boy standing there. It is none other than our protagonist, who is clearly preoccupied with his system, adding points and adjusting all of his powerful stats. At that very moment, the brat starts shouting that it's a mutant zombie. But the officer, being the only one with enough functioning brain cells, quickly realizes that this guy most definitely looks like a human survivor, not a zombie. It seems like these guys have now caught our hero's attention. He chuckles at the brat for having mistaken him for a mutant zombie and tells the kid to stop letting his wild imagination run amok. The officer perks up with immediate relief, realizing that it is actually another human survivor. Moving forward cautiously, he approaches our hero and tells him it is far too dangerous to be out here all alone. He advises him to come along with them, as they need to stick together if they all want to survive. He graciously invites him to join their small group. Zhang Xiaoyang asks the group about their own identity, as he has no clue who they even are, or why only a few of them are currently stuck out here. While carefully scanning the entire area, the officer explains that they are out looking for vital supplies, and that there are still quite a few other civilians gathered back at the Rongxin Garden. The very mention of Rongxin Garden triggers a vivid memory for Jiang Xiaoyang, and he recalls that there is a Junyu mansion located nearby, not very far from where they are standing now. Old Song agrees, saying that it is just across the main street. He then tells our hero to come along with them, stressing that their true strength is in their numbers. Officer Lee also has a gun, and with their combined experience dealing with mad zombies, they are confident that they can adequately protect him. It seems like they just don't know about our hero's impressive background. And even our hero does not try to boast about his own title, and just humbly agrees to their offer. Later, they all move forward together cautiously. The Junyu Mansion. He wonders if there is someone precious he is desperately trying to locate. Zhang Xiaoyong affirms this with a simple, solemn yes. Old Song then presses on with yet another inquiry, asking if it's perhaps a family member or even a girlfriend. Old Song then reminds him of the brutal reality of this apocalypse, warning that whoever he seeks is very likely already dead, and he must steel his heart for that grim possibility. The officer grits his teeth and somberly agrees. He says that even if they weren't killed by the Ravagers, they could have run into those other monstrous beasts. The very mention of beasts captures John's full attention, and he immediately demands a more detailed explanation. Officer Lee reveals that a vicious gang of thugs has fortified the BU Mountain Villa area located to the east of the city. In order to survive, they show no hesitation in harming other survivors. Their paths had crossed with them just once before, and it was a bloody encounter that cost them many of their comrades' lives. The man refuses to speak any more about that painful memory, reminding everyone that they must always remain vigilant when they happen to encounter any other survivors. All of a sudden, the brat screams for the officer to be careful. As the officer violently spins around, he spots a zombie lunging directly at him. The officer swiftly puts it down with a few well-aimed shots. Officer Lee pants heavily after that terrifyingly close encounter, his heart pounding in his chest as he thought he was finished. However, it appears the loud gunshots have attracted the attention of nearby zombies, and the officer is immediately plunged into a state of panic. But right at that moment, he spots a derelict, abandoned bus. Everyone makes a desperate rush towards the bus. Zhang Xiaoyang smirks as he thinks one step ahead of them. In his tactical mind, running so recklessly could attract even more zombies. But the bus, as a fully enclosed shelter, is the perfect defensive position. The only major drawback is if it falls, there is absolutely nowhere left to retreat. After carefully weighing the pros and cons of this sudden decision, Jiang gives this particular emergency plan a score of 70. Everyone has already scrambled safely inside the bus, when Officer Li urges him to hurry up and keep pace. At that very moment, Jiang Xiaoyang vaults into the bus, and Officer Li quickly slams the heavy door shut right behind it. The officer warns everyone here to be extremely cautious and to check every single seat for any hidden ravagers. But the brat immediately shouts that the zombies are not giving up. They're still swarming and gathering just outside. Officer Li grinds his teeth together in pure frustration, realizing that despite their incredibly fast escape, the relentless zombies are still hot on their trail. The undead begin to pound furiously on the side of the bus, desperately trying to break in with each passing second. The number of zombies just continues to increase, and the officer does his absolute best to keep the gate held closed. But it looks as if this is simply too much for the poor officer. That is when Jiang extends his hand and slams the door with such incredible force that the ravenous zombies are violently pushed back, and the door is now completely and securely sealed shut. Officer Li is left completely and utterly stunned, his jaw hanging wide in disbelief at such overwhelming strength. Jiang Xiaoyang then devises a plan and clearly states that he is now blocking the door to ensure it stays shut. He then suggests that they should now smash the windows and fight back. Surprisingly, the officer immediately agrees and decides to place his faith in Jiang Xiaoyang. At that very moment, they shatter the bus windows, and the zombies trying to cling to the bus are struck hard on the head by Old Song. The others quickly assist Old Song, making sure he does not topple over while hanging out the window. Officer Li, however, is holding back and not using his precious bullets, as he does not have very many of them left, and wants to conserve them for when things get truly dire. That is when Jiang Xiaoyang pulls out a powerful crossbow and casually tells Officer Li to use it instead. The officer is completely and totally bewildered, not understanding how this guy seemingly materialized the bow out of nowhere. Jiang casually explains that he had simply picked it up earlier. With that, Old Song and Officer Li quickly join in, using the powerful crossbow and their own strength to clear out the zombies. After some time, they have managed to defeat every last one of the zombies, and at last, they emerge from the bus they had been using as a temporary shelter. The brat, now feeling absolutely confident and completely full of himself, believes they have just turned a dire, dangerous situation into a safe one. He is now convinced this cannot possibly be a mere coincidence, and that they must be the chosen children of fate in this new apocalypse. Our protagonist then tells everyone to remain extremely cautious, and not to make the same kind of careless mistakes ever again. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, everyone is praying that things go smoothly for Jiang Xiaoyang. Lu Yiming decides that he will keep watch for that night. The glasses guy asks him why he has suddenly become so enthusiastic, and Lu Yiming, clearly annoyed by the teasing, tells him to just stop talking such utter nonsense. He reminds him that he had always been sincere about his duties. The fatty is quickly humbled by his friend's intense reaction, and asks why Lu Yiming is getting so worked up over a bit of banter. Regardless, Uncle Shang decides that since Lu Yiming is taking charge so bravely, everyone else should probably head back to their rooms and get some rest, so they can make the most of Lu Yiming's generous help. Uncle Shang then advises Lu Yiming to wake everyone up immediately, if absolutely anything happens. As the night continues to deepen, Lu Yiming sits there idly, reflecting on how very late it has gotten. He knows that everyone else must have already gone off to sleep. He decides it's time to get back to the main goal he's been focused on, wanting to settle things long before our hero makes his return. Meanwhile, the old man is sleeping quite soundly, with the key to the weapon room lying right next to his pillow. The old man doesn't even notice when Lu Yiming quietly opens the door and enters the room. As Lu Yiming cautiously approaches the old man's bedside, he slowly reaches out his hand to grab the key. But to his utter surprise, the old man proves to be more alert than he expected, waking up just before Lu Yiming can snatch it. The old man demands to know what the hell he is doing. But before he can get any more words out of his mouth, he receives a solid, hard punch to the face from Lu Yiming. With the precious key now in his hand, Lu Yiming runs as fast as he possibly can while the old man calls out after him, demanding that he give the key back. The commotion wakes up the others, and the old man quickly reports to everyone that Liu Yiming has stolen the key to the main weapons room. They all run as fast as they can to catch that conniving bastard, but the idiot throws a bunch of things in their way while he is running. Everyone who is chasing him stops dead right there. It is pretty hilarious, though, because they could easily just jump over these flimsy obstacles, but they all just stand there like typical game characters, refusing to enter what looks like a restricted area. Liu Yiming notices the nursery room on his way past, and figures he might as well just go all the way, since he is already in the middle of this. He heads straight into the room where Chun Chong, the powerful zombie, is lying on the bed, strapped down, as he tries to approach him. The zombie suddenly retaliates with its now-free hand. Liu Yiming is completely taken aback, because the second hand was supposed to have been tied down, and he wonders if they had made the straps too loose when they had initially bound this freak of nature. This actually makes him even happier, though, because it saves him the trouble of having to untie the zombie. Meanwhile, the others have finally made it past the obstacles, and what they find waiting for them in the corridor is far from pleasant. They are frustrated that Liu Yiming went out his way just to let Chun Chong out of the infirmary. The old man is now regretting not realizing sooner that Liu Yiming was such a backstabbing snake. But Shan Shan tells him there is no point in having regrets now. They need to focus on what to do next. Since all of their precious weapons are locked inside the warehouse, they should start by making sure that this zombie gets locked. Back inside the infirmary, Uncle Shang decides to use the same method that Zhang Xiaoyang had taught them all earlier. Stay careful and avoid letting the monster get a bite. With that in their minds, they start to walk toward the zombie. Jiang Qi quickly grabs the bastard by its neck, while the other two help to hold its powerful hands down. The old man contributes the most out of all of them, pointing towards the now open infirmary and telling them to drag the zombie back inside. With a desperate countdown of 3, they all push the zombie back into the infirmary and lock the door as securely as they possibly can. Once the dangerous zombie is safely locked back inside, one of them wonders if it is just him, or if restraining the zombie was not as hard as they had expected. Everyone else seems to share the exact same thought, but the old man reminds them that they have wasted so much time in here, that the little brat must have gotten to all of the weapons by now. Right at that very moment, Liu Yiming shows up again, and he questions the old man's audacity to call him a little brat. Sadly for everyone, the bastard finally has a gun in his hands. However, he seems quite annoyed by the fact that the storeroom only had one weapon, but he figures this one will be more than enough to deal with all of them. After he has taken care of every last one of them, he will take his sweet time to search for the other hidden weapons. Liu Yiming now points his gun directly at them, ordering them to move back into the other room. Jiang Qi tries to reason with the heartless bastard, reminding him that it was Jiang Xiaoyang who had saved everyone and had given them all a chance to live. But Liu Yiming reminds them that our hero always acts so high and mighty, and saving their lives does not mean they have to serve him like slaves for the rest of their miserable days. The old man also calls this bastard an ungrateful little sucker. Meanwhile, back inside the infirmary, Chun Chong seems to have his very own plans, and it looks like he is about to intervene in this heated argument. But before anything else can happen, the scene transitions over to Rongxian Garden, where Officer Li is giving very precise directions to our hero, telling him exactly how to reach the Genie Mansion. He warns that the layout of this residential area is extremely complicated, making it very easy for the zombies to hide. So he will need to be extra careful. Officer Li then tells Jiang Xiaoyong that once he has found the people that he is looking for, he should immediately return to Rongxian Garden to meet up with everyone. He advises Jiang to take the side gate of the community and not the main gate for his own safety. Jiang thanks him and says that he will keep that in mind as he begins, walking his way towards his very next destination. Old Song suggests that they help him out, since he had helped them fend off all those zombies and had saved their lives. But Officer Li then reminds him that they have absolutely no idea what the situation is like inside of the Genie Mansion. If they were to accidentally walk into a massive horde of zombies, everyone would surely be dead in no time at all. Old Song asks why they're just letting Jiang walk into what seems like certain death. Officer Li replies that he has already warned Jiang as much as he possibly could, so all that he can do now is feel a sense of pity for him. He does add, though, that they should not overlook the impressive skills that Jiang possesses. He is clearly more than capable. Meanwhile, outside, the entire area is crawling with the undead, and inside, the goons who are taking Zhang Shang's family hostage are getting extremely annoyed to see that Zhang Shang has still not come back. The other thug doesn't really care, and he says he has held his frustration in for long enough. So tonight, he's going to let it all out on his wife. Otherwise, he will not be able to get any sleep. It seems like these idiots are just waiting for a dead man to return. One of them, though, seems smart enough to realize that Jiang may already be dead, since he had gone out all alone. The other disgusting thug adds that when they finally clap her, they will make sure to tie her up, so she will not have any chance to kill herself. They have no idea when things might finally go south, so they decide to make the most of the time that they have left. Meanwhile, the lady trembles as she hears the goons plotting against her. Ponytail finally gives his friends the green light to go ahead, but he does tell them to be careful and not to let anything bad happen to the woman, especially not while they are doing anything naughty. Suddenly, Ponytail notices something very unusual just outside. As we peek outside with him, we see that all of the zombies have mysteriously just dropped dead. While this reason may be unknown to that particular bastard, we know exactly what is going on. Ponytail decides to take a look outside himself, wondering if it could possibly be a rescue team. But before he can go any further, his life's chapter ends right there and then. As he steps outside the door, he is met with a swift dagger slash that cuts his throat clean off, and his head then rolls over onto the ground. Meanwhile, the other thugs who are in the room are ready to claim their prize. They look absolutely thrilled and extremely aroused as they all begin to undo their belts. They then yank her son away from her and slap her hard right across the face for yelling at them. They throw the kid aside, but the little brat has some real courage, and he's willing to fight back with everything he has got. However, they just kick him out, not wanting to deal with any more trouble from him, and then slam the door shut right behind him, leaving the poor kid all alone outside. At that very moment, the headless body of Ponytail collapses to the ground, leaving the young kid frozen in complete and utter shock. But what stuns him even more is the imposing silhouette standing right over the doorway. But there is absolutely nothing to fear, because it is our hero, Zhang Xiaoyong. Zhang looks down at the kid and asks if Zhang Xinjie is his father. The boy stutters for a brief moment before finally managing to respond. Meanwhile, back inside the room, the thugs have already started to tear at the woman's clothes as she struggles desperately to cover herself up. One of them, looking cocky and incredibly smug, slaps her hard right across her face, demanding for her to scream out loud as they continue to harass her. But the poor woman stays completely silent, as she does not want her beloved son to hear her suffer. Eventually, the thug just decides to go right over her, and then he will let his other buddies have their turns with her. But before he could do anything at all, the main door slams wide open. One of the thugs thinks it must be the little brat who kicked the door open, but before he can even react, his head is cleanly sliced right off, and he goes completely silent instantly. His friend, completely clueless about what has just happened, asks him why he is standing there just like a fool, and then tells him to just go and kick the brat out. But what his friend does not yet know is that the guy has already completely lost his head, and he promptly collapses down to the ground. The others are completely and totally confused, not understanding at all what is going on. At that precise moment, Zhang Xiaoyong grabs one of them and slams him hard up against the wall. The thug who had been so happily undoing his belt now stutters, asking for Zhang's identity. But Zhang does not even bother with an answer. Instead, he delivers a solid, hard kick right to the thug's face, knocking him out cold and finishing him off for good. The scene then transitions back to the main fort, where Liu Yiming is holding his gun up against everyone. He tells them all one last time to move, or he will surely shoot. The old man tells the others to just do as this bastard says, and to move into the other room. However, Shan Shan decides against this particular idea. The old man, though, insists that she follow his orders, since Liu Yiming has the gun, but he reassures her that he will think of something else later. Liu Yiming just smirks disgustingly at them, and reminds them that there is nothing left to figure out. He then threatens them, saying they have not yet seen his true ruthlessness and decisiveness, and that he will definitely establish his own dominance here. He decides to take the old man down first, since he is the one who has been yapping the most. The other two who are standing behind the old man try to talk him out of it, but just as they are speaking, they all hear a strange sound. Suddenly, the main lock on the infirmary door begins to move, and with a loud, violent swing, the door opens wide. To everyone's complete and utter shock, It is Chun Chong, who had somehow used the key to free himself. They find it completely ridiculous that Chun Chong managed to unlock the door, all by himself, in his berserk state. It is now crystal clear that Chun Chong has a bone to pick with Lu Ming, and he now locks his deadly, focused glare onto the bastard. Lu Ming quickly points his gun, determined not to let a monster who can open gates and will continue to live. He pulls the trigger, but to his absolute despair, the gun completely jams, and he realizes he is about to get royally screwed. Before he can even react, the monster lunges directly at him, tearing him apart and finally killing the bastard, who has kept everyone on edge for the past few chapters. Not only does Chun Chong take out Lu Yiming, but he also drags his now lifeless body back toward the infirmary. No one knows what is happening, and all that they can do is watch in complete and utter disbelief. Chun Chong, on the other hand, then grabs the key to the infirmary door, tosses it aside, and he then locks himself back inside, leaving everyone standing there completely and totally bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang is now done taking down all of the thugs, and has finally freed the wife. He then calls the young kid over to him, but the protective mother holds her son close to her, asking Zhang what he now plans to do with him. Zhang does not bother to explain, and simply tells the kid to come over. The kid finally decides that he will trust him, assuring his worried mother that it will be all right. When he finally reaches Zhang, our hero hands him a dagger and tells him to go and kill these bastards. The thugs quickly realize what is coming for them next, so they immediately start begging for their pathetic lives. Even the mother tries to protest this, saying that he is just a child. But Zhang states that he is no longer just a mere kid, and that everything completely changes from this very moment. He then tells the kid that from now on, he is the one who is responsible for protecting his mother. So he needs to gather up all his courage and eliminate the monsters who hurt her. The disgusting, leering smirks of those thugs flash in the young boy's mind. Fueled now by all of his anger and courage, he charges directly at the bastards. And in the end, he manages to take them all down, finally avenging his beloved mother's suffering. The mother looks on, horrified, as she watches her own son, while the kid himself is now consumed with pure anger. He knows that even after having killed these bastards, his own father is not ever coming back. In a brief moment of both grief and frustration, he asks Jiang if his father is now pushing up daisies. Sadly, Jiang responds with a somber and quiet yes. The boy, unable to handle the immense weight of it all, throws the now bloodied knife down to the ground. He then rushes toward his mother and hugs her as tightly as he can, seeking whatever comfort he can find in her embrace. The mother, now desperate to keep her son safe, pleads with Jiang to take him along with him, offering to do absolutely anything he wants in exchange for her son's safety. But the boy, now determined to stay by her side, says that he wants to protect her. But Zhang now invites both of them to come along with him. He reveals that he had already promised Zhang Shengjia that he would keep them both completely safe. With that solid assurance, the mother and son follow Jiang closely, walking right past the dead bodies of the defeated thugs. The kid looks scared to see those dead bodies, and he is even more scared of the monster who killed all of these guys. Jiang, with his usual calm demeanor, replies that it was he who took down all of them. By the way, let's not forget that this kid's name is actually Shuai, and his loving mother's name is Shaoli. Suddenly, Jiang gestures for them all to stop, sensing some suspicious sounds coming from nearby. He then turns to Shaoli and asks if she knows where Building 8 in Banyan Garden is located. The mother then responds by reminding him that it is in the same direction he is currently facing, and then she asks him why he is asking about it. The scene then shifts abruptly to Building 8, where a group of armed looters stands just outside, demanding supplies from everyone who is inside. They try to assure the residents that they will spare them if they just surrender all of their resources. Inside, our team is now hiding in the various apartments, debating whether or not they should just give in. Officer Lee quickly and vehemently shoots down that idea, saying that the looters are nothing more than animals who won't keep their word and will surely kill everyone except for the women. The thugs outside just continue their shouting, giving everyone inside just 10 short minutes to cooperate or risk being killed. Inside, one of the women thinks about going outside to try and beg the looters to spare them, but the other woman protests this, refusing to become a mere plaything for those vicious animals. But the gorilla then silences both of them, telling them not to worry so much. He assures them that they are not planning to surrender, and he tells them all to guard the main hallway. confident that the looters will not be able to get past them. Meanwhile, the gang leader of the looters outside smirks to himself, thinking about how very well armed they all are. His lackey, however, knows that their strength alone isn't enough to force their way in, as the leader of the survivors inside is also armed, not to mention that they are all hiding, making it even harder to try and force their way inside. But the leader just smiles as he then says that they do not need to try and force their way through. Instead, he orders his men to cut off the main water supply to all the first-floor apartments, and he then waits to see just how long they will all hold out. While these conniving thugs plot their devious tactics, Jiang Xiaoyang stands nearby, watching these guys sneakily. Shuai innocently asks if these are all bad people, to which Jiang responds with a positive. It is both humorous and somewhat ironic that Shuai is asking such an innocent and simple question, especially considering that he is the one who just killed 3 grown men with a single dagger. One might expect some solid character development from the young kid, but he still seems to possess his childish and innocent charm. Jiang then reminds Shuai that these are the very same kinds of people who had bullied his mother, and that is precisely why they need to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Officer Lee tells everyone to guard the main stairs and to stay hidden, as he plans to check out what these guys downstairs are currently up to. Officer Lee then walks over to the window and sneaks a quick peek outside, noticing that all 7 of them are currently armed, with 3 of them packing actual guns. But then, a loud bang echoes throughout the entire area, catching Officer Lee completely off guard. The rest of the group is just as confused. As we already know, though, these guys are getting ripped apart by bullets fired from Zhang Xiaoyang, and one of their own men goes down. The others are left completely clueless about who just took them all out. That is when Officer Lee spots Jiang Xiaoyang, a gun in his hand, making his way forward with deadly intent. My guy starts to do some open fire, and one of the other goons takes a direct headshot. When they finally spot him standing right in the middle of their ring, they start to shoot back with their own pistols. But Jiang just keeps on walking forward, completely unfazed, as not a single one of their bullets even comes close to grazing him. This only makes him smirk at the pathetic sight of these amateurs. He then raises his own gun, aiming at the boss of the lackeys, who is hiding behind the concrete block, but his bullets just hit the concrete block instead. The frustrated boss then shouts at his lackeys, telling them to all start firing while our hero is busy shooting at. The lackey eventually stands up completely straight, fully determined to take Jiang down all by himself. But Jiang quickly shifts his own aim, pointing the barrel of his gun directly at the foolish guy, and with just 1 or a few bullets, he completely blows the bastard's head right off. The leader of the entire squad sneers from behind the concrete block, feeling smug as he thinks that Jiang must be out of bullets by now. Feeling confident, he decides to make his final move, aiming his own gun at Jiang. But Jiang Xiaoyang just meets his gaze with a cold, unwavering stare, standing tall right in front of the guy. As soon as the foolish thug pulls the trigger, Jiang moves his head with blinding, lightning speed, easily avoiding the shot. He then grabs the thug's arm, the one that is holding the gun, and in a single, fluid motion, aims the very same gun right under the bastard's neck. Without even a hint of hesitation, Jiang pulls the trigger, sending a single bullet straight up through the guy's head. And just like that, the entire squad of ruthless criminals has been taken care of. Jiang then rummages through the now-dead leader's body, searching for anything that might be useful. After that, he makes his way into the main building, only to find that there are still some more goons left from the squad. The remaining thugs immediately launch themselves at him without a second thought, desperate to try and take him down. But Jiang does not even flinch. He stays rooted in place, completely and utterly unfazed. And all that breaks the silence are 3 quick, successive gunshots, each one perfectly placed, dropping the remaining thugs on the spot. Watching all of this unfold, Shuai is over the moon with excitement, clearly and deeply impressed with how our hero handled the entire fight. He cannot help but admire him even more. Right then, a new system task appears right in front of our hero, revealing to him his very next objective, which is to now recruit all the survivors from Rongshan. Completing this new task promises a significant reward. Zhang Xiaoyang asks about these people, and Officer Lee then responds, explaining that they are all from the Biguishan Villas, which is located to the south of the main city. Officer Lee then quickly calls over the 2 yellow-jacketed men, Lu Chao and Chenji, telling them to brief Brother Yang about Biguishan, since they had run all the way over from the south. The two yellow-jacketed guys then reveal that the people there are a full-on gang, very well-armed, well-resourced, and holed up in the Bekishan villas. They have taken in nearly all of the survivors from the entire south. This information makes Zhang Xiaoyong pause, thinking back to his previous fated life. And if they were the ones who had seized control. He presses the yellow-jacketed men for more intel, asking if they are implying that Bekishan is the solitary remaining stronghold in the entire south. The yellow-coated man reveals that was not always the situation, but that vicious gang possessed an arsenal of weapons, and the smaller settlements were powerless to defend themselves. As they conquered each and every location, they slaughtered half of the innocent population and then abducted all the young and beautiful women, along with anyone else willing to become their complicit slaves. Jiang Xiaoyang is now absolutely certain of who is behind this. And when Officer Li hears his incredibly confident declaration, he asks him what he could possibly mean by that. Jiang replies that the 3 thugs they had just eliminated were each carrying their own handguns. He instructs them to hold onto the weapons and to check for extra magazines, because there are likely many more of them still out there. He also hands them his own rifle and tells Officer Li to keep it, and that he will leave them with 5 full magazines. Jiang explains that the Bekishan crew will not let this go, and with these weapons, 10 or so men should not pose an issue. Now, he tells them all to hold out here for a couple of days, while he goes to reorganize things back at his home base, and then he will return to deal with that shitty crew. One of the other men, standing there, is completely shocked and asks if Jiang is seriously planning on taking on Bekishan. He points out that their numbers are probably in the dozens, if not even more, and it is no small feat to go up against them. Officer Li tries to convince Jiang that it is not worth the immense risk for them. He suggests that they should all just find another place. But our hero reassures Officer Li not to worry about a thing, because he already has some personal beef with the Biguishan crew. Besides, in just a few short days, he plans to come back with a bigger vehicle to evacuate everyone. To the east of the city, near the Old Tea Leaf City district, he is constructing a mighty stronghold there and will need more people to help him with it. Jiang then turns and simply walks away, offering a casual goodbye and telling them all to take care of themselves. He also takes Xiao Li and her son Shui along with him. The scene then transitions to a much darker and more ominous, foreboding setting. Dead bodies lie scattered about, and outside, a lone guard stands on duty. The place he is currently guarding is none other than Bu Shan. Inside the luxurious mansion, we see the people who run this gang. One guy, with his distinct orange hair, is the boss of this whole place, and he demands to know why they have not yet dealt with the supplies at the Genius Entertainment Center. Xiaoli, the large and overweight man, responds during a tense meeting, saying he has already sent his people over, so they should have been back by now. But little do they know, those people have already been completely wiped out. The other man, known as Kai Ge, addresses the portly man directly and reminds him that there are quite a few high-end affiliates who are living over at the Genius Mansion. They cannot just simply take the supplies from the entertainment center without any dire consequences. Xiaoli then assures him that his people have already been instructed to bring back anyone who is alive. The main boss looks absolutely furious and openly voices his deep disappointment with Xiaoli, frustrated that he still has not completed a single task that was assigned to him. Feeling the immense weight of Wen's simmering anger, Xiaoli humbly promises that this time, everything will be handled absolutely perfectly, while Kai Ge just smirks menacingly in the background, obviously pleased to see Xiao Li sweating under all the pressure. Once Xiao Li steps outside for some much-needed air, one of his lackeys takes notice of his sour mood and asks him why he looks so utterly defeated. Xiao Li snaps back at him, asking if the 7 men he sent have yet returned. The lackey informs him that he had sent people an hour ago to check, and they have now reported back that the entire squad has been wiped out. This news leaves Xiao Li both stunned and absolutely terrified. He simply cannot believe that regular, normal civilians from Rongshin Gardens could possibly take down 3 fully armed men. In a state of pure panic, he commands his lackey, Diosi, to gather everyone who can properly handle a weapon. This time, he is determined not to let the mission fail. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang finally makes his triumphant return to the base. As soon as Shan Shan hears the distinct sound of the approaching car, she quickly realizes that it must be Brother Yang who is returned. When Jiang enters the boundary of his mighty fort, the mission complete window immediately pops up, notifying him that the mission has now been completed successfully. Shan Shan happily greets him, overjoyed to see him back safely. But Jiang quickly notices that Lu Yiming is now missing from the crowd. Our protagonist feels absolutely glad to see that. His initial hunch about that snake was completely spot on. Everyone else is completely shocked when they realize that Zhang had known about Lu Yiming all along. Zhang then points to Xiao Li and her son Shuai, asking the others to show them to their new rooms, and then to all meet him back in the infirmary. Once he is alone with his trusted party, Zhang explains that he had known from the very start that Lu Yiming had possessed ill intentions. While he openly admits that he wasn't entirely sure that it was him, he was certain that one of Jiang Qi's friends was a complete scumbag. Jiang Xiaoyang then tosses a big gun over towards Jiang Qi as Bleachhead catches it and begins to examine the bullets. He quickly realizes that they are just harmless rubber bullets. The old man's mind suddenly clicks, and he quickly asks about the kid, Chun Chong, who is still inside the main infirmary. Jiang strides confidently over toward the infirmary, casually mentioning that Chun Chong is not just an ordinary zombie. Instead, he is a very rare mutant, a fact our hero had already confirmed some time ago. He had asked the zombie to just blink 3 times, and to his complete surprise, the zombie had complied. Jiang explains that after the main apocalypse began, those who are infected by otherworldly sources have a very slim chance of becoming extremely rare mutants. These mutants usually possess far greater intelligence and more potential than any of the regular zombies. They may even manage to retain fragments of their past memories. And Chun Chong is exceptionally rare, even among the rare. Jiang then opens up the door, and the very first thing they see is Chun Chong standing right over the head of the man who had been causing so much trouble. The zombie quickly waves his hand upon seeing Jiang. Jiang then orders him to stop holding himself back, saying there is no longer any need to restrain himself, and that he should get rid of this bastard. Now, as the mutated guy begins dragging that snake out, his bleached head friend asks him if he even remembers him, and the zombie's feet falter as he stops and looks back at Jiang Qi. No one can possibly figure out what is going on in the zombie's mind. Abruptly, he swings his hand at the bleach head, who barely dodges it in time. It seems that Chun Chong is just messing around with his old friend, which explains to Jiang Qi how even as a powerful zombie, he still cannot keep his hands to himself. Later, Zhang Xiaoyong is staring at his system screen. Zhang Chai has now unlocked a hidden achievement titled Mutual Companion, and the achievement has now been completed, adding more valuable system points to Zhang's total. Jiang is surprised to see that he has now unlocked a hidden achievement, a nice, unexpected little bonus. Curious, he decides to check if the shop has anything new for him. Upon looking, he notices a new level 2 box labeled High-Tech Supply Box, something he has never seen before. However, it is extremely expensive, and Jiang hesitates to spend his hard-earned 50 points on it. Instead, he opts to open the remaining 2 boxes first, figuring they will not take up any more precious space. As he opens up both of them, he receives 2 very unexpected items. The Lifesaver Supply Box grants him an interdimensional infection blocker, which offers a rare chance to block otherworldly infections, but cannot reverse any mutations that are already fully complete. The Armed Deterrent Supply Box surprises him even more, as it contains a Barrett M82, a powerful sniper rifle, along with a full bundle of bullets. Jiang is completely amazed at his own crazy luck. Not only does he receive a game-changing weapon from a mere level 1 box, but the new infection blocker is a real, bona fide deal-breaker. The very idea that it could potentially stop someone from fully turning into a mindless zombie greatly excites him. This amazing stroke of fortune fills him with confidence, making him even more eager to now open the powerful level 2 box. He can barely even contain his own excitement. But he knows he has a pressing mission to focus on first. His current task is to recruit all the survivors from Rongxin Garden, and he is now looking forward to completing it by tomorrow. Outside, Chun Chong tosses the traitorous snake out of their fort's vicinity, since there is no place here for treacherous traitors like him. As the morning finally arrives, Everyone gathers on the main training grounds, from the old to the young. Each and every person is armed and completely ready. Jiang announces that, starting today, everyone must spend at least 1 hour practicing their shooting daily. They all begin firing at the various target bottles, and each successful hit creates a bright flash of light. It is impressive to see the cans get visibly hit, but not completely exploding from all of the shots. Jiang then turns to Uncle Shang, instructing him to have Jiang Qi gather up everyone and to clear out a few more empty rooms, as he plans to bring back more survivors from Rongxin Garden today. The old man promptly and readily agrees. Prepare to carry out all of Jiang's new orders. Jiang also orders Chun Chong to accompany him on the important escort mission, knowing the mutant zombies' strength and abilities will come in very handy. Later on, they finally find an abandoned, empty bus, which is currently overrun by hordes of mindless zombies. But Jiang clears out the zombies with incredible ease, and Chun Chong helps by throwing the vile creatures out of the bus as well. Once the bus is completely cleared, Jiang hands Chun Chong the bus keys, telling him that he can take off his protective mask if he wants to now, as there is no longer any need to restrain himself. However, he does add that once they finally reach Rongxin Garden, he should make absolutely sure to put the mask back on, so he doesn't scare anyone. The powerful mutant guy acknowledges the order with a low growl. Meanwhile, back at Biyushan, Shaoli is now gearing up to depart for Rongxin Garden, accompanied by a very large group of his lackeys. This time, Shaoli is now personally leading the charge, determined to take down Rongxin Garden once and for all. He flatly refuses to believe that he is going to lose, not with the sheer numbers and weaponry he has at his disposal. Their massive truck roars to life and speeds out of the compound, headed directly for Rongxin Garden. After cleaning up and then hijacking a random bus that was filled with zombies, Zhang Xiaoyang hopped right into the driver's seat and quickly got to work. He saw a few more zombies that were clogging up the main highway and did not even think of stepping on the brakes for a single second. Our hero mode right through those mindless, pathetic monsters, like the absolute gigachad that he is. With his greatly enhanced reaction speed, he then used the bus to expertly drift and swerve through the plethora of abandoned cars that were now blocking his own personal freeway. Back in Rongxin Garden, the high-rise buildings seemed deceptively peaceful from the outside. Inside, the small group of survivors, led by the extremely reliable cop, Big Bro Lee, are currently munching away on their precious rations, very careful not to burn through their limited supplies all at once. Their quiet mealtime was abruptly interrupted by the loud sound of a car engine coming from just outside. The kid reckoned that brother. Xiaoyang must have finally come back to rescue all of them. Thankfully, Big Bro Lee has a very good head in between his broad shoulders. He grabbed his AK-47 and immediately signaled for everyone else to be completely silent, while he first checked out the developing situation. With the utmost caution, he slowly peeked his head up above one of the windows, with a very clear line of sight to the outside. What he saw was not their would-be savior, but a large group of thugs who were hungry for their revenge. They were all checking their weapons and looking for building number 8. Upon their final confirmation, the thugs all took up arms, and upon confirming their main target's location, Li Shuxiang ordered all of his men to now move out. Big Bro Li was completely stressed out, just when he thought they could finally leave their hiding spot to join Brother Yang's safe and mighty fortress. The bastard from Bitchway Mountain had to show up. Old Song raised up his pilfered pistol, now ready to face off against the scumbags who just cannot learn their lesson. Now that they have a few more guns distributed among their group, the survivors have now gained quite a bit of much-needed confidence. Big Bro Lee yelled at the fake tough civilians not to get so cocky. Right outside is a whole entire battalion that completely outnumbers and outguns them by a mile. He reminded everyone to strictly stick to the original plan, and as he headed up to the main rooftop, he then set up an effective ambush. Outside, the Beachway Mountain Battalion gauged if they had now reached the optimal distance to completely terrify the survivors that were holed up inside the building. Led by Li Shuxiang, they all collectively raised their scoped weapons, carefully aiming at the numerous windows of building number 8. Old Song peeked out through the window and immediately screamed at everyone inside to now be careful and to take immediate cover. The silent morning was suddenly interrupted by the sound of automatic weapons, firing wildly into the high-rise building. Every single window that was within range was completely shattered, pushing Old Song back even deeper. After the very first wave of terrifying warning shots, Shu Xiong ordered one of his lackeys to hand over the megaphone, while he then negotiates a potential deal. The others must keep on aiming and wrecking the windows, with the intent of shooting anyone who dares to show their face. Shu Xiong arrogantly then spoke into the mic, demanding the full attention of the survivors who were hiding inside. Before he could put out another threat or another single word, the lackey right beside him got his skull completely pierced, and his brain scrambled by a single powerful bullet. The thugs all froze in abject fear. They were not expecting to be targeted by any hidden snipers at all. The next thing you know, another bastard fell down to his ass, after receiving a clean and perfect shot right to the leg. Up on building number 8's main rooftop, the muzzle of the powerful AK-47 spreads the potent smell of gunpowder into the air, while the thugs all scramble to try and find some cover. Big Bro Lee has posted himself up in an optimal spot, with a very clear vision of all of his enemies. Beachway Mountain never could have possibly anticipated that the survivors would have long-range automatic weapons currently in their stock. Shu Xiong blamed the intel that they had received for the fact that the survivors had only had one single pistol. Even if they had pilfered the weapons of the 7 idiots that died last time, there should have only been 4-piece shooters. The panicked thugs all turned to their boss for their next move, now afraid of getting picked off by the completely unseen threat. The simple answer for them was to now retreat. You see, these bastards are not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. They all took that order literally and scattered like a bunch of headless chickens, running out from their cover, instead of waiting for the signal to all run together, as you would expect. Running out in the open streets with a deadly sniper around is a sure recipe for disaster. The cop who was on the rooftop was as ruthless as he was accurate. With that, Shu Xiong berated his dumbass lackeys for running to their deaths. He then counted down to 3, and the remaining bastards all retreated, as if their very lives depended on it. That's because it did, while his lackeys all skedaddled in a panic. Boss Lee remained safely hidden behind his cover wall. It did not take long for the sniper on the roof to adjust his aim, and to kill off all of the retreating thugs, one by one, racking up a series of headshots and body shots one after another. From the very beginning, Boss Lee's strategy was to use his own men as fodder, until the deadly sniper finally ran out of ammo, so that he could then safely run back to his getaway car. A certified scumbag move. As he had expected, the sniper had now run out of ammo and had to reload with a fresh new clip. For a brief moment, Shu Xiong's fat ass managed to reach the car completely safely. From a whole entire battalion, they're now down to just 4 people, and unfortunately for the very last one who lagged a few seconds behind, Li Shu Xiong is now in the driver's seat, and he cannot be bothered to risk getting domed. While waiting for yet another expendable unit, Catboy got his brain pierced by the high-caliber bullet, and it was immediately lights out. The other 2 that were fortunate enough to have hopped into the cargo bay lowered themselves down, now afraid, to suffer the very same fate that everyone else in their entire group had just gone through. Back out on the main road, Zhang Xiao, Yang's magic school bus, is still blazing its way through the clogged freeway, like he was currently playing Mario Kart. Our hero was as cool as a cucumber, while he expertly navigated his way back to rescue all the survivors, given that the roads are now pretty much completely abandoned at this point. Seeing another car speeding up in the exact opposite direction was quite a big surprise. Even though he could have, Xiaoyang chose not to meddle with them or to chase after them. He is now focused solely on the mission at hand. Currently, obtaining more points is of paramount importance to him. After just a few minutes of smooth cruise control, he had finally arrived at the front of building number 8. Chun Chong, the friendly neighborhood zombie, and Xiaoyang got out of the bus and immediately saw the brutal aftermath of the shootout. The young man was incredibly impressed to see that the rifle he had left behind had come in so very handy. He also connected the dots, realizing that the car he had just seen must have belonged to the fleeing raiders. Chun Chong looked at all the fresh and bullet hole-ridden human corpses that were scattered on the ground and immediately started salivating while growling just like a ravenous animal. Xiaoyang just smiled and asked his zombie pal if he was feeling hungry. He then gave Chun Chong the green light to go absolutely crazy on the fresh carcasses. It is better that he gets this human meat feast, instead of just leaving it for the mindless zombies that are around the area. As soon as he heard that he was now free to stuff his jaws with more sustenance, Chun Chong smiled like a completely fucked up looking kid in a candy store. Xiaoyang lets this boy run completely free, as long as he meets him back under Building 8. After the feast has concluded, Chong did not waste a single second and bit down on the sinewy neck meat of the nearest dead thug. He savored the rich taste of both blood and flesh touching his tongue. As soon as he had swallowed, an invigorating feeling spread all across his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyang strolled right through the bloody battlefield, as if he were just taking a leisurely walk in the park. Based on the highly efficient method the thugs were all dealt with, he was impressed with how very decisive Li Hongli was when it comes to the act of killing. The kid poked his head up above the broken windows upon hearing the footsteps, and he immediately lit up with joy upon seeing Xiaoyang, upon the final confirmation that it was their savior. The rest of the trapped survivors all showed themselves, and enthusiastically beckoned for him to come closer to them, with the super cop right in the front. The survivors all packed up and met the young man downstairs. Big Bro Li formally thanked Xiaoyang for lending him the Counter-Strike weapon that had just saved everyone's asses. As it turns out, before this dude had retired, he was an incredibly expert marksman. Their happy reunion was then interrupted by a loud, guttural roar that was reverberating from somewhere afar. It was then followed by the distinct sound of steady footsteps. The survivors were all frozen in pure terror as soon as they saw what was now inching ever closer to them. It is our favorite badass zombie, Chong, who was now limping over with a very strange look on his face. Big Bro Li was the very fastest one to react to this. He grabbed his trusty AK-47 and quickly aimed it at the approaching familiar zombie. Xiaoyang calmly held down the rifle and told all the survivors to relax, since this guy was actually one of them. He says that the beast is now one of them, but everyone is having a very hard time believing in such a completely ridiculous statement. And can you even blame them? Xiaoyang then directed Chong's attention to the rest of the dead thugs that were nearby, telling him to go and fill up on some more of the free grub. Big Bro Li was both amazed and utterly terrified. He asked if Xiaoyang now has the ability to talk to zombies, or anything of that sort. The young man then asserted that Chong was not just an ordinary zombie. It is a very complicated matter. So he urged everyone to just get on the bus first, and he promised to explain everything to them on the way back. As they all walked over to the bus, Xiaoyang reminded his zombie buddy to eat up quickly and to come back to the bus as soon as he was completely done. Chong gave him the okay gesture, as if he could not be bothered to stop his gory, loud chomping. After putting every last dead beachway mountain thug into his stomach, Chong fished out his special muzzle and put it back on. The survivors could not take their eyes off of the bizarre scene that was ahead. The kid could not even begin to fathom how one of these mindless berserkers would even have the lucidity to put a muzzle over their own mouths. Xiaoyang warned the kid not to let Chong hear him, called a specialized face mask a muzzle if he did not want to get hit by him. Loki, the kid, is starting to find a mutated zombie to be pretty cool. After his one-man feast was over, Chong stepped into the bus just like a normal, chill dude. Upon eating so many people in just one go, his overall mass had increased quite a lot, and the bus noticeably tilted over to one side as soon as he got inside. This time, Chong had even managed to speak some slurred words, while he handed the key to the muzzle back to his bro. Even Xiaoyang was not expecting that Chong would gain the ability to speak so very soon, even if it was just a single, simple word. He ate a grand total of 6 corpses and must have started evolving even further. Right now, Xiaoyang's primary concern is getting everyone back to his home turn, to convert all his points and to strengthen the entire settlement. He then sat down in the driver's seat and warned everyone to hold on tight, as he then drove from 0 to 100. Real quick, back in the Beachway Mountains headquarters, Li Shuxiang had to report his utter failure back to his superiors. He was then berated for being an idiot who could not accomplish anything. He desperately tried to plead his case to the main boss Lin. He tried to wash his own hands of any and all fault, as he had received completely inaccurate intel going into the main raid. He was not informed that the survivors had any automatic rifles at all. Boss Lin completely refused to believe his pathetic excuse. Logically speaking, it is very hard to believe that a small-town cop would be in the possession of an actual automatic rifle. In this particular country, the big boss was deeply offended, thinking that Xu Xiaoyang would cook up such a stupid and obvious lie. But he bravely stood his ground and asked if they could send someone to check the recent battlefield to see if he was actually lying or not. The right-hand man of the main boss had now had enough of his bullshit and then kicked the bastard right down to the ground. That is Li Shuxiang's cue to get the hell out of the main room. Mr. Right Hand, has been starting to get sick of Shu Xiang's blatant idiocy and uselessness for a very long while now. Since the utter fool had cost them such heavy losses in their manpower, they could always just nip the entire problem directly from the main source and simply kill the useless bastard. Another Beachway mountain executive, Boss Shu, then called out the right-hand man's real reason for deeply resenting Li Shu Xiang. This perv right here has been eyeing Shu Xiang's girl for a very long while now. The pervy fox then proposed that they all share the bastard's girl amongst themselves, to think of her now as their shared property. Boss Lin then smiled. He seemed to be on board with that very idea, but he insisted that they do not have to rush anything. They have to find the perfect and ideal opportunity first, unbeknownst to all the corrupt and vile thugs. Li Shushang had never actually left. He was just listening in to their disgusting and vile conversation from right by the entrance. He gritted his teeth together in pure anger. Bro really needs to find a way to snake his way out of this one. A few hours later, he went back to his own lavish house and threw a childish tantrum, out of pure frustration for his own sheer incompetence. He then completely wrecked his own place, just like a dumbass. His girl then came out to check up on him, trying to console the fat, useless bastard. Li Shuchong simply told her to just start packing, as they have to leave this place as soon as they possibly can. She then asked where they would possibly go, and he could not give her a straight answer. The only thing that is certain is that this place will not be safe anymore, and that they need to plan far ahead. Boss Li then called his personal assistant, Qingzi, and the loyal lackey ran in just like a good little boy. He ordered Qingzi to go and gather all of their remaining men, as they now prepared to depart at the stroke of midnight. His girl could now sense that something was obviously very wrong, and she did not like it one bit at all. Anyways, back to the people who actually really matter. Xiaoyang has now pulled up to his compound, parking the big, hijacked bus into one of their many indoor parking areas. The survivors from building number 8 all hopped out of the main vehicle and marveled at the sheer, immense scale of Xiaoyang's doomsday fortress, with them all now safe and sound. The survivor recruitment mission has now been successfully completed. He was tasked to rescue just 5 of them, but he had managed to bring back a total of 8. Apart from the main 25-point reward, he was also given another 5 points as a special bonus, pushing his grand total to 66. Xiaoyang then turned to his zombie buddy and informed him that by tomorrow night, they were going on a 2-man mission over to the Southern District. Big bro Li had overheard the human-zombie conversation and curiously asked what was over in the Southern District. The young man simply told him that he had to go and take care of some unresolved cross-time grudges with the people at the Bu Mountain Villa. By nightfall, Xiaoyang had locked himself inside his room, while eyeing the new Level 2 high-tech supply crew. Without a second thought, his finger descended upon the item's icon. His heart pounded with anticipation for the rewards locked within his first Level 2 cache, as the transaction gloriously confirmed. His hard-earned points catastrophically nosedived to a mere 16. An ethereal, brilliant glow then enveloped his entire form. Zhang Xiaoyang prayed to the heavens that his immense gamble would not be in vain. Thankfully, the Level 2 high-tech supply box delivered beyond all expectations. The gods of fortune had indeed smiled upon Zhang Xiaoyang, bestowing upon him a legendary physical enhancement serum. This colossal syringe housed a truly miraculous concoction, a drug capable of amplifying his physical prowess by a staggering 20 points. With unwavering resolve, he plunged the massive needle directly into his veins and unleashed the potent contents into his very lifeblood. The searing agony that followed was far more intense than he ever anticipated. His physical stats now soared to a formidable 33 points, a truly monstrous level. This newfound power was equivalent to over 6 times the might of an average human, but it didn't merely grant him unimaginable brute strength. missing Brother Chang's family jewels by mere inches. He wonders if devouring a fellow anomaly would accelerate his own evolution. While the mall mutant cackles maniacally, Brother Chong unleashes a truly cataclysmic strike. The raw, apocalyptic force behind that single fist was so immense that it brutally embedded the mall mutant skull deep into the tiled floor. Instantly, the creature was forced to abandon its twisted games and finally acknowledge the true threat before it. Brother Chong raised his foot, poised high above the monster's shattered head. In this desperate battle, a final, crushing stomp would be a completely justifiable end. Unfortunately, the grotesque freak was preternaturally swift enough to react, vaulting out of the direct path of the devastating attack. With that same deranged, perverse laughter, the mall mutant thanked the countless humans that had served as fuel for its power, continuously accumulating energy and growing ever stronger with each passing day. Brother Chong's primal instinct screamed, warning him of the incoming threat. The mall mutant launched itself into a brutal face-to-face clash. It looked more savage and overwhelmingly vicious than ever before. The two titans exchanged dozens of earth-shattering blows in the blink of an eye. Zhang Qi is beginning to grow deeply concerned, fearing that Brother Chong is now being dangerously overwhelmed. For the first time in his memory, Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was glad they had embarked on this perilous trip. If they had allowed this mall mutant to continue its hunt for a bit longer, it might have evolved into a completely unstoppable, godlike entity to shatter the deadly stalemate and tip the odds. The young man stepped forward and conjured a goddamn AK-47 from the void. He casually instructed his ally, Brother Chong, to immobilize the raging beast for just a single, crucial second so they could finally end this battle. As always, the ever-reliable super mutant did exactly as he was told and focused all his might on negating the mall mutant's blinding speed. The deafening symphony of gunfire echoed throughout the entire mall. A singular, high-velocity bullet pierced through the monster's forehead, cracking its skull wide open and turning its brain into bloody mush. Nevertheless, a single, devastating gunshot directly to the head was somehow not enough to end the super mutant's reign of terror. Still, that powerful shot managed to seriously wound the beast. It now completely shifted its murderous focus to the young man wielding the powerful gun. Zhang Qi simply could not believe what his eyes were seeing. He had never before witnessed a life form that remained alive. After receiving a clean, perfect headshot, if a single bullet won't do, then why not add one more? And then perhaps a few more. Better yet, just switch that thing to full auto and let it work its magic. With a storm of high-caliber bullets chunking the mall mutant, the beast looked like rotten green cheese by the time it finally collapsed. It shivered violently as the final remnants of life fled its wretched body. Xiaoyang then proposed that his companion, Brother Chong, should try consuming the super mutant. Who knows? Perhaps it would provide a monumental surge of power, much to the young man's pleasant surprise. Eliminating a dangerous high-level element, such as this beast, also counted towards improving his overall community score and advancing his most current epic mission. Since they were now in a relatively untouched, stocked supermarket, they might as well acquire a few things. They can't leave this place empty-handed. Now, can they? This is where Xiao Yang's legendary storage ability truly comes in hand. There's absolutely no need for them to haul truckloads of supplies. He can simply absorb it all and transport it in a separate pocket dimension. It's a little bit crass. But instead of letting the fallen straggler bodies reanimate into zombies, they might as well provide Brother Chong with a nice little dessert after he's done munching on his monstrous main course. But while Xiao Yang was away, some treacherous rats were trying to play. The cruel boss, Rue, and a few of her loyal subordinates have set off to follow the tire tracks and to scout out their newfound enemy from a safe distance. They carefully and meticulously assessed the enemy's stronghold's capacity and capabilities. Boss Rue's most loyal right hand evaluated that the fortress has a decent number of standing personnel, but they appear to be very poorly armed. Their only significant advantage is that imposing, sturdy warehouse, if that's truly all they possess. It's a complete mystery how they managed to take down Zhang Qinya, Lin Guangkai, and the entire might of the Beichua Mountain Villa. Boss Rue foolishly reckoned that the rats must have used some kind of sneaky tactics. Perhaps they lured a massive horde of zombies inside, or something equally underhanded. Filled with her usual arrogance, Boss Rue is already thanking the high heavens for spoon-feeding her some juicy, unsuspecting prey and a brand new base of operations. For the time being, they must head back, regroup, and gather all their weapons and people before they finally strike. When the fortress expects at the absolute least, the small scouting party turned around and drove off. Heading in the opposite direction, Xiao Yang's group is heading back. Zhang Qi excitedly tells Wan Wan that their base camp not only has mattresses, but also possesses the luxury of hot water for proper cleansing showers. It's not every single day that you see other cars on the desolate highway nowadays. The entire group tensed up as they readied their deadly weapons. Two unknown cars were heading in the opposite direction. Neither of the parties slowed down, but for a split, tense second, Zhang Xiaoyong and Boss Rue's powerful auras clashed and checked each other. A new, grand mission has been initiated, Villain Nemesis, Volume 1. Xiaoyong must now repel the impending invasion to be rewarded with 50 points. He immediately had a strong gut feeling that the designated invaders must be those very same people, suspiciously driving around the perimeter of the area. To confirm his suspicions, he sought out Shen Shan in a tall watchtower to ask about any unusual activities around their fortified perimeter. As far as the observant young woman was aware, there was indeed a car that passed by in the far distance, but did not get close enough for her to ring any alarms. That was more than enough confirmation for Xiao Yang to finally act. So he immediately called for the reliable Uncle Shun, an old Li, to gather everyone for an incredibly important announcement. Meanwhile, the southern suburb coal plant's dark business is running smoothly. With the insidious help of a choppy, alluring radio broadcast, a new group of survivors found themselves trekking towards the ominous plant. The broadcast falsely claims that this is a designated safe zone, where a settlement is seeking new manpower for future development. This particular group of survivors were incredibly vigilant. If they had managed to survive for this long, they must be extremely capable. Finally, they spotted a vehicle driving towards their supposed destination. The car pulled up, carrying Boss Rue and her vile goons, fresh from their secretive scouting mission. They welcomed the new survivors who were lured in by the false, optimistic radio broadcast. The very instant the new survivors saw her considerable assets, all of their common sense completely vanished from the room. They just desperately wanted to be a part of whatever she was running. The cunning Boss Rue also knows exactly how to flaunt and use her womanly charms to completely drop any sort of resistance. With a predatory smile, she invited the new group into her base camp. While they were walking together towards the ominous coal plant, the survivors exchanged a knowing, utterly perverted look. They were then escorted deep inside the camp and were wide-eyed at just how spacious and tidy everything looked. They had finally found a new place that they could truly call home. One of the new survivors then excused himself, claiming that he had to urgently use the restroom. The sly Boss Rue offered to personally take him to their indoor bathroom, and the poor, lustful bastard immediately folded. She did not just simply lead him to the urinals. The wicked Boss Rue stayed over while the foolish guy peed. Her cold, calculating eyes lingered on his package the entire time, as if she were clinically scanning the offered goods. Seeing this as a clear and open invitation, the survivor asked Boss Rue to stop being shy and to sample the product if she wanted. He bragged that he was incredibly strong, but all it took was one single, lightning-fast step and a brutal stab for his lewd, disgusting words to stop coming. Boss Rue was frighteningly efficient with her swift kill. The poor, pathetic bastard never even saw it come. Initially, she was actually interested in including him in her powerful group if he had been a good, valuable catch. But after seeing what he was packing, killing him was a no-brainer. Imagine dying because you have a little pecker. Meanwhile, her underlings have also taken care of all the other business. Every single one of the survivors that were lured in by the false radio broadcast, let out like pigs. Back at the safe fortress, everybody had heeded Zhang Xiaoyong's urgent call to arms, gathering together to discuss the fast-approaching war. Oldly asked who in their right mind would be dumb enough to target them. Well, right now, The enemy remains completely unknown, and they could face a surprise attack at any moment. To prepare, Zhang Qi and Brother Chong must stick close to their boss to help clear out the unfinished building to the southeast. They have to temporarily relocate the refugees to that location. If they remain in their temporary housing area, they will be completely exposed during the coming attack. Shun Shan and a few of the others volunteered to join it. Even the two twins, who looked absolutely nothing alike, were swept up by the tense air in the room. Even the young Lil Shuai bravely volunteered to join, much to the great annoyance of his protective mother. Of course, eager to make a vital contribution, Ning Wanwan also generously offered to help with the clearing operation. While they venture out on their mission, Uncle Sheng and Old Li will hold the fort and guard the main base. Everybody else will immediately gear up. And so, with the determined Xiao Yang leading the charge, a small but powerful army was formed to mow down any obstacles for the upcoming war. Upon entering the large southeast building, all absolute hell broke loose, as the army picked and popped every single zombie within the vicinity. It was a truly intense, bloody hunt, one that would forge their killer instincts for what was about to come. After the first major wave of undead, Xiao Yang signaled for a quick break and a check on everyone's condition. Once more, he sternly warned them that the coming days would be extremely turbulent. For now, though, they will settle inside this southeast building for a thorough clear. When the rescued refugees were invited inside, they bravely voiced their willingness to help in the coming fight. The more he really thinks about it, that a significant increase in their fighting numbers would be very good. So he promised to send over some additional handguns and bullets. Later on in the day, when the enemy finally attacks, the main southeast building and the central fortress will coordinate through their walkie-talkies. Back in the desolate coal plant, Boss Rue is overseeing their discreet, cannibalistic operation. Her number 2, who looks like a damn Full Metal Alchemist character, and her number 3 are just eager to get their own share of the new meat. The cruel Boss Rue is still incredibly pissed off by the fact that Beachway Mountain got wiped out. From this point on, they would have to find all the food for themselves. Of course, number 2 and number 3 were not very happy to hear that. Thankfully, they already know exactly who to visit for some payback. In the east suburb, tomorrow morning, Boss Rue and her number 2 will lead a strike team to wipe those normies out. Back in the safety of the fortress, the operation halted for the coming night, and Zhang Xiaoyang was finally free to check on the almighty system. With a solid 46 points in the bank, ready to spend, he's incredibly eager to check on the new daily crates. Opening the store, he was completely surprised to see a level 2 awakening power supply crate, worth a hefty 25 points. There was also a new level 2 farming crate and a level 1 sugar, oil, and protein crate. Just the 2 level 2 crates would cost him 40 points altogether, but he's more than willing to splurge a little. Upon opening the most expensive crate he has ever purchased, he was granted the legendary Overload skill. It allows him to temporarily boost his physical stats by a massive 25%. But after the boost ends, he will enter a severely weakened state. With his already truly astounding physical strength, a 25% boost would undoubtedly push him into the realm of the superhuman. He would essentially be capable of unleashing a raw strength, 8 times greater than that of an average normal Joe. Xiao Yang is just absolutely itching to try this new ability out on some unlucky person or something. The long night passed quietly, and a not-so-quiet day soon started. A whole massive fleet of cars, trucks, and bikes embarked from the southern suburbs coal plant, heading towards the east for one final, fateful time. Boss Rue quickly reiterated the attack strategy to her eager boys. First, they will drive straight through and kill the exposed refugees outside. Once number 2 goes in to finally break down the door, everyone else will come in with their heavily modded vehicles, using them as cover for overwhelming suppressive fire. Speaking of their number 2, this starving, strange weirdo can't even be bothered to put on a shirt, while the enemy force inches ever closer. The fortress is on its highest state of alert. Old Li took his designated position at the highest possible elevation. It has a slightly worse view than the main watchtower, but he would be completely invisible from down below. Xiao Yang strategically put him up here because Old Li had worked as a military sniper for a few years before becoming a cop. Old Li sheepishly scratched his head and corrected him. He was just a temporary fill-in sniper for only a few short months. Nevertheless, He was good enough to consistently hit his mark from within 500 meters, as long as the fickle wind decided to play along. That would be more than good enough to play a crucial, decisive role in this battle. You see, Xiaoyang had tasked Zhangqi to bring something incredibly heavy up to the rooftop. The young man eagerly opened the massive, heavy crate, where a pristine, legendary Barrett sniper rifle was cozily stashed away. Oldie was completely taken aback. How could a young man like him even get his hands on something like this? Refusing to give a direct answer, Xiaoyang simply explained that they only have 10 rounds in total, so each one must be used with extreme prejudice. Oldie took the big-ass, powerful gun, feeling its immense, literal weight, and the heavy, crushing responsibility that now came along with it. Everyone else is now ready and posted up in their respective defensive positions. According to Xiaoyang, the enemy might appear at any given moment today. Shunshan, keeping her sharp eyes peeled at the top of the watchtower, spotted something highly unusual and quickly relayed the info to everyone. Looking through his powerful scope, Oldley confirmed that a massive fleet of enemies was coming in extremely hot. Back in the heavily modded car, Boss Rue's clueless goons were puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the refugees outside the main wall. Instead of stopping and observing before they decided to go in, the arrogant Boss Rue ordered her boys to put the pedal to the metal and to push. Without stopping, they're already close enough to have been spotted. Stopping now would just completely kill all of their precious momentum. And so, the invading fleet charged furiously forward, aiming to take precious cover by the fortress wall. As soon as the enemies entered their effective firing range, Shun Shan gave everyone on the wall permission to open fire. Everybody spread out around the top of the wall, pulled out their blickies and their powerful AKs, and rained down a storm of hellfire on the foolish intruders. The arrogant coal plant people did not account for such heavy, overwhelming firepower. Instantly, a hail of bullets pierced through their windshields and their flesh. This was supposed to be a devastating surprise attack, but they were the ones who were completely and utterly startled. Boss Rue flatly refused to believe that her brilliant plan had been exposed so incredibly early. It was far too late for them to pull out now. She had to throw all caution to the wind and ordered her remaining goons to keep on charging forward. While most of them were dropping like pathetic flies, for what it's worth, it was actually somewhat effective. They managed to reach the bottom of the wall with some of their troops still alive. The most important thing was getting number 2 and his gigantic automatic saw close enough to breach the main gates. When he was finally met with the stubborn, reinforced door, number 2 hacked and brutally slashed his way through the thick, heavy metal. Shun Shan quickly relayed the presence of this powerful anomaly, trying to break down their door to everyone within the vicinity. The brave people in the watchtower raised their rifles and put their trigger fingers to heavy work to make sure that number 2 could continue to do his job. Boss Rue and her remaining goons returned a heavy fire with their pea shooters and their submachine guns. Under this heavy, suppressive fire, the inexperienced bunch up in the watchtower were effectively pushed away from their positions. Even the poor fatty, Shao Kai, was hit directly in the shoulder. Thankfully, the wound doesn't look to be lethal. The enemies have surprisingly decent firepower and good aim. It would be extremely difficult to continue to suppress them for much longer. Some of the older, more experienced oldies tried to rally the young guns. They just have to somehow hold their ground. They possess enough ammunition for a dragged-out, protracted war, but that won't be the case for very much longer. The powerful automatic saw is about to cut clean through the main gate. Once that gate is finally broken, they would be at a severe disadvantage. Thankfully, however, the calm and collected boss has a secret plan to deal with what comes. After the inevitable breach, Xiaoyang quietly exited the main fortress, carefully hiding his presence. Then, the absolute madman ran straight outside, like he was bulletproof or something. Boss Rue's remaining faction had already burned, clean through half of their entire ammo supply, and her number 2 had still yet to punch completely through. He needed just a few more precious seconds to break the main entrance open. The sound of the gate being finally breached then exploded. Shinshan and the rest of the watchtower group quickly descended to provide crucial support below. Meanwhile, the evil boss Rue is smiling quite deviously. It was rough, but she's finally successfully in. Now it's time for them to see how these rookies handle the absolute terror of an evolver who has been strengthened by consuming human meat. Using her number 2 as a massive moving cover, she ordered her remaining boys to follow and stay close behind. The powerful anomaly ditched his now useless automatic saw and muscled his way through to make the new opening even bigger. With a clear and perfect sight line of the charging enemies, Xiaoyang gave Old Li a heads up for his time to finally shine. Carefully controlling his steady heartbeat and his deep breaths, Li Hongli locked his sights onto the approaching big guy. Once that massive, big-ass head came into perfect view, Old Li's crosshair snapped onto it like he had a built-in aimbot. Number 2 roared. He sounded more beastly than he did human. The terrified survivors who laid eyes on this monstrosity would certainly agree. As soon as that powerful beast finally breached their gate, they were completely demoralized. They tried their very hardest to deter its charge, but the bastard had a seemingly impenetrable skin. Their measly, pitiful bullets were completely ineffective. Number 2 barged right in and tanked the entire rain of lead, without even needing the protection of a Kevlar vest, no matter what the caliber was. It just simply bounced off harmlessly to the side, leaving only a meager, superficial mark. Even those marks were quick to vanish. With number 2's unfair, powerful regenerative abilities, Boss Rue was quite pleased with the terrified reaction to her hulking human shield. She reckoned that this pathetic bunch must be seeing the true power of an evolver for the very first time in their miserable lives. Finally, the go signal was relayed to Li Hongli up on the rooftop. He has supreme, unwavering confidence in his aim and his destructive bullets. The Barrett buckled at the sheer, raw strength of its shot. One single press of a trigger was all it took to completely erase the monster's head out of existence, turning its face into a disgusting mush of blood and brains. Number 2, who was just moments ago seemingly invincible, fell instantly to his death. Boss Rue and her goons were utterly flabbergasted. That big guy was their one and only form of viable cover. Who would have ever expected that this little backwater community could possibly get their hands on weapons of this insane caliber? With the biggest, most dangerous deterrent now out of the picture, Xiaoyang finally made his dramatic grand entrance, flanking the remaining intruders with his trusty, reliable AK-47. He started to open fire, waking up the enemies from their state of shock. It was like shooting terrified fish in a barrel for the young man. Boss Rue was well aware that they were in this extremely precarious situation, solely due to her own grave miscalculation. She had severely underestimated the enemy, and now they must all pay the ultimate price. Still, a proud woman like her refused to go down without a fight. With a submachine gun clutched in her hand, she fired back wildly while bolting towards the now open exit. With her teeth gritted, she desperately tried to make a fallback. Upon seeing Xiaoyang's cold, killer eyes, she finally recognized him as the very same kid they had passed by in the car just the day before. To make absolutely sure that she gets out of this shit show alive, she grabbed one of her own goons without so much as blinking her eyes. She callously used that poor bastard as a living human shield. Xiaoyang noted that with this woman's inhuman reaction speed, she must be a powerful evolver too. After making one of her own boys eat a whole bunch of bullets, she hurled the poor, dead bastard at the gunner who was blocking the exit. Xiaoyang had to dodge quickly to the side and was forced to stop firing. That few seconds was all that Boss Rue needed to make a desperate run towards her car. Of course, the veteran Old Li refused to let a single straggler go, not after these intruders had disrupted their peaceful way of living. He locked in with the escaping scout and announced that, throughout all of heaven and earth, his legendary Barrett was the only honored one, a truly chilling declaration before the final judgment. Instead of landing a clean, perfect headshot, he had to settle for taking out her incredibly fast, powerful legs. The sudden, crippling loss of one of her limbs tripped Boss Rue up, mere inches from her precious getaway vehicle. Li Hongli felt deeply ashamed that he had missed a definite kill shot. While he was busy readying another powerful round, Boss Rue's remaining underling helped her to get inside the car. Unfortunately for them, these two seemed to be well versed in escaping from deadly situations, and they were able to quickly swerve away, with their pathetic tails tucked tightly between their legs. Xiaoyang calmly ordered everyone to finally cease fire. He doesn't really mind if these dumbass decide to come back for round 2. He's just incredibly pleased that his system mission has been successfully cleared. He was instantly rewarded with a glorious 50 points, which significantly boosted everyone's flagging morale. In addition, the second volume of the Nemesis mission has now been unlocked. Now, It's his turn to go on the offensive and attack the cannibals' base for another easy, glorious 50 points. Everybody in the fortress celebrated their massive, hard-earned W. As for their casualties, they have a few people who were injured by gunfire, but thankfully, no one had died. Those who were injured were sent to the medical room for swift disinfection, while the piles of enemy corpses were moved to the cold storage for Brother Chong's celebratory dinner. Since the base is now back to a relatively safe security level, the refugees will be allowed back to their original temporary house. As soon as he finally had some alone time, Xiao Yang checked the immense points he had amassed in just a single mission, and he was incredibly excited to splurge once again tonight. Back in the southern suburbs' desolate coal plant, the remaining defeated survivors of the war had finally retreated, with only 3 people and 1 less leg on. Boss Rue, number 3, welcomed them with confusion and worry. Obviously ashamed, the defeated Boss Rue admitted that she had been careless. They had never expected to be put under such heavy weapon fire. She then snapped at her remaining goons and demanded human meat, so she could finally refuel herself and heal. Hearing her bark out her orders like it was business as usual, a cruel and incredibly sly grin crept up to number 3's mouth. She continued to mouth them off, calling them all useless fools who can't even follow simple, basic orders, and claiming that everyone here is not even worth number 2's dead toes. Number 3 had finally had enough of her condescending bullshit. The boss had fallen to such a pathetic, vulnerable level, and she still dares to try and belittle them. Boss Rue had made a truly gigantic, fatal mistake yet again. She did not expect a full-blown rebellion at all. Panicking, she tried to desperately order her men to take number 3 down, but not a single one of them moved a muscle. Even the 2 survivors who had just dragged her to safety pretended as if they did not hear her. With Boss Ray now missing a leg and number 2's recent death, number 3 can easily usurp all the power for himself as the new strongest. Besides, he had already planted the insidious seed of rebellion in everyone. The brothers of the coal mine had long since been deeply dissatisfied with the tyrannical way she ran things. Now, they have the perfect opportunity to change their leadership. Even now, the pathetic Boss Ray still thought she could make the boys stand out. But as they began to crowd around her with clear, malicious intent, her formerly bossy attitude quickly began to crumble. With number 3's commanding lead, the coal plant bastards unleashed all of their pent-up frustrations on their cruel former boss. They laughed and they cheered as they brutally bashed Boss Rue's entire body with their heavy metal pipes. They jeered cruelly at her miserable, pathetic groans and screams, since she is still an evolver with an inhuman, resilient body. This brutal torture went on for a very, very long time. When she eventually croaked, number 3 could not stop smiling while he wiped her blood off his hands. One of the goons foolishly called him Boss 3, and he nearly pummeled that poor guy to death for it. From this point on, he will not tolerate any goons who won't call him by his new, proper title, Big Boss. Well, the boys are now wondering about their next big move as a new group, with the evil witch and number 2 both out of the picture. The coal plant's total combat strength has been greatly reduced. Everyone's biggest collective fear is not the powerful eastern fortress, but the one they now call the Tentacle Man. The new big boss decided that they would just completely abandon the plant and instead seek refuge with the mighty West Steel Group, a merger of sorts. A day later, Zhang Xiaoyong and a few select, elite members of his battalion sneaked off, deep behind the enemy lines, just as he had fully expected. Those treacherous pests were camped out in the coal plant. He sternly warned Zhang Qi and Old Li to lower their volume and to stay close to him while they sneak inside the premises. After carefully surveying the area for a little while, they noticed that there was no apparent human activity inside the camp. All that they could find was that one hateful woman who had been leading the charge. Just yesterday, it was evident that she had been killed by her own people. While the other 2 were completely appalled by this, Xiaoyang had already expected as much. Curious, Zhang Qi asked about the big guy who had broken down their door. That massive beast was obviously different from their ally, Chen Qiong, yet he had possessed truly absurd, terrifying powers. Xiaoyang had broached the difficult topic of evolvers with his people before. Even a veteran, Old Li, was quite curious as to how one actually becomes one of these so-called evolvers. Without mincing any of his words, Xiaoyang gravely shared that one can evolve by eating other humans. This small tidbit of truly shocking information would make anyone shudder. Xiaoyang elaborated that to gain an ability similar to a mutant, the most direct and simplistic method known is the act of cannibalism. Since he also possesses inhuman, godlike abilities, Zhang Qi worriedly asked if he had also gone down that same awful, dark route. Going forward then, do they all have to cast away their own humanity and eat other people, too? Xiaoyang quickly. While feasting on human flesh offers the most direct path, it is far from the only forbidden way. Fishing something out from his pocket, the young man unveiled a small, crystalline object pulsing with an ominous red light. Ultimately, both evolvers and the undead are two branches of the same corrupted tree of life, and these life forms need only to absorb this strange, exotic energy to ascend in power. Within every normal person, a minuscule amount of this exotic energy naturally resides, but this power is faint and widely dispersed throughout their very flesh and blood. Evolvers and the truly rare mutants, on the other hand, can condense this potent energy into crystalline cores. As this apocalyptic era unfolds, even common zombies will soon begin forming these exotic cores within them. Even if that is the case, consuming zombie flesh still sounds like a surefire way to turn into one of them. Indeed, an ordinary human cannot directly consume the meat of a zombie. Only a unique mutant like Brother Chong can do so to increase his own immense power. As they were talking, Volume 2 of Xiaoyang's Nemesis of Villains mission suddenly and automatically cleared. It appeared the remnants of the coal plant boys no longer posed any real threat to his community. While Xiaoyang was momentarily distracted, his gaze fixed upon his system window, a lurker burst from the shadows, its claws aimed for his throat. Thankfully, he possessed superhuman reflexes and vaulted clear of harm's way. He calmly dispatched the zombie menace with a fluid drawing of his blade. Funnily enough, the undead creature he had just slashed open would serve as the perfect, bloody demonstration of his very point. He reached inside and fished the zombie's newly formed core from its body. Since the entire zombie population has been growing, a new, bloody hunting season is about to begin. With two of these cores now in his hands, he offered them to both Zhang Qi and Li Hongli, a chance to get a jumpstart on their own evolution. Zhang Qi, however, still felt a deep ambivalence about eating something that came from inside a zombie's rotten body. So he allowed the veteran Old Li to take both of the cores. After a moment of intense deliberation, Li Hongli's burning desire to become stronger finally overcame all of his fear and his uncertainties. He devoured the two cores at once, like a fat kid in a massive buffet. Old Li immediately felt the potent changes coursing through his very being. As the crystalline cores worked their strange magic, he felt more incredible than he had ever felt in his entire life. Xiaoyang had to quickly remind him that being an evolver didn't mean he'd suddenly become invincible in this cruel, apocalyptic world. Taking that profound advice to heart, Old Li firmly assured the young man that he would not grow reckless. With the immediate crisis now averted, it was about time to head back to camp. While our good guys were on the way back to their home, the cowardly bastard were just now pulling up to the West Steel Mill. As they dared to enter the perimeter, one of the watchdogs immediately stopped them from going any further. The self-proclaimed big boss Number 3 casually introduced himself as the official representative of the coal plant. Still wary of this strange group, the watchdog told them all to wait while he went to report to the West Steel Mill's supreme leader. After much deliberation, the coal plant boys were finally permitted inside. The neighboring faction's stronghold, of course. The big bosses of the steel mill immediately asked him what was up and where Jing Ruo and their powerful number 2 were. Number 3 quickly made up a story about being suddenly attacked and tragically losing both Boss Ruo and the big boy. Hearing that small bit of valuable information piqued the deep interest of the bald, imposing steel mill boss. He ordered his men to take the so-called coal plant brothers and their new third boss to one of their designated safe houses. Meanwhile, Baldy convened with his partner and quietly devised something truly devious. Number 3 and his remaining goons were stashed away in the so-called safe house. Even now, he's still foolishly correcting his men about his new grand title. He was so completely focused on such trivial, unimportant things that he did not even notice how sketchy this whole situation that they had put themselves in truly was. One of his boys quickly pointed out that they were likely not in some sort of hospitable safe house. If you were to look around, they're surrounded by thick iron bars and locked doors. This place is basically a prison. Before they could even figure out what was really happening, the same watchdog from outside barged directly into the room. He sternly commanded everyone to come back outside. When they were finally granted an audience to speak to the steel mill bosses, again, it looked like the entire plant was now present. Number 3 carefully chose all of his words and asked what was now happening. The lady boss immediately deduced that number 3 had done something truly underhand and had betrayed Boss Rue, and that this crime must be severely punished. Number 3 quickly tried to dispel Boss Peng and Boss Ling's grave accusations, but it was way too late for that. Boss Ling is not buying his pathetic excuse for a misunderstanding, so she called her loyal watchdog, Li Chung, over to share some crucial information. This guy went to the coal plant and saw Li Jingrue dead in the coal, hard ground of the main courtyard. While their powerful number 2 was missing, there were no signs of a struggle in that place. The most reasonable explanation here is a betrayal that went terribly grim, and the killing of their former boss. Even with all the facts laid down, the cowardly number 3 still chose to deny all of the allegations. In this brutal new world, however, solid evidence is no longer a necessary thing. You could get punished for literally anything and everything without the benefit of a proper trial. Honestly, the West Steel Mill would have wiped out these pathetic coal boys if it weren't for the powerful boss Rue's unique abilities. With her now completely out of the picture, number 3 had basically just walked into a den of very hungry lions. One of the goons desperately tried to plead for some kind of mercy, even offering valuable information just for a chance to be saved. The amused Boss Ling let the cowardly goon talk, wholly disinterested in whatever the pathetic guy might possibly offer. The snitching goon gave her some fresh intel regarding the settlement in the east, one ripe with supplies, where their boss and number 2 were both defeated. When she asked if the settlement compares to the steel mill in sheer strength, the terrified goon estimated that it would be about equal. Baldy and Boss Ling can't just brush aside a real, tangible threat so nearby. The desperate snitch then added that those Eastern Fortress people don't know how to become evolvers just yet, and that not a single person there has yet evolved. Li Chung listened intently to the cowardly snitch and was quite puzzled at the very mention of evolvers. Baldy Peng is having a very hard time believing that Jing Rue would actually lose to a pathetic bunch of normies. So the snitch quickly explains that they possessed extremely heavy weapons, the kind that could kill someone like number 2 in a single devastating shot. Boss Ling was quite pleased that they had gained a bunch of useful intel. Still, she is utterly ruthless and is not in the business of rewarding rats. When she passed down the final cold kill order, the coal plant brothers' blood ran completely cold. They screamed and they begged pathetically for mercy until none of their terrified voices could be heard. The very last bit of the coal plant faction was brutally wiped out. Baldy Peng is now quite worried. Now that they know about the dangerous eastern threat that is so nearby, Boss Ling thinks it would be prudent not to attack them right away because of those dangerous, heavy weapons. It would be wise if they could all evolve even further to ensure their success. First, they will send out their own scouts to confirm if those people really are noobs that have not been able to evolve just yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyong is just chilling back in his room, fiddling with his powerful system window and browsing what he can get with his impressive 126 points. Much to his great surprise, there was a new level 2 black tech supply box, ready to be purchased for 50. Without a moment's hesitation, he bought absolutely everything in the shop, leaving him with a comfortable 71 points left. The sugar, oil, and protein supply crate gave him 500 kilograms of premium lotus root powder, some rich cocoa butter, and various cooking oils. But the real incredible steal was the plus 20 physical enhancement serum from the mysterious black tech box. His fiddling was suddenly interrupted by a knock. Shinshan entered the room to inform him that they had caught a suspicious person lurking around the outer perimeter of the base. Xiaoyang got up off his ass and moved to check things out. Zhang Qi and Old Li had already apprehended the Susi man, and he kept on insisting that he was not an enemy. He just wanted to talk to the fortress's main leader. Once Xiaoyang had arrived, Mr. Seuss finally opened up his mouth. He politely introduced himself as Shu Axing from the West Wind Steel Mill. At the mere mention of that strange place, Uncle Song was immediately alerted. As far as he knows, West Wind is located in the southwest. It's one of the largest, most powerful steel mills in the entire area. And just like the infamous coal plant, it has now become a survivor settlement. That particular spot is about 3 kilometers away from the coal plant. If it's really that far away, then why would Mr. Seuss here come all the way to their fortress? Shu Axing puffed out his chest and asserted that in this chaotic new world, all of the survivors should really stick together. So, his wise leader had sent him to find more settlements for recruitment purposes. Xiao Kai refused to bite on such an obvious, pathetic lie. This strange man has been lurking around in wide circles and drawing a detailed map. When a map was then pulled out of his very own pocket, Su Axing smiled incredibly awkwardly, just to make absolutely sure that he's not being played for a fool. Xiao Yang activated his powerful ability, Mind's Eye, seeing straight through Su Axing's pathetic soul. It's blatantly obvious that this dude is looking at him with utter disdain. You see, our boy is certainly not soft. He pulled out his gun and shoved it against Axing's cold forehead without batting an eye. At this critical point, everybody knows exactly how things work in this new apocalypse. It's incredibly disrespectful that this guy thought he was an idiot. If Xiaoyang does not hear the absolute truth, Mr. Seuss can kiss his own brains goodbye. Seeing the young man's dead serious, cold gaze, Axing gulped nervously. Still, he doubled down on his lie and insisted that he was not lying. His powerful faction is just trying to be extremely cautious. Xiaoyang pulled Zhang Qi aside and asked if Axing had ever seen Brother Chong before. Thankfully for him, he hasn't. So, Xiaoyang ordered his men to let Mr. Seuss go and to let him walk on his very merry way. In addition, the wise young man even returned his hand-drawn map. Shu Axing was completely overjoyed, thinking that his phenomenal acting had actually worked. He bolted out of that walled fortress before the boss could possibly change his mind, as he watched the obvious scout run away. A very sly, knowing smile crept up on Xiao Yang's mouth. He's already calculating how many glorious system points he would soon get from that pathetic West Wind steel mill. Or whatever, from that fateful, decisive day. 5 quick and deceivingly peaceful months have passed in the West Steel plant. A growing anxiety about their people disappearing one by one is plaguing everybody's fragile mind. They know who the culprit is, but they can't do anything at all about it. That terrifying tentacle monster is active again, and they don't know how to even respond. Some of the lowly garbage boys heard a strange sound from their trash pile and were completely mortified. Before one of the terrified garbage boys could report back to the mill, he met his bloody, untimely end at the tip of a razor-sharp blade. That same watchdog from before. Li Chung overheard the desperate screams for help coming from the trash heap. The one garbage boy who had managed to escape with his life reported the brutal killing of his buddy directly to Li Chung and blamed the terrifying tentacle monster. Any mention of that fearsome beast must always be taken very seriously. This time around, it's attacking them in broad daylight without any warning. So Li Chung immediately grabbed his gun, told the civilians to go and hide, and called for any evolvers with escape abilities to follow him. When they arrived at the foul trash heap, they immediately spotted a highly suspicious figure. Choosing to be cautious, Li Chung warned his men not to engage, and to just escape when they are inevitably spotted. Upon a much closer inspection, he finally figured that the monster they had all been fearing so much was not there. Looking down at the ground, there were some unusual track marks, Maybe the monster had caught his prey and just quickly ran off. Ever since Beachway Mountain and the southern coal plant were completely deleted, the total number of disappearances continued to steadily increase. Before, the monster would shop around at different various settlements. Now, the steel mill is its one and only hunting ground, but Li Cheng could feel it in his gut that the Tentacle Man had absolutely nothing to do with this particular incident. Back in our hero's fortress, the advancements made in the past 5 months are now clearly visible to all. Zhang Xiaoyang had already survived much longer than in his last tragic run. If this pace continues, rebuilding a new civilization might no longer be just a distant pipe dream. Currently, his total community score has soared to a respectable 38. It has been many months now, but the system mission to take care of the West Steel Mill still hasn't yet appeared. In those months, the rest of his trusted inner circle was hard at work, seeing that Shan Shan and the boys are back from their latest outside mission. Xiao Yang flexed his incredible superhuman abilities just a little bit and jumped from the very top of the wall and down into the ground. Zhang Qi reported that their recent hunting operation was a massive success. With their current growing strength, there's no way that someone could now fight or even track them. The young Lil Shuai had also started joining in on the hunts with the grown-ups. The capable Wan Wan has been looking after him out in the field, and he's growing up to be a truly formidable young fighter. Today, he even managed to take down a zombie completely on his own. As a major part of Villain Nemesis, Volume 3. The Fortress Battalion has been regularly going out, hunting down zombies to eliminate all threats and to help potential new allies, while taking every single mutant core that they come across. Until now, Xiaoyang has been completely confused by the potential allies part. Maybe it's referring to the dangerous West Steel Mill. Since the system is not giving him the final go signal, Xiaoyang decided to take the initiative and infiltrate the mill completely by himself. Of course, the cautious old Li was strongly against this very risky idea. Uncle Song has been dealing with multiple of their scouts, snooping around their territory for many months now. It is highly likely that they have very bad intentions. Xiaoyang calmly assured the oldies that with his immense strength, even someone as powerful and monstrous as Brother Chong would never be able to truly hurt him. Besides, they might as well finally find out whether those people are friends or foes. For now, Uncle Sheng, old Li, and everyone else in his trusted inner circle will be in charge of the main fortress and the nearby growing town that is housing all the refugees. Well, the fortress itself will be just fine, but everyone is just incredibly worried about their powerful leader. Without this capable young man, their entire settlement will surely crumble. Back inside the dangerous steel mill, Li Cheng has returned from his wide sweep of the vile trash heap. He just wanted to talk to the two bosses, but he was barred by some of their guards from even entering. Li Cheng snapped and grabbed the rude guard by his throat, lifting him clean up into the air. When he suddenly realized that his temper had gotten the best of him, he snapped out of it and regained his full control. He put the guard back down and immediately profusely apologized. Truthfully, Li Cheng is getting deeply worried about his own constant outbursts as of late. Over the past few months, he's been losing all control of his emotions. When the bosses had finally heard his voice, they granted Li Cheng their permission to finally enter. Li Cheng cautiously entered the boss's private room and found the absolutely shredded, muscle mommy, Boss Ling, all alone in her expansive office. Li Cheng proposed a completely different theory, one that would explain the recent mysterious surge of disappearances in their area. After carefully examining a recent bloody crime scene, he had found a woman's footprints. What he's really saying is that they might be attributing the recent deaths and disappearances to the Tentacle Man when there's a completely different killer on the loose. Boss Ling did not shut his interesting theory down right away, but advised him to keep a tight lid on it for a little while. One Tentacle Man already has the entire settlement absolutely terrified. They can't afford to increase the people's growing anxiety, to the point of them being too afraid to even step outside. Li Cheng tried to oppose his boss, but seeing her face zooming so incredibly close to his own, he folded and blushed like a young, innocent schoolboy. He awkwardly excused himself, bidding the beautiful Boss Ling goodbye. Li Cheng is a very strong man, but when it comes to his powerful boss, he just can't seem to think. straight out of a different, hidden room from Boss Ling's office. A voice mocking her for being careless suddenly rang out. She snapped back that she would gladly hand the job over to someone else if her methods were to be so easily criticized. The taunting voice in the other room belongs to the one and only Baldy Punk, who is currently chopping up the cold corpse of that garbage. Boy for just earlier. These days, Ling does all of the killing, and Baldy does all of the cleaning. They throw the heads of their unsuspecting victims away and eat the bodies. Meanwhile, our heroic boy is busy slaying all the zombies, cleaning up the desolate streets, one undead creature at a time. Now that he's nearing his final destination, he needs to keep a much lower profile. He pulled out a pair of common scissors from his dimensional storage and did the most diabolical thing imaginable. This dude started cutting his own damn hair with his eyes closed. Then he grabbed a large bunch of dirt from the ground and smeared that disgusting thing all over his very clean face. Just for some final finishing touches, he even brought out the ultimate perfect disguise tool, a pair of unassuming glasses. For someone who deliberately tried to look crappy, he was not half bad at all, actually. When he had walked close enough to the vicinity of the sprawling steel mill, one of the patrolling guards finally took notice of him. Of course, a lone stranger wandering around the perimeter is subject to open hostility, but he greeted the open aggression with a calm, disarming smile. He claimed to have noticed signs of human activity from afar, acting as though he was just incredibly glad to see other survivors. Upon figuring that he must be just a pathetic lone survivor, the patrolling guard immediately changed his tune to that of pure excitement. First, the guard asked him how he had managed to survive the deadly, desolate lands for so long. Xiaoyang spun a convincing story about how he was a part of some 10-person settlement that was eventually overrun by a brutal, massive zombie horde. Every single one of his comrades had died, leaving him as a tragic, sole survivor. When asked about his personal strength, he gladly shared that he's actually quite a bit powerful after surviving so many multiple zombie attacks. Of course, the guard was just probing to see if he was an evolver or not, since he did not mention anything at all regarding his evolution. The patrol guard gladly welcomed him into the sprawling mill. On the way, the guard explained that Xiaoyang would have to undergo a test, one that he must absolutely pass first. Just from this initial, short interaction, the young man could easily deduce that this entire steel plant is a complete and utter den of venomous snakes. As they neared the main door to the mill, Li Cheng took notice of the new stranger being led inside. The patrol guard quickly fumbled and claimed that he was just taking the new lone survivor to somewhere secluded for a thorough security search. Li Cheng is a no-nonsense kind of guy. If he can do a body search, it's better to just do it right here and right now. So Li Cheng took complete charge and asked the stranger to hand all of his weapons over before going inside. Xiaoyang pushed back just a little bit, claiming that he was a bit reluctant to go and completely unarmed into such unknown, dangerous territory. Li Cheng understands that people can be foul in this new apocalypse, so being cautious is a very good thing. However, it's the strict protocol for any outsiders to either be disarmed or kicked out. Keeping up with his very reluctant act, Xiaoyang handed his single blade over. Don't worry, he has about 1 million of these safely inside his pocket dimension. Afterward, Li Cheng gave him a very thorough body check to make sure there weren't any more concealed weapons on him. Xiaoyang was a bit surprised to see someone with a bit of a moral backbone in this completely rotten place. It's certainly a bit different than the savages over at Betrayal and the coal plant, seeing as this lone stranger had survived the outside world with only a single dagger in his person. Li Cheng curiously asked if he was, in fact, an evolver. Xiaoyang played dumbly and cited that he felt a lot stronger as the days went by. Just to make sure, Li Cheng escorted him towards the bosses first. For now, Xiaoyang has to wait inside the so-called reception room. Honestly, it looks a lot more like a holding cell. He could immediately tell that the doors were heavily reinforced, fitting for a dark prison cell. A few minutes later, Boss Peng opened up the cell and cautiously walked his bald-ass head inside to ask the mysterious stranger his name. Xiaoyang stumbled on his words and introduced himself as Zhang Yi. That is awfully close to a certain rapper. My guy, Baldy Peng, just came over to confirm if this Zhang Yi Fellow truly was, in fact, an evolver. So Baldy Peng launched a hatchet, flying straight toward his face. Zhang Yi casually moved his head away from the hatchet's deadly trajectory, letting it crash violently into the wall behind him. For a split, dangerous second, he considered brutally retaliating, but by the calculating look on his face, this bald bastard was just simply testing him. So he continued to play the role of just a normal, scared survivor and yelled at Baldy Peng for almost splitting his head wide open. Peng laughed heartily. That slick, effortless dodge pretty much confirms that the new guy is a very capable evolver. If he had not been, he would have died right then and there. In that particular case, his death would not even count as a loss, since they are both evolvers. Baldy Peng prodded him on the specific method he used to become one. He implied that he knew about the dark cannibalism path, and Baldy Peng warned him about keeping a very tight lid on that method. Only a very few people in this camp know that dark secret, and they don't want that kind of knowledge to start spreading among the common shitters. If Baldy Peng catches a whiff of a leak, he will know exactly who to kill. To demonstrate how easy that would be, he charged forward and motioned to crush Zhang Ye's neck with just his bare hands. It's a good thing that this was just an empty threat. If this bald fuck had actually tried to bum rush him with a real weapon, he would have certainly fought back. It could have gotten really, really bloody. Still, killing this baldy right now would make it very hard to get his whole glorious 80 points. As a final reward for the mission, Peng was quite impressed that Zhang Yi had reacted fast enough to draw a weapon. While the new kid has some above-average skills, Baldy claimed that he's on an entirely different, higher level, so any thoughts of opposing him should just be buried deep down. After their little tryst inside the cramped holding cell, Baldy Peng ordered his underlings to treat the Zhang Yi fellow with a newfound respect, give him a fresh change of clothes, and let him wash up before a follow-up meeting with the rest. After he had finally washed up with the other so-called revolutionists, Baldy Peng introduced Huang Ling as his official co-lead, while Li Cheng and Huang Bin were the two main settlement officers. The latter, Huang Bin, will be in charge of showing the new newcomer all of the ropes. Boss Ling praised Zhang Ye's incredible luck in finding the strongest settlement in the entire area. Here, mere survival is no longer a major concern. Still, to eat well, one must contribute their own value to the larger group. Zhang Yi solemnly swore that he would do his absolute best and follow all orders. Everything is now going along very smoothly. He had arrived at just the perfect time for Huang Bin's patrol. After picking out Akiang and axing for this particular patrol, the party rolled out. Akiang was quite displeased to see that the new kid was now assigned to their elite group. Since Zhang Yi now knows the dark secret of the evolvers, he can only be assigned to this specific troop. While they were patrolling, old Axing could not take his suspicious eyes off of the new kid. He cannot seem to shake off the nagging feeling of familiarity. Huang Bin was actually being quite fair to the new guy. He even explained what their strange settlement was truly like. You see, in the steel mill, the only people who know about the disgusting consumption of human flesh are Baldy Peng, Boss Ling, and their current elite troop of 4. Axing is Baldy's own cousin, and Akiang is Boss Ling's beloved nephew. They're all bound by blood. So if the dark secret ever leaks, it can only possibly come from the mouth of an outsider. At this very point, Zhang Yi has become quite uncomfortable with Axing's discerning, constant gaze. This was the very same old man that Zhang Qi and the group had caught lurking around their fortress a few long months ago. Casting that thought aside, that other dude, Li Cheng, is also an officer. He is very talented and incredibly powerful, but he has no idea about their dark method of evolution. If there's anyone at all who must not find out about their active practice of cannibalism, it's him. If Li Cheng ever finds out, there will be 2 fresh corpses displayed proudly in the mill. This short conversation gave Zhang Yi quite a lot of crucial info. The bosses must be suppressing Li Cheng quite deliberately for fear of his truly monstrous raw talent, which surpasses that of everyone else. Upon arriving on the outskirts of the main mill, Huang Bin ordered everybody to immediately halt. They have arrived near a small, weak settlement that has only 7 members. Huang Bin's crew had been scouting these poor survivors for 4 long days now, and there were no signs of evolution to be found among them. When he asked if they were now hunting, Huangbin laughed at such a barbaric, uncivilized notion. Instead of hunting, he prefers to use the term raising. Since Zhang Yi is an enlightened evolver just like them, they want him to finally change his entire mindset. Instead of being a rigid, naive fool who is blinded by old-world morals. As evolvers, these fools now see themselves as no longer the same species. As ordinary, common people, they hail themselves as the new apex predators at the top of the food chain. So the plan is quite simple. Subdue this small, pathetic settlement. Raise them up like livestock, then slaughter them for food later on. In truth, they don't even need the entirety of a small settlement. Bringing back a 6 or 6 of them should be just fine. The rest of them will be dealt with right here on the spot, while Huangbin and the rest of the crew do their magical, dark work. This small, insignificant settlement has enjoyed many months of a peaceful life. They work hard day in and day out to improve the group's simple living conditions. From the shadows, nightmarish apparitions swiftly materialized before their very eyes. A ravenous horde of the undead had somehow breached their once secluded sanctuary. Every single one of them was driven by an insatiable hunger for living flesh. The small group frantically seized their weapons, bracing themselves to confront this sudden, overwhelming threat. Tragically for them, possessing a weapon means nothing when terror freezes your trigger finger. A fatal hesitation that spells certain doom in these dark times. As his companions were brutally slaughtered one by one, the builder trembled, paralyzed by the fear of being the next to fall. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and his new squad remained as cold observers on the sidelines, watching this tragedy unfold, listening to the agonizing screams of the dying. Huangbin justified this cruel method as a grim necessity. Considering their own limited resources, they simply could not afford to bring in more living mouths to feed. Now that the undead horde had thinned the number of survivors considerably, the time had finally come for Huangbin's crew to perform their dark work. A desperate woman cried out, shrieking in pure bloody murder, as the grotesque monstrosities bared their fangs menacingly near her. With a single, blindingly swift slash, those pesky, flesh-devouring beasts were dispatched and beheaded in just a split second. The woman was utterly stunned. She was certain she was done for, and yet she was now looking at her savior, who was offering a helping hand. Huangbin's chosen weapon was a war hammer, while Axe skillfully wielded twin daggers. They were both efficient and lethally precise. After completely wiping out the undead horde, Huangbin led the formal introduction, proclaiming them as the evolvers of the West Wind Steel plant. The terrified survivors had no idea what an evolver even was, but they were just overjoyed to have been saved. A single, short fight was more than enough for Zhang Yi to gather valuable data. According to his own keen estimation, Huangbin's crew is roughly on par with Zhang Qi's own suburb. Suddenly, the hair on his neck stood on end as a voracious presence made itself known. Zhang Yi turned around and saw an open, dark room in a nearby building. Seeing as there was nobody visible up there, he chalked it up to his own overactive imagination. Huangbin snapped him out of his deep thoughts with a new directive to help out with the cleanup. Still, he could not take his mind off of that ominous presence up in that dark, abandoned building. Little did Zhang Yi truly know, he was right to feel that foreboding, chilling sense of anxiety. A true abomination is hiding within that very place. The clueless survivors willingly shared some more vital information. There are still some valuable supplies in their main warehouse. Zhang Yi was left behind to supervise the supply collection, while Huangbin's boys arranged for a small truck to be transported. Later, aside from all the supplies, he also has to pile up the cold bodies of the freshly killed survivors, while those who were lucky or unlucky enough to keep their very lives followed Huangbin as if he were their messiah. This particular setup actually works out quite well for Zhang Yi. It's the perfect, opportune timing to do his own thing. While they were walking towards the ominous steel mill, the naive survivors kept singing Huangbin's undeserved praises and expressing their immense gratitude. One of the clueless girls turned to Akiang to ask if they had a bath. Back at their camp, the absolute creep swiftly grabbed right onto her and bragged that their mill had hot, running water and even body wash for a very deep cleaning. Suddenly, the entire mood turned for the worse. When Axing's spidey senses started tingling intensely, Huangbin took immediate notice of the old man's reaction and raised his guard. He yelled at everyone to stay on high alert, hoping to get ahead of whatever danger was about to come. The vile Akiang continued sticking close to the poor, scared girl, even though she was now clearly feeling extremely creeped out. Axing might possess a much sharper intuition, but he can't seem to pinpoint where the danger is coming from. Akiang chided that the old man was just feeling paranoid over nothing. But Shu Axing always trusts his powerful instincts. Something is most definitely out there, lurking, as if it were a dark, self-fulfilling prophecy. Axing was the very first one to fall from the threat's deadly sneak attack. Something incredibly sharp pierced straight through his neck. The poor guy didn't even know how he had died. Huangbin completely freaked out. He could recognize that killing method anywhere. The terrifying tentacle monster is finally upon them. The single tentacle retreated, leaving a tense, cold atmosphere in its wake. The very next thing you know, the grotesque beast had already invaded Huangbin's own effective combat range, while the entire group was being absolutely demolished by a real-life hentai monster. Our boy was peacefully harvesting powerful mutant cores from the dead zombies. Among the small battalion that they had just wiped out, 2 of the zombies had actually dropped crystalline cores. That is not a bad harvest at all, really. He would have simply continued playing his assigned role and pocketing some more cores for himself if he had not heard the desperate cries for help from a distance. Huangbin is completely cooked. The monster got its grubby, slimy tentacles all over his body. I bet you've definitely seen something like this somewhere before. To end his immense suffering, the tentacled beast tightened its death grip until he leaked blood from every single orifice and brutally snapped one of his legs until the bones cracked loudly. The survivors were all completely beside themselves. Even Akiang, who was acting like such a hotshot just a little while ago, looks like he's about to start crying for his mama, as if sensing that he was the only remaining credible threat. The monster's aggro completely shifted to the only evolver that was left. Akiang slowly backed up, pure terror paralyzing his entire body. To save himself from a truly grim and agonizing fate, he grabbed the wrist of the very same girl he was trying to rizz up and chucked her into the tentacles to keep the horrible beast busy. Well, the monster is not one to reject such easy prey. Now I know you've definitely seen something exactly like this. Only this particular time, it wasn't just squishy sounds and moans. It ended in a painful and crushing final suffocation. But this is not the end of the line for Miss Survivor. Her real, true savior just made a flashy, grand entrance, slicing the very tentacles that were smothering her to little bits. Perhaps Zhang Yi and his one trusty knife would actually stand a chance against the fearsome monster that everybody is so incredibly afraid of. Zhang Yi looked at the tentacle man from head to toe, and he wasn't really impressed or the least bit petrified. Well, that's because this is just one of the tentacle monster's sons. At least, that's what the steel mill people call them. You see, the main tentacle monster can often be heard muttering the single word son, and it has the uncanny, terrifying ability to transform normal zombies into these tentacled, grotesque atrocities. Even Baldy Peng and Boss Ling would struggle against a single tentacle son alone. Akiang was absolutely sure of that, so he's just trying to find the perfect chance to run away. He yelled at Zhang Yi to hold off the monstrous beast, while he went to call for some reinforcement, and then booked it out of that place with all of his power. Following his pathetic lead, the other frightened survivors also made a mad, desperate dash away from the monstrous threat ahead. Zhang Yi could practically taste the bitter betrayal in Akiang's cowardly words. That coward really just tried to sell him out. The son of the tentacle monster finally recovered, and he is royally pissed at Zhang Yi for those very deep cuts. The newly regenerated tentacles wrapped tightly around Zhang Ye's entire body, and he just simply let it happen without even resisting. He's actually quite fascinated at the concept of some evolved mutant siring sons. He has the right to aura farm and act so nonchalantly, simply because he possesses the immense strength to back it all up. He wants to test this truly interesting but disgusting new specimen that is right in front of him. The two of them played a deadly game of tug-of-war, using tentacles as the rope. It suddenly popped into Zhang Ye's head. He had awakened just a few months before. Today might be a good time for some serious limit testing. He dug his heels deep down into the solid ground, his stability completely unparalleled. Finally, he activated physical overload, pushing his stats to a truly terrifying degree in just one go. The immense boost from overload was busted as all hell. Before, he was barely maintaining a tense stalemate in a pure contest of raw strength. Now, he's practically dragging that ugly ass tentacle son across the hard, rough pavement. When it finally got close enough, He stopped the brutal dragging with a single, contemptuous tap of a foot. The beast was now incapable of making any intelligible sounds, but its mighty roars had turned completely subservient, no longer powerful and domineering. The only survivor who did not run away watched this entire scene unfold. Her eyes were wide with pure, utter disbelief. A seemingly normal, unassuming young man had eviscerated the very beast that took out a bunch of competent fighters with just his bare, powerful hands. By the time Zhang Yu was done with this ugly thing, its limbs, head, and body were all torn to absolute pieces, separated, broken, and trashed. Zhang Yi approached the terrified woman to ask if she was okay, after almost getting completely crushed to death, seeing all of the monster's black blood covering his entire face. The woman screamed out loud, in pure, raw terror, knowing what he is now capable of. She realizes that he's the one true beast here. Zhang Yi wiped the dark blood off of his face, smiled, and gently assured the lady that he was not, in fact, a monster. Meanwhile, led by the cowardly Akian, the rats that had scurried all the way back to the mill finally arrived back at the main gates. At the entrance, they were met by the imposing Baldy Peng, Boss Ling, and the stern-faced Li Cheng. They were all puzzled as to why Akiang looked so incredibly haggard, and where the rest of their elite crew was. Akiang urgently relayed what had happened, and how Huang, Bin, and Axing were snuffed out by the powerful tentacle. Son, Li Cheng was the only one who had asked about the new guy. Akiang just counted Zhang Yi out, thinking that there was absolutely no way a noob would survive. Hearing that his own beloved cousin had died like a dog, Baldy Peng was, reasonably, extremely upset. He did not know where to place all of his immense rage, and he blamed the entire incident on the innocent survivors. Baldy massacred the entire group, right then and right there, letting his brutal hatchet taste fresh blood. They cannot afford to act so irrationally at this very point. Thankfully, Baldy got the burning anger out of his system after slaughtering a few randoms, interrupting the violent commotion. A large bundle of bloody tentacles hit the ground, stealing everyone's attention. They all looked up to see the very familiar face of the newest addition to their once proud mill. Zhang Yi and the lady he had just saved arrived not long after Baldy's outburst. Li Cheng was equally pleased and incredibly impressed that the rookie had come back alive. Not only that, but he had pulled up with the biggest possible flex, a girl on his arm, and a bundle of bloody tentacles as undeniable proof of his kill. He explained how he had killed that meager tentacle son and had avenged the boss's fallen relatives. After pulling off something this impossibly big, the co-leads are now beginning to reevaluate this new guy, breaking the tense, thick silence. Zhang Yi requested some vehicles and some men to come with him to clean up the mess and retrieve all of the spoils while he was doing his newly assigned job. The bosses were grilling Akiang about what really happened this time. This damn roach still refused to believe that Zhang Yi had solo and killed a monster that was strong enough to one-shot the rest of their Evolver crew. As far as Akiang knows, even a team-up between Baldy and Bosslin would still result in a drawn-out, bloody bloodbath against that terrifying thing. Baldy is just going off of his own initial evaluation of the young man. Someone who didn't even get into a proper fighting stance during their little test should not possibly be this strong. So Boss Ling then rationalized that the tentacle son must have only gotten the kill because it had relied on a surprise, deadly ambush. Either way, they cannot let someone as dangerously strong as the new guy stick around, especially with how incredibly close he's been getting to Li Cheng. Boss Ling heard a very distinct footstep and shushed everyone. Li Cheng then knocked and entered the meeting room with some new ideas for the bosses. First, he extended his deepest condolences for Axing and Huang Bin's passing. At this point, sudden deaths have become a normal part of living well. Li Cheng just came over to propose that they make Zhang Yi an officer for his truly impeccable strength. Baldy Peng immediately and strongly opposed this idea. They don't even know that kid's real background. Boss Ling stopped the bald fool from talking any more of his nonsense. She believes that when it comes to raw strength, Zhang Yi really is prime officer material. But the kid would have to prove his ultimate worth to convince the entire skeptical steel mill. Li Cheng then countered that killing a tentacle son should already be enough solid proof. Well, since they're on the topic, they could just try to give the young man a crack at the real thing. If Zhang you could actually kill the tentacle monster itself. They would be killing two enormous birds with just one stone. Li Chung heedlessly argued how completely unfair that would be. Even the two bosses combined can accomplish something so incredibly difficult. Boss Ling calmly assured Li Chung that this was not a suicide mission. The entire steel mill will mobilize together and take decisive action. It's finally time for them to eliminate this problem once and for all. As soon as he returned from hauling all the supplies and the dead bodies, the bosses gave Zhang Yi the complete rundown of what was going down. He was quite surprised that these people were willing to devise a plan, with him at the very center. When he'd been here for such a short amount of time, Boss Ling tried to appeal to his sense of pride, telling the young man that he might just be the strongest fighter in the entire settlement. Baldy Peng then added that if the mission actually succeeds, they're going to give Zhang Yi here the coveted third leadership seat. He then sarcastically asked Li Chung if it was okay for the new kid to now surpass his own rank. Li Chung gritted his teeth and sullenly gave his approval. With everything now settled, the plan is set to proceed in 2 days. Zhang Yi was quite impressed with their incredible acting skills. He might have actually fallen for their sincere proposal if he did not possess the unique ability to read their dirty, black souls. Through his mind's eye, we've spent enough time in this treacherous steel mill. Back in the Eastern Fortress, everyone was completely freaking out. Their powerful boss, who's currently undercover deep behind enemy lines, is giving them a call. Old Lee and the rest of the gang quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and listened intently. This absolute dude, Xiao Yang, posted up on top of some heavy machinery from Maximum Aura while relaying the master plan to take down the entire mill. In 2 days' time, they will all convene at the South Suburban Park. It is finally time to wipe out the final remaining threat in this entire area. Once and for all, Old Lee took immediate charge of the finer plan. Everyone agreed that Uncle Sheng should stay out of this incredibly risky mission on account of his old age. Furthermore, he is essential in holding down the main fort. This upcoming mission has much higher stakes than the ones they have ever done before. The premier fighters must all bring their A-game. Brother Chong, Shun Shan, Zhang Qi, and everybody in that elite crew are going to be absolutely crucial. In the corner of the crowded room, little Shuai asserted that he wanted to come along and fight too. His worried mom immediately shut him down. War is for the grown-ups. A young kid has no business getting himself involved in such a desolate, bloody business. But she had never actually seen her son in the field when the crew did their dangerous hunting runs. Little Shuai is no mere slouch. Even among the elite core team, this kid is certainly no weakling. Old Lee needs every single capable hand he can possibly get. Besides, in this new day and age, it's better for little Shuai to gain some valuable experience early on. 2 long days passed quickly, and the fated day of the hunt has finally arrived. Baldy Peng and Boss Ling led everyone to the last known location of the fearsome tentacle monster. The disguised Zhang Yi asked what they should do to lure the great beast out, and Baldy urged him not to be so rash, for they had a solid, foolproof plan. Right away, Zhang Yi scanned the entire perimeter without being noticed. He turned his sharp attention to a nearby building and saw the hidden signal he and his fortress crew had previously agreed on. Up on the high rooftop, the crew is now armed to the very teeth and is keeping a close, watchful eye on the situation from the skyline. They can't afford to get any closer, as their boss specifically ordered them not to get too close to the park before they act. For now, all they can do is set their ropes up. Once the real action starts, they will strike. From the sidelines. Downstairs, Boss Ling called one of the malnourished young porters, who was carrying all their heavy supplies. The kid looked up to the muscle mommy and asked what she needed. With a cruel, wicked smile, she simply ordered the poor, terrified child to go deep inside the dark part. The porters were brought here to carry their supplies and their heavy loot. But Li Chung cannot just stand aside, while his boss is obviously trying to do something so incredibly vicious. In Boss Ling's eyes, there's no better bait than a young, innocent boy. The creature is always muttering on about his son. They might as well just give it one. Then she promised that she'd rescue the kid from any danger. Once the big fish finally showed up, the malnourished porter was absolutely terrified. No one wants to be a monster's bait. Do you want to be a monster's bait? Baldy Peng had to finally step in. He grabbed the poor kid by his collar and threatened to commit a bald-on-bald crime if the kid pussied out. With his immense evolver strength, he threw that poor boy deep into the very middle of the dark part. The throw was so incredibly forceful that it must have injured the young kid quite a bit. Up in the building, old Lee stood alert as things were starting to finally move. He finally gave the clear signal for everyone to scale the building. Using the ropes, in the middle of the park, the malnourished boy stood up and stumbled while desperately calling for help. His pathetic pleas fell on completely deaf ears. Then a roaring voice, muttering "son," boomed all over the entire area. Finally, the final boss monster had at last made his grand appearance. The tentacle monster looked just like the one Zhang Yi had skewered, but this one looked much more human-like. His terrifying eyes glowed with defiance and raw, killer instincts. Li Cheng yelled at the bosses to stop twiddling their thumbs and to rescue the boy. Now that their main target had finally shown up, seeing as no one was making a single move, he motioned to run in by himself, only to get stopped by a firm, strong hold. Boss Ling refused to let Li Cheng go, under the flimsy excuse that Zhang Yi must make the very first move. Any attempt to attack right now would be considered credit stealing. Zhang Yi smiled at the sheer absurdity of that pathetic idea. The masks of the heroes and the villains are finally melting off. Before the monster's tentacles could reach the bald-ass head of the poor kid, Zhang Yi was already zooming in with a superhuman level of acceleration. Thankfully, he had outpaced the lunging tentacles, grabbed the boy by his shirt, and tossed that bald little bugger out to safety. Li Cheng expertly caught the alley-oop. He must have thought that bald head was a basketball. The powerful beast was enraged at Zhang Yi's heroic actions. Well, with his disguised glasses now off, the real Zhang Xiaoyong is finally back. The tentacle monster gripped his entire body and pulled him in close. Now that he's getting a much closer look, Xiaoyong realized something incredibly odd. Once the kid was safely out of danger, Li Cheng was amped up to jump into the dangerous fray. But before he could lend the brave young man a hand, he was apprehended by the two horrible, evil bosses. If they don't act now, Zhang Yi will surely die. Li Cheng still can't seem to understand that. This is precisely the whole point of this devious mission. Boss Ling finds his overwhelming stupidity a little funny. She had thought the young man would at least drag out the fight with the tentacle monster to a tense draw, seeing as how he's now trapped and squeezed to utter stillness. His previous amazing kill might just have been a lucky fluke. Li Cheng's dumbass never saw this cruel scheme coming at all. Again, he's a total dumbass. Instead of letting the two devils explain, Zhang Xiaoyong himself took the floor. Instead, without mincing any of his words, he divulges the disgusting cannibalistic practices of the steel mill's bosses. Once again, Li Cheng has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. He's a dumbass. As if on some kind of cue, the Eastern Fortress crew went completely trigger-happy and opened heavy fire on the opposing volley-volvers. Their automatic rifles and their handguns all lit up the dark part as they hit the surprised steel mill people. From a side, they had split up into two separate groups. One held back the powerful evolvers, while the other one assisted Xiao Yang against the huge tentacle monster. Little Shuai led the heroic charge of the latter, smaller group, with a lit Molotov cocktail in his hand. This kid is a complete and utter menace. He threw that thing with all his might, and the monster reflexively swatted it with its long, slimy tentacles. That one action spilled all the oil, drenching the beast and spreading the hot, searing flames. Instead of flinching in terrible pain, the tentacle monster just simply stood there, looking at the little boy who had thrown the burning, fiery bottle. It was as if a significant, large portion of his lost humanity had rushed back into his corrupted, monstrous brain at the mere sight of little Shuai. His attention had completely left the powerful human he was currently holding with his many tentacles. Meanwhile, the kid is cursing the beast for tanking his flammable, homemade bomb. Hearing little Shuai curse so loudly enraged the tentacle monster more than anything else, since he can now articulate his words so clearly. The crew is definitely up against some kind of evolved super mutant. Thankfully, they have someone just like that on their own side as well. Brother Chong immediately sprang into brutal action. His powerful legs were so fast, they were fast enough to make the tentacles miss, and hit nothing but the hard, cracked pavement. Meanwhile, the steel mill villains have now been forced to retreat and take cover. Behind the trees, they watched on in total disbelief, while a completely different mutant went toe-to-toe against the very one that they all so greatly fear. The very concept of a mutant fighting alongside other humans is utterly, completely ridiculous to them. Brother Chong was doing a great job at dodging, But he was not getting close enough to dish out his own attacks, either. For just a second, he was cornered and forced into a deadly tentacle prison. With his immense brute strength, he easily broke free by tearing those phony tentacles into little bits. However, all of those suppressive maneuvers were just a clever distraction. The real, lethal attack was coming from directly behind him. If it wasn't for his comrades' urgent warning, the main, massive tentacle would have made a large, gaping, bloody hole in the back of his very skull. After a truly intense exchange, the two mutants reset to catch their breath. Seeing Brother Chong having such a tough time, the captured Xiao Yang laughed and teased his powerful mutant buddy. Baldy Peng's mind was completely boggled. The little brat they had just picked up a few days ago is now joking around with a dreadful, powerful mutant, as if to absolutely break all of common sense. Xiao Yang then proceeded to tear the tentacles that were holding him, like they were made of nothing more than paper. Akiang finally made himself useful by pointing out the fact that one of the ambushers had referred to Zhang Yi as Xiao Yang. Old Axing had mentioned before that the party leader of the entire Eastern Fortress had that exact same name. Now, everything had finally clicked into place. The young man had played them all for absolute fools. And this entire hunt was a brilliant counter setup. That means the Steel Mill crew is now being hunted by the main combat force of a very powerful, unknown stronghold. Boss Ling scanned the enemy's entire line and stressed over how to get past this deadly trap. She estimated that the strongest individual amongst the whole fortress crew was only on par with their own Li Cheng in terms of raw strength. But when it comes to sheer firepower, they are practically unbeatable. Furthermore, the biggest single obstacle is Zhang Xiaoyong himself. The cherry on top of that fucked up cake is that masked, powerful mutant, who's roughly equal in raw strength to the terrifying tentacle monster. Boss Ling calculated that their victory was now virtually impossible, even if they try to desperately fight back. Their heavy losses would be completely unavoidable. But she has one desperate idea that just might work. For now, Baldy Peng has to somehow hold the fortress crew off. These two have a lot of long experience working together. Covering for each other is what they are both very good at. Baldy threw his hatchet with an incredible superhuman force, causing it to heat up like a meteor. When it landed on the fortress crew's side, it made a massive, deafening explosion that kicked up a hefty amount of thick dust and debris, limiting their vision. Baldy Peng did not just stop there. He continued to randomly fire off heavy-duty, powerful attacks, while the normies provided him with some cover fire. This sort of overwhelming chaos was very effective in neutralizing old Li's group, forcing them all to cover their own asses. While everyone was completely focused on their individual targets, Boss Ling had her cunning eyes on someone else. The very youngest member of the entire fortress. That one kid on the front lines. Xiao Kai was the only one who had noticed the fast incoming threat and used his own hefty body to try and shield the boy. He tried to raise his guard up to protect his own head, but the muscle mommy's long, powerful legs were way too fast. Fatty Kai was sent stumbling far away. He was not a real match for an elite, powerful evolver. Finally, Boss Ling's diabolical, evil plan is within her very grasp, and the central, crucial piece is just one grab away. She snatched little Shuai up by his little, tiny collar, alerting everybody else. I know she's completely horrible, but can I please go next? This is the absolute worst-case scenario. Little Shuai does not want to be a burden to everyone as a hostage. He tried his absolute hardest to break out of Muscle Mommy's tight grasp, to no avail. To stop him from squirming and desperately trying to escape, Boss Ling delivered a solid, stunning punch right to his face. The one most affected by this single act of brutal violence was none other than the powerful tentacle monster. He yelled out loud for his son as his terrible rage brewed. Brother Chong took this crucial moment of distraction as an opportunity to finally close the vast distance and get himself into an attacking position. While he was perching on the tentacle monster's broad shoulders, he felt something very odd. The beast was completely ignoring him. This divine command only served to plunge the mighty mutant into deeper confusion. However, our hero, Xiao Yang, perceived the truth. This creature was prepared to sacrifice its very existence for a purpose far greater than itself. To interfere at this crucial moment would be an act of absolute folly. Her cruel hand coiled around little Shuai's fragile neck. The villainous boss Ling hissed at the entire fortress crew and vowed to snap the boy's head from his shoulders if they did not immediately surrender their arms. The ever-noble Li Hongli pleaded desperately to trade places with the young kid. Seeing the sheer desperation etched upon the fortress crew's faces, Boss Ling reveled in the power her hostage now granted her. If any harm were to befall little Shuai, how in the hell could they ever face his mother again? Boss Ling repeated her vile, venomous command. All she demanded was a complete and total surrender of weapons, and for the ambushers to retreat, at least 100 meters away from her men. Old Li chose the path of caution and slowly lowered his gun, commanding everyone else to do the very same. They possessed absolutely no leverage now. Muscle. Mommy was not yet finished barking her orders. Next, she demanded the masked mutant eliminate the tentacle monster. Once and for all, she was so intoxicated by her newfound authority that she failed to perceive the devastating attack already incoming. The tentacle monster homed in on her exact position, like a living, heat-seeking missile, forcing the vile boss to release her hostage and leap away to safety. A few of the worthless trash goons just happened to be in the tentacle's path. They were rightfully and brutally eviscerated. Baldy Pung watched the scene in absolute horror, as another one of his powerful evolver men was reduced to a bloody pulp. The cruel boss Ling was under the false impression that the masked mutant was pinning the main, monstrous threat down. When she looked up at the great Zhang Xiaoyong, the young man was just smiling at her with pure, unadulterated glee. Beside him stood the other aberrant, powerful mutant, and they were just standing around casually, barely even paying attention to the ongoing fight. Li Hongli yelled for little Shuai to make a desperate run for it, but the monster's tentacles had already completely surrounded him. Xiaoyong calmly assured everybody that there was no reason to freak out. Little Shuai is now in very safe hands. Well, more like safe tentacles. Of course, no one else had a single clue what he was talking about. All that they could possibly see was a little boy, caught and firmly grabbed by the deadly, grotesque tentacle monster. But this time was different, somehow. This time, the beast was handling the little boy with immense care and softness, while he gently called the young kid son. Xiaoyong chimed in, bragging about keeping his sacred word, to keep Zhang Xingji's wife and his son alive and well. Yep. We've met this grotesque, terrifying monster that everyone's been dreading before. Zhang Xingji must have the same type of mutation as our brother Chong. Upon finally recognizing the features of his own dad that still remained in the monster's horrifying visage, little Shuai's hot tears began to flow freely. Baldy Pung watched this all from the sidelines and called absolute bullshit on such a K-drama plot twist. They need to get the hell out of here. So he immediately issued a retreat order. Unfortunately for his bald head and the rest of the steel mill people, they had made a powerful enemy out of something beyond this world. While holding his young boy with the utmost tenderness, Shengji's other tentacles extended, seeking a blood-soaked revenge. Baldy Pung was the very first one to get caught and constricted. He yelled at the nearby boss, Ling, to help him out and to cut the tentacles off. They've always had each other's backs. But not this time. The treacherous Huang Ling, the absolute coward, made a beeline straight for the trees, hoping to escape with her own miserable life intact, at the terrible cost of abandoning everybody else. She is well aware of the massive disparity in strength between them and this horrifying monster. Her only way out is by using the pathetic Wang Dapeng as a living sacrifice and hoping that he would hold out for long enough. Unfortunately for Muscle Mommy, even that desperate plan would never work in this dire situation. She was simply too slow, and those tentacles are really good at groping. Her ankles were unexpectedly and violently grabbed, which led to her smashing her face hard on the pavement. Boss Ling's glasses were completely destroyed, and so was her pretty nose. Right then and right there, she knew that the next few moments were not going to be pretty. She was dragged back into the dark, ominous park. Those tentacles had absolutely no regard for her comfort whatsoever. Baldy Pung watched this whole scene with a grim smile on his face. The treacherous which had tried to sell him out. So imagine how vindicated he feels now that they're in the same boat. Still, Peng wants to use everything and everyone he has left. So he turned to the noble Li Cheng for some desperate help, before the dumbass watchdog could possibly lend a hand to the very boss that had already betrayed him. Zhang Xiaoyong flash-stepped behind him for a quick, private talk. The young man had a very simple, direct offer. All Li Cheng has to do is not move an inch, and he will be guaranteed to walk away from the shit show completely alive. At this particular point, Xiaoyong is just letting the tentacle monster do its own thing. Pure massacre and unadulterated mayhem. He started with Baldy Peng, brutally bashing that shiny dome into the ground. The very first bash disorientated the poor Peng. That's got to be at least a severe concussion. Afterward, Shengji's tentacles made quick, bloody work of the evil bald man. He whipped and he slapped with an immaculate, terrifying force, tearing the evolver limb from bloody limb until his eyeballs, guts, and flesh were all mixed together well. With Baldy Peng now completely out of the picture, Boss Ling is the next one up on the menu. The very tight grip of the tentacles really accentuated her muscular figure. But all of those gains cannot help her now. Her fate is up to Shengji's dark, grubby, and slimy, vengeful appendages. Boss Ling's death was both slow and incredibly cruel. Slowly and painfully, the grip of the tentacles increased in their strength until she began to bleed in every single orifice. The crush continued to increase in its immense pressure until she was reduced to what can only be described as a fine meat paste. Shengji had punished her with the very worst possible death for daring to take his own kid hostage. With the death of the final evil boss, Nemesis of Evil, Volume 3, has now been fully completed with another 80 points in the bag. Xiaoyang's total savings are now up to a glorious 151. Now he can finally understand why. The mission had mentioned the appearance of a potential ally. Who would have ever thought that he would recruit yet another powerful mutant into his growing fold? He then turned to the shocked Li Cheng. He knows that the clueless bum has some burning questions that desperately need to be answered first. He confirmed if Xiaoyang was the true figurehead of the East Fortress. Next, the one question burning in his very mind is regarding the earlier mention of cannibalism. In the heat of the intense moment earlier, Xiaoyang did not mince his harsh words. People do not become evolvers just based on pure, dumb luck. Slowly, things began to click inside of Li Cheng's slow, simple brain. He remembered the early days back in the steel mill, when he would look after a certain lady and her young daughter. One day, the little girl tried asking for his supply share, some kind of strange kin meat. He had wholeheartedly offered that very thing to the young girl, thinking that it was not a very big deal. When the horrifying realization finally struck, Li Cheng hit that very pose when a character was about to crash out. A few days later, he had offered that little girl his very own meat. Wait, don't call the damn FBI. The first batch of the alleged tentacle monster attacks then happened. The lady Li Cheng had been looking after had lost sight of her dear child. He's now realizing that all of those so-called tentacle monster attacks were just an elaborate, vile excuse to thin the herd and to slaughter their very own people. It made him feel physically sick. Those fucking Kemites, distributed among their decent fighters, were filled with human flesh. Those evil steel mill bosses had turned him into an evolver by deceiving him into unknowingly being a cannibal. Li Cheng wanted to absolutely rage. He pounded on the puddle of blood and goo that used to be his vile boss. He punched and he screamed his very heart out, letting the dark, crimson hue paint his entire body. When pure exhaustion finally hit, he looked like he just came out of the womb. He then turned back to Xiaoyang, baring his fangs, and he asked if the young man had also gotten his own superhuman powers through such an abhorrent, disgusting practice. Li Hongli stepped in to diffuse the tense situation and to clear the air. They're not cannibals. They know far more than the average survivor. With Xiaoyang's intel, they know of other, better ways to gain true power. He passed a fresh mutant core over to Li Cheng. It's better to show him the secret than to simply explain. Mutant cores are not as common as disgusting human flesh, but they are far more potent and they carry no side effects. As far as side effects are even concerned, Li Cheng must have experienced all of the symptoms, too. After evolving through the act of cannibalism, the evolver tends to have a hard time regulating their intense emotions. They become much more prone to violent outbursts and committing violence. Unfortunately, for the poor Li Cheng, there's no going back to his old, normal life. All he can possibly do now is stop munching on human flesh, so the twisted, dark urges won't continue to worsen. As for Shengji, Xiaoyang is just glad that the father and son have been finally reunited. When he asked if he could speak clearly Shungji replied with a long string of gibberish that was hard to decipher. All he can do is just throw some vague words together, but Xiaoyang seemingly understands him well enough. Like Brother Chong, even though the mutation had damaged his speech center, Shungji's mind is still reasonably intact right now. Bringing the loathsome tentacle monster back to their base would surely scare the other people. Thankfully, Shungji has become used to the sprawling city as his lair. He's just incredibly glad to see his own son safe. For that reason alone, he's at peace. He called Xiaoyang super high IQ. That's his strange way of telling someone that they are clever. Now that all of the threats have been eliminated, the remaining people at the West Wind Steel Mill are left without a proper leading figure. Perhaps Li Chung should finally take up the mantle. However, he cannot fully trust himself at the helm after finding out that he has become an unwilling cannibal. To compromise, Xiaoyang assigned the veteran Li Hongli to take over the complete supervision of the entire steel mill, and the old cop gladly accepted. As for Li Chung, the young man swore to keep a constant watch over the demon in his heart, as long as he had joined the fortress. While the bloody business in the park was finally wrapping up, something truly intense is happening in the nearby border of City S. A group of desperate survivors are currently under attack. They're being chased by a bunch of bizarre, strange creatures under a sickly green haze that is blanketing the entire city. They had to make a bunch of very tough decisions. They had to abandon all of those that were beyond any saving. When the wiry, vile plant bastards are upon you, running is the only viable option. And so that's what they all did. They ran, and they never looked back. Those who were unfortunately left behind were subjected to an agonizing end. As the thick, green smog bellows, the corrupted plants continued to take over. When they were done with their victims, the poor, unfortunate survivor was unrecognizable after a few short moments. A twisted corpse, taken over by seemingly sentient plant monsters. City S really needs a good gardener. The number of survivors thinned as they ran away from the monstrous plant mutants. But the remaining lady's lungs had finally given up. Her man tried to force her to continue running or be torn apart. Suddenly, some eerie sounds echoed from nearby. Upon paying much closer attention, they determined that it was the sound of blowing wind. That means they are close to the forest's edge. Well, the exit is right ahead. But the mutants are hot on their very heels. They cannot afford to dawdle and waste any more precious time. The young couple in the back try to hype each other up. Victory and their safety are in sight. After all, after a few more minutes of pure running, the blessed light from the forest edge was finally visible. Due to no real fault of her own, the lady was caught by a loose vine, moving on its own like it had eyes. The vine wrapped tightly around her neck and lifted her high up in the air, blocking off her airflow. That sickly green appendage belonged to a giant, mutated Venus flytrap, hungry for some much bigger prey. Everything happened so incredibly fast. Her upper and lower body were separated, like Eren Yeager's poor mom. Her lower body dropped lifelessly to the ground. At least she wouldn't need to wear any shirts anymore. Her man crashed out like a complete and utter crazy person, calling out Xiao Tong, her virgin girl, and whatnot. This dude is a complete weirdo. The group has no time to grieve. The plant mutants are now close enough that their gurgling, awful sounds have become audible. The leader of the troop had to slap the dog shit out of the crashing out dude to bring him back down to earth. Xiao Tong is dead. They can't do anything about that now. Now it's up to him if he wants to join his girl in the afterlife. In the end, the group made it out of there, entering a completely different city. The plant mutants continued their relentless chasing, moving as slow as proper, classic horror villains. What they lack in speed, they make up for in sheer numbers. They look like the Last of Us zombies. Low-key, the survivor leader continued running in wide circles until he found a place that he recognized. He's positive that they've just entered M City Wilderness Park. What's strange was the complete lack of any and all signs of activity. It's like the entire park had been neatly, cleanly abandoned, completely undisturbed by either humans or by zombies. With what had happened in their last settlement back in S City, it's no surprise that all the neighbors have evacuated too. On a random street and a random, lonely street pole, the group found someone hiding and not doing a very good job at it, since the mysterious figure did not attack. They assumed it was a human, so they politely asked where the nearest evacuation point was. Well, the guy, They're asking for directions is the farthest thing from a human. It was Zhang Xingji, the tentacle monster. When he finally showed his tinted gray skin, his dark, soulless eyes, and his wriggling, disgusting tentacles, the survivors realized that they were complete, utter idiots. They had thought Xingji was like those mindless, vile plant mutants that had been haunting their very dreams. The bums continued yet another round of desperate running until they were certain that the terrifying beast was far away. They deliberated on the grim possibility that all the areas outside of the forest have also completely fallen. Then, the hunters that have now locked onto their scents have shown up once more. The gods must really hate these dudes. They're sprinting marathons left and right. This time, they're completely surrounded on all sides. Every single angle had been blocked by a coordinated, deadly encirclement. Hopeless, the survivors started to finally break down mentally. If they had just stayed back in the forest, they could have pulled through and lived for at least a few more months. Maybe Xiao Tong would still even be alive. As the plant mutants close in on their now doomed position, the boys are presented with an incredibly tough choice. It looks like their leader is choosing to take matters into his own two hands. Instead of being torn apart by these strange, alien creatures, he might as well just do it himself. Thankfully, there's no real need to do all of that. Shungji's tentacles zoomed across the city streets, handily deleting the heads of those frail, weak plant mutants. This is now his new territory, and he won't allow any foreign encroachment on this sacred park. Back in the mighty eastern fortress, Zhang Xiaoyong is emptily staring out at his growing kingdom under the pale, bright moonlight. His utopian mission has progressed quite well right now. His community score has grown to 62, and his store points are up to 231. At this particular point, he could be considered incredibly rich. When you have a lot of points to burn, checking the daily shop is a real treat. Right now, he can buy a level 2 armed deterrence box for just 20, a level 2 black tech box for a cool 50, or a level 3 superpower awakening supply box for 100. Xiaoyong is rarely ever truly surprised, but that very last choice had knocked his socks completely off. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent his points like a complete madman and cleaned out the entire shop. The armed deterrence contained a brand new armored jeep. The black tech gave him another powerful physical enhancement serum. Finally, the superpower awakening box contained a level 1 enslavement mark. The skill allows him to completely enslave one single life form. He doesn't see the immediate need to use it right now. Brother Sheng, Ji, and Li Cheng are still quite stable. After all of that spending, a new chance to earn points has presented itself. The mission Weed Control, Volume 1, has officially begun. He had thought the mission was just a literal gardening job, but things became much clearer when Brother Xingji relayed some crucial updates about that encroaching army of plant mutants. Later that very night, the people of the fortress gathered outside the main wall to cautiously look at the terrifying tentacle monster. Xingji had escorted the party he just saved all the way to the east to meet the mighty big boss. He's dragging a plant mutant corpse behind him for their examination. From the large crowd, Shungji's wife and his son ran up to him with glee. While he has no problem at all saying the word son, the word wife must have been completely wiped from his vocabulary. He just called her marry me. To this very day, Xiao Yang is the only one who has no trouble translating his strange, broken speech pattern. The long-awaited reunion of the family was both bizarre and very sweet. Tears were finally shed, and hugs were warmly shared. Xiaoyang immediately got down to some serious business and examined the shriveled, dead mutant corpse. Shengji tried to explain exactly what had happened, but he did not possess enough words to form a coherent story. So the leader of the survivor troops stepped in to fully elaborate. They had come from City S and were forced to run away because of these mutated, hostile plant creatures, while City M is also very unsafe. It's in far, far better shape than the hellscape of City S. On the way to the main fortress, the new group had passed by a lot of zombies roaming the vast area. Xiaoyang sent one of his men to go and retrieve his brand new armored jeep, parked 2 blocks away from the main base. Tonight, he wants to go and see the border between the 2 cities, using the new armored jeep and the survivors' expert guidance. They reached the designated place without a single hitch. It's only been a few short hours, but the strange vines have already grown a lot taller and are covering much more ground to get a better understanding of the situation. Xiaoyang wants to venture deep into this new, dark jungle. The survivor bro just got out of that same hellish place, so it's understandable that he's against going back in there. Well, simply ignoring the problem is not an option. At this alarming rate, the nearby West Wind steel mill will get swallowed up. By then, their quality of life and their production will surely suffer. Before going on a deeper, more dangerous dive, perhaps it would be much wiser to do something else first. Xiaoyang thinks it would be much better if his people could gain even more strength to handle these kinds of crises on their own. Old Lee and his new, loyal steel mill crew will tag along too. For the next few days, everybody is going on a massive hunting spree. It's grinding time, baby. Speaking of the vast steel mill, there seems to be another troublesome, strong mutant lurking in the area, and it's eating other zombies. Thankfully, we won't have to see this ugly-ass mutant for very long. Xiaoyang is on some serious Assassin's Creed movement tonight. In one single clean slash, he dispatched the troublesome, zombie-eating mutant. With the big boy now out of the way, the rest of the hunting crew were freed, up to go completely ham with their powerful firearms. They did not spare any of their bullets, letting it rain down on the normal zombies aimlessly marching in the city. Under Xiaoyang's brilliant leadership, they would search for and retrieve the mutant cores from their kills. They repeated this same process over and over again, steadily increasing their valuable supplies. Unbeknownst to them, an overfed evolver had been going around the city, looking for some fresh, new human meat. Normal, common zombies cannot even pose a threat to this guy. He can kill normal walkers without even breaking a sweat, due to the steady, sharp decline of the human population. Mr. Revolver here has been resorting to roasting disgusting zombie meat. All he wants is just one bite of some untainted, pure human flesh. Fortunately for him, the very scent of his favorite meal is being blown over to his nostrils. Under Li Honglei's solid leadership, the steel mill had been operating much better. However, the addition of new guns into their growing arsenal is making some of the guards extremely overconfident. Some of them are now overextending from their own perimeter, just to go and kill zombies for fun. The scent of these guards is what the buff Evolver caught a whiff of. He was licking his dry lips in pure anticipation. The very best kind of meat comes from those who have not eaten their own kind before, the so-called pure humans. The buff Evolver is not dumb. He can see that those people are armed with some serious, heavy firepower. Going in alone might be extremely risky. He knows he has to hold back a few more days to hunt them all properly. But the very concept of waiting makes him drool and tear up like a very hungry, sad dog. Back in the main fortress, Xiaoyang is busy tinkering with his system shop once again. Afterward, he called for an all-hands-on-deck meeting. They have been doing a coordinated, wide hunt for 3 days now. He assigned all of the harvest to Li Hongli and Zhang Qi to split. Old Li protested that they couldn't just hog all of the resources when Xiaoyang and everybody had contributed to the hunts. The big boss struck down all of their concerns. For everyone else, there are plenty of weapons and ammo. What they need is to push a few of their top-tier fighters forward. It is a way better method than just equally distributing all the cores and having everyone be half-baked. Evolve. Besides, the rest of the entire group trust their boss's judgment implicitly. Xiaoyang had never once made a bad call before. As for Shan, the boss has something else planned for her. He invited her into an isolated room with just the two of them inside. With a slight hint of nervousness, she asked what was about to happen next. Outside that very same secluded room, little Shuai, Wanwan, Zhang Qi, and Brother Chong were all eavesdropping. All they could possibly hear was their boss telling the lady to just bear with the intense pain. After a few minutes of some very suspicious noises, the door suddenly swung open, exposing the nosy little bunch. Zhang Qi awkwardly gulped and commented on how fast their brother Xiaoyang had finished. They thought he was in there, clapping Shan's cheeks. For real. Well, it's probably better that Zhang Qi is here anyway. At the moment, Shan is gently holding her own arm, while an empty, large syringe is parked on the nearby table. She really was penetrated just in some other way. After absorbing so many powerful mutant cores, Zhang Qi is basically one of the settlement's top fighters right now. Xiaoyang wants to see a spar between the humble Zhang Qi and the now feisty Shan. Zhang Qi was opposed to this strange idea. He stubbornly refused to hit any girls. Hearing that strange statement, Xiaoyang gave Shan his permission to slap the boy across his face. There's no need to hold back, either. She can use her full, unrestrained strength. When it comes to taking hits, Zhang Qi is quite confident in his own durability. After being boosted by a whole bunch of powerful mutant cores, before he could even finish his bragging, Shan unleashed a powerful slap that nearly dislocated his entire jaw and disfigured his whole, surprised face. Brother Chong and Xiao Kai had to jump in and break his backward momentum. Shan was quite surprised at her own sudden power-up. Xiao Yang was kind enough to have injected her with a physical enhancement serum, bringing her up to the very same level just below Brother Chong's. Zhang Qi thought he was much higher up on the totem pole of power. Of course, Xiao Kai had to trash-talk his buddy a little bit for being so moody. With every single preparation now settled, Xiao Yang assigned everyone their respective, crucial roles for the upcoming, dangerous woodland expedition, alongside his very best fighters. He selected the leader of the new troop to be their official guide. Mr. Leader here quickly turned down the dangerous assignment. He's already escaped from that hellish place just once. He had vowed to never, ever come back. Li Cheng goaded the man for trying to chicken out. But Mr. Leader is very reasonable. He doesn't have any comrades or family in the neighboring city. He would gladly stay back in a fortress to work as a lowly laborer, away from all the danger. So, the guy who had just lost his girl stepped up to the plate and volunteered to be their new guy. In the western suburbs, the buff evolvers are combing through the buildings for someone, day by day. His brain is functioning slower and slower. If he doesn't get some fresh human meat very soon, it will only get much, much worse. The banging on his head was interrupted by the sound of some banging in the far distance. He quickly ran and followed the strange, lustful sounds. Upon opening the metal door of an abandoned old building, he was greeted by the strange sight of two couples, going at it like some animals in heat. The buff evolver cleared his throat to catch their attention and to stop the penetration. The foursome immediately recognized him, but they were not very happy to see him again. The buff evolver assured them that he did not come to this place to steal anything. This time, in fact, he came over to share some important information. The women did not trust his strange words at all. Everybody here had already bitten the bullet and embraced being half-monsters. There is no real point in lying. The buff evolver swore that he was not lying. He had found a community of pure humans, saw that they were armed to the very teeth, and now he's asking for their help to go and hunt. The half-monsters crowded around him with their equally buff, strong bodies, evaluating his every single word and his every action. Words of the common thief, this one time. If the lying bastard had lied, they could just consume him instead. Just like that, he was fully accepted into their strange, twisted group, with her assets hanging out. The fiery redhead half-monster welcomed the newest addition to their group with something incredibly tight and warm. The buff half-monster is not one to ever turn down such a generous offer. While something incredibly freaky was happening deep inside the dead city, Xiao Yang's elite group had officially crossed over the border. Their appointed guide for this perilous expedition is the broken-hearted Zhu Xingkai. Xiao Yang highly praised his immense bravery, and Xingkai asserted that he deeply wanted revenge on those vile plants, mutants that had mercilessly killed his girl. Furthermore, his very own parents are still trapped deep within that dark jungle. The wise boss will now take point. The noble Li Cheng will cover the rear. The mighty Brother Chong and Shengji will take the left and right flanks, and Xingkai will stay snug and safe in the very middle. Xiao Yang only dares to take on this incredibly risky mission, to stop the encroaching jungle from spreading into his own territory. The potential rescues are just a secondary objective. Suddenly, a wet, slimy vine fell and dropped some sticky stuff on his face. Immediately, the traumatized Xingkai went on extremely high alert. He's seen that very same sticky substance before. He screamed at his boss to move away, but it was already far too late. The slimy vine had wrapped itself around Xiao Yang's neck like a hungry python. The giant, mutated Venus flytrap then showed itself, the exact same terrifying creature that had snapped Xiao Tong clean in half. No one has ever escaped from that monster's voracious mouth alive before, but that particular statistic won't stand for very long. Xiao Yang fearlessly grabbed onto the slimy vine, and he pulled hard. He yanked that disgusting thing so very hard that the creature's disgusting, vile innards came right out. Xingkai was completely aghast. He could barely even form a single word in his surprise. The bloody innards fell onto the ground, making a dull, wet thud in front of the big boss. It wriggled around like a disgusting, slimy bag of purple grapes. The Venus flytrap must have known what was good for it, and it immediately tried to make an escape. Xiaoyang could not be bothered to chase after it, so he delegated the important task to Shengji and his powerful tentacles. That mutated, loyal bastard did not disappoint him. His many tentacles extended and grabbed a hold of the hungry, escaping plant. After securing a very firm grip, he retracted his tentacles and dropped the pesky little target down, much to everybody's great surprise. The flytrap activated its last defense mechanism and released some green, noxious, poisonous fumes into the air. For some very strange reason, the fumes did not arouse any apprehension. In fact, it smelled kind of good. Xiaoyang was immediately alerted. Inhaling a smoke with a strangely alluring, sweet fragrance cannot possibly be a good thing. As he was about to warn everyone to cover up their noses, all of the sources of light around him seemed to completely vanish. Everyone else was now experiencing a strange variety of the same, bizarre, unusual experiences. Shinkai was struck with a strange, heavy feeling pounding in his skull. He looked around and saw the entire crew standing still like lifeless statues. Then his full attention was wrestled away by a rustling in a nearby bush. A familiar, feminine figure emerged from the tall, green grass, calling out to him. Upon a much closer look, it was his girl, Xiaotong. The brutal image of her death is still fresh in his mind. Seeing her in the flesh once more had completely overloaded his common sense. He walked slowly towards her, a strange feeling of relief and disbelief mixing together in his mind. Xiaotong beckoned for him to move a little bit closer, telling him that the rest of their survivors were nearby, absolutely entranced by the beautiful sight of his lost girl. Shinkai willingly followed the sound of her sweet voice. While that was happening, the raid on the steel mill was also well underway. The half-monsters have finally reached their intended target, a whole entire factory filled with pure, untainted human meat. One of the boys drooled upon getting a good whiff of their new prey. There's truly nothing like pure, clean, untainted human meat to whet the appetite. The others tried desperately to get him to calm himself down, but his vision had already turned a deep crimson from his insatiable hunger. Before they could possibly restrain the dumbass, he darted forward, unable to resist his urges any longer. The dumbass charged in, ready to completely devour, without any kind of plan of action. The guards on duty immediately spotted him as soon as he got close. But these lowly scrubs could not possibly react in time, before they could even raise up their rifles. One of their unfortunate comrades had already been completely devoured. When the sounds of gunshots exploded, Li Hongli was immediately alerted. The guards have never encountered a half-monster before. They could easily take care of mindless, shambling zombies, but this is way above their current pay grade. The powerful bullets of their AK-47s were completely useless. Every single clean hit was instantly nullified and then healed, paying no mind to the endless barrage of lead. The powerful hunter did what he did best. He could have completely wiped out the outer guard if Old Lee did not show up in time to kick him hard in the stomach. A single, devastating attack sent the hunter spinning around like a ballerina. Halfway through his spin, he regained full control of his body and made a clean, perfect landing. In this particular range, Old Lee can just pelt him with high-caliber bullets from a safe distance. The dumbass now had no other choice but to retreat. From afar, he'll just eat hot bullets. Up close, he'll just get beaten up. Old Lee yelled at his boys to take the injured man back to the infirmary and try to stop the profuse bleeding. The dumbass half-monster limped back to his crew's hiding place, humiliated and badly wounded. He could not even make it back all the way without finally collapsing. Instead of showing any concern, his group just showed him pure disdain. They had already told him to be more patient, but he was too stupid to control his own primal urges. The dumbass barked at his crew to stop their screwing around and just give him some fresh meat for his recovery. But that's not how this twisted group works. If someone is too stupid and too weak, they get ditched until the very bitter end. He was completely conceited, tired of his pathetic whining. One of the girls stomped hard on the back of his neck until he finally stopped breathing. Fewer mouths to feed is always much better, and more fresh meat for everybody else. So the four remaining half-monsters devised a brand new plan to get the fresh meat holed up deep inside the factory. While the boys were struggling to think of a decent new idea, the two girls had already figured it all out. They might be monsters who crave human flesh, but they look completely human through and through. All they have to do is simply walk right through the front door. Back in the dark woods, Shinkai had hesitated for a bit when he felt an unnatural force pulling him towards the image of Xiao Tong. The strange creature impersonating her is growing increasingly impatient, and its mask is now slipping. Before she could do anything to Shinkai, the shapeshifter was suddenly beheaded by a flying, deadly knife. For the second time in just a few days' time, the poor guy had to watch his beloved girl die a brutal death. The one who had thrown that lethal blade was Xiaoyang. Even he was momentarily mesmerized by the powerful illusion for a second. Still reeling from the utter shock, Shinkai directed his immense rage towards the big boss. Xiaoyang then forced the poor bastard to look at the bushes again. Slowly but surely, the bloody, dark deception finally dissipated, revealing the horrible truth. The girl of his dreams was nothing but a tangled bundle of crisscrossing vines. That plant is double-cheeked up, though I would not mind getting hypnotized by it at all. Afterward, Xiaoyang made his rounds to wake everybody else up from their own mental prisons. Li Cheng felt like several long years had just passed, and even the two powerful mutants were affected by the strange mirage. Xiaoyang reckoned that the strange flower must have released some kind of hallucinogenic, poisonous gas. To learn even more, he dug deep into the internal structure of that tangled bundle of vines. Maybe it's a mutant core. Unfortunately, the thing he had just killed was only a puppet, not the real main body. The vines obviously go deep underground, and the main body is probably located far, far away. Just for the hell of it, he followed the strange roots and dug up something very strange. It looked like a kind of potato taro, like it was some sort of nutrient storage organ for a very freaky creature. Just in case, he sent that strange thing into his dimensional space. Maybe it's actually edible, who knows? He then turned to Shinkai for more valuable info about these strange, new plant creatures. Well, he only knows how incredibly dangerous they can be. However, Old, he might know a bit more. Old, he is an expert from the Agricultural and Forest Research Institute. Before Shinkai and the gang had finally escaped, that old man was stationed in a high-rise settlement, eager to learn even more. Xiaoyang switched their courses to go and meet with this old he fella. Back in the dangerous steel mill, the half-monsters finally pulled the trigger on their very straightforward new plan. Red came limping in. She acted all exhausted and very scared, but she made sure that her goods were still quite visible to sell. Even better, she tripped and fell near the main front gate. From there, one of the guards patrolling the wall finally saw her. The boys all immediately gathered, thinking that a lone survivor was running towards their settlement. As guards, they all know the protocol when it comes to complete strangers. But any man would forget those things at the very sight of Red. One of the guards wanted to report to the higher-ups first, but a simple-minded guard just wanted to bring her into the safety of their walls. Red cried out for help, and the simp guard fell for every single word. From a safe distance, the rest of the half-monsters watched in amusement. Even they were incredibly impressed by Red's outstanding, convincing performance. Of course, the other chick won't let herself be so easily overshadowed. She claims that she's even better. Red has practically secured a safe passage into the den of fresh meat. Back in the dark woods, the crew is having a hard time navigating through the very limited light of the dense, oppressive jungle. Thankfully, they reached the next city without any more trouble. When they got within earshot of the old, abandoned base camp, someone called out Shinkai's name. Peeking through a broken wall was his own Aunt Yang. Under any normal circumstances, he would have run straight into her welcoming arms, but he had almost died earlier because of that very same thing. He wiped his eyes, and Xiaoyang just laughed. He assured the dude that they were no longer under the strange effect of the hallucinogenic gas. On the other side, Aunt Yang's camp is also freaking out, thinking that whoever has come out of the woods is an enemy. Some wanted to grab Shinkai and bring him to relative safety, while the others weren't even sure if it was really him anymore. Aunt Yang seems to be on the fight first, ask questions later side of things. She led a few of her men to attack with their various crude weapons, hoping to catch the intruders by surprise. Shinkai could easily wipe all of these people off the face of the planet in one single sweep, but Xiaoyang urged everyone to please calm down. A couple of arrows flew in their general direction, and the big boss easily swatted them away with just his bare hands. With his powerful, commanding voice, he yelled at the opposing strangers to stand out, and it seemed to work. Shinkai jumped in the middle to convince his aunt that these people with him were not their enemies. Aunt Yang seemed to be convinced enough and ordered her boys to stop shooting their useless, pathetic shots. Shinkai then elaborated that Xiaoyang and the gangers are from outside this vast jungle. When she asked about the rest of the original party, Shinkai had to break the bad news that half of his friends were either killed or badly injured, including the poor Xiao Tong. When he asked to be let inside, the city's people were naturally very ambivalent about that idea. The main reason for this was, of course, Brother Chong and Brother Xingji. The big boss chimed in to offer them some kind of assurances. He even asked his two mutants to say something, to try and ease all the tension. Brother Chong removed his mask and asserted that even if he's ugly, he's actually a very gentle soul. Xingji, on the other hand, just flexed his powerful muscles so that everyone could gawk at him. Xiaoyang was so embarrassed. He had thought the two would act a little more normally. After much deliberation, Anyang finally permitted them all entry. Back in the steel mill, Sean and Akira drifted to the front gate to check on their own people in the west. She radioed Old Lee to please open the gates. Before going inside, her sharp senses had picked up something hostile lurking nearby. It was faint, and it came as fast as it had went. The half-monsters quickly retracted their immense bloodlust and continued hiding. Old Lee personally opened the door for Shan. Once she was safely inside, the half-monsters could finally breathe. They had almost gotten themselves exposed. All three of them had sensed that the girl was an evolver, a pure, untainted evolver at that. They had never thought it would be possible. Regardless, all they could think about now was how good she would taste. Furthermore, eating an evolver would surely grant them all a huge, massive power boost. Shan went straight to the infirmary to check on the victims who were attacked by that madman just earlier. Xiaoyang had put Shan in charge of carrying the infection inhibitors, in case something just like this ever happened. Old Lee felt a bit hesitant. His men have been bitten for hours and are yet to exhibit any symptoms. It's highly likely that the guy who had attacked them was not a zombie. There are so many questions in the air, and Red asserts that she has the one and only answer. She alleged that in the western suburbs, mutated people have gathered together to hunt humans. Old Lee had never seen Red before, but it sounds like the woman knows what she's talking about. She cried and added that those mutants are worse than any zombies. They are intelligent, and they are hungry for fresh flesh. According to her, she barely escaped the grasp of one after coming across a stray bike. To Old Lee, it sounds like Red had led the damn problem right to his lawn. Red profusely apologized for having caused so much trouble, and the Sim guard immediately backed her right up by condemning Old Lee for trying to pass the blame. Lee cleared up that he just wants to know everything he possibly can about the new enemy. So Red warned everyone to get ready for another new wave of attacks. Seeing as the poor woman doesn't even have any clothes on, Old Lee urged her to go and get some rest first. While the rest of the group petered out of the tense room, Shan was the only one keeping a close, suspicious eye on that newcomer. She can't quite put her finger on it, but something about Red rubs her the completely wrong way. In the end, she attributed it to the paranoia and immense stress, given how heavy her responsibilities are these very days. Back in City S, the group had finally reached the tall high-rise, located in an area that was covered in a thick green smog. Xiaoyang then asked why the survivors did not use a much more convenient location, with much stronger structures available nearby. Well, that's because staying low on the ground is a death sentence. In this city, the green mist gets denser the lower you go. Breathing in this nasty, toxic stuff for too long will turn a normal human into a strange plant mutant. Only buildings with 10 floors or higher are truly safe, as the fog is thin enough there. Everybody took the long stairs and continued talking. On the way up, at the very top of the high-rise, Xiaoyang finally met up with the wise professor. They gave the rundown of the grim situation outside the jungle and the many problems in the other city, lowering their morale. After explaining the dire mutant situation, Xiaoyang invited Brother Chong and Shengji to come in and to meet everyone in the high-rise settlement. As for T-City, B-City, or even abroad, there is no available new information out there. Up to now, there are no real signs of any organized rescue. Everyone is truly on their own. Xiaoyang brought out the weird potato that he had dug up earlier and asked the professor what he knew about it. Professor, he calmly identified it as the tuber of those strange plant mutants. It is in fact edible, and the high-rise people have been living off of it for a while now. If not for the severe food shortage, They would not have dared to eat something that looked so very freaky. Nevertheless, good, edible survival food is an impactful discovery. Their important meeting was interrupted by an emergency, happening right outside the main building. Looking out the windows, one can see a ton of vile plant mutants gathering and completely surrounding the entire high-rise. They identified the enemies as something that is called flower carts. Hearing that term turned Professor He's expression very dark. Flower carts might just become the cause of death for everyone. In this whole building today, the professor raised his voice and demanded everyone's full attention. Women and kids must all climb up to the very top floor and lock themselves inside the sealed, safe rooms. Everyone who can fight must take up their arms. Professor, he would rather let a few people survive than let everyone just die. His people all listened to him. They're all willing to lay their very lives on the line for the settlement. Professor, he reckoned that Xiaoyang was still quite young, so he should join the others in hiding on the higher, safer floors. The big boss scoffed and assured the professor that he'd be just fine. In fact, he's a little curious about what kind of monster could scare everybody this badly. The professor, he warned everyone that if they failed to reach the flower cart's main core body in time, everyone would be as good as dead. You see, the flower cart can control all of the other plant mutants. It likely uses something akin to pheromones and can launch large-scale, organized attacks. Its main body must be located nearby, and it is very pissed. Much to the professor's growing panic, Xiaoyang opened up the window to the room. He pulled out a heavy rifle out of thin air with the intent to test the new enemy's strength first. From the top floor, he sniped the encroaching plant mutants one by one. As he had expected, those buggers are incredibly resiliently tough. They can regenerate any fatal injuries in just a single moment. Still, Xiaoyang wants to test the very limits of that overpowered, strange regenerative ability. He focus fired on one of the mutants, turning its body into Swiss cheese from far away. Like all the other ones, this bullet-ridden insult to Mother Nature stood up strong, but it only held on to its dear life for just a bit, before finally collapsing onto the cold, hard ground. Going by that one little experiment, it seems like killing one of those bastards requires 2 whole magazines. It's hardly a good trade, so it's no wonder that everyone's so scared. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoyang has a near-infinite supply of weapons and of ammo, stashed away in his own personal dimension. Pulling dozens of heavy crates out of thin air was shocking enough. But when a young man used his own bare hands to pry those nails, wooden crates open, the high-rise people were completely befuddled. The crates contained the one natural counter for these plants: fire and Molotov cocktails. Xiaoyang instructed the high-risers to use all of those crates, in case any of the mutants slipped through their cracks. Without any further elaborating, the young man jumped straight out of the window without any delay. His powerful mutant brothers swiftly followed right after suit. 3 insane, crazy bastards leaped off of the 16th floor, like they didn't even value their own lives. At least their landings were incredibly cool. Each one of them posed for maximum, epic orgasm as they stunned the ugly, approaching plant mutants. As soon as they had entered the melee range, the eager, hungry creatures rushed right in. They were met by Xiaoyang's hand, digging deep into their wiry, green skulls. With one single, forceful pull, the big boss beheaded the very first enemy that had crossed him. Brother Chong was no slouch, either. He was incredibly fast and strong, and his unique fighting style was comparable to that of his boss. As for Xingji, this dude is just pure, raw aura and hype moments. His many tentacles did most of the bloody work, and it was glorious. Professor, he finally realizes how incredibly dumb he had sounded when he had urged Xiaoyang to go and hide just earlier. Thankfully, Li Cheng was also up there to prime everyone to deal with any stragglers. He took charge and invited anyone who was confident in their skills to grab some of the Molotov cocktails and to guard the main stairwell. Seeing some hope for the first time in months, the morale of the high-rise residents could not possibly get any higher. Downstairs, Xiaoyang cleaned up the very last remaining mutant plant that was to be disposed of, like some kind of clockwork. He tasked his 2 mutant brothers to search and check the bodies for any cores. As for him, he's itching to personally go and see that flower cart thing that everybody's been raving about. The few stragglers that had snuck past, the killing machines were easily dealt with using fire, thanks to Xiaoyang and his powerful crew. There were no new casualties this particular time around, while everybody else was busy making sure that the high-rise was now safe. Our boy followed his powerful instincts deep into the dark woodlands. He traversed the dangerous land like a damn powerful shinobi, and finally found the twisted, disgusting thing, the main subject of everybody's shared nightmares, the flower cart in the very middle of the woods. The main body, and the vile beast causing all the problems in City S, is now coughing up the green fog. Suddenly, every single nerve in his body demanded that he jump out of danger. Xiaoyang followed his powerful instinct and avoided a one-hit kill. Such a powerful force. It might just be equivalent to Zhang Shengji's own powerful tentacles. Still, our big boss here has gotten pretty good at fighting tentacle types over the past few weeks. All he really has to do is to outclass the thing. In a contest of pure, sheer power. Feeling threatened, the flower cart spewed a thick, noxious cloud of spores. Unfortunately for the poor, pathetic beast, Xiaoyang never falls for the same exact trick twice. Before the toxic spores had reached him, he drew in a deep, long breath and held it tightly in his lungs. While the entire field is filled with those nasty, poisonous green clouds, the flower cart starts wriggling around like a strange giant bug. It dropped its balls and its feet and emerged from underneath them. The flower cart is trying to flee, with its plethora of disgusting, strange limbs. That pitiful, pathetic attempt at escaping won't work against Zhang Xiaoya. He moved his fingers to draw a strange sigil and to summon the slave mark. His new, dark power swirled around the mutated, fleeing beast. A few moments later, the people in the survivor building were alerted by the arrival of the flower cart's true whole body. The professor. He was beside himself. He'll never forget how brutal that vile beast was, with its twisted, vile form. After parking his brand-new slave in the driveway, Xiaoyang pulled up as if it were just business as usual. He just asked Zhang Shengji and Brother Cheng if they had harvested every single mutant core downstairs. In his own strange, broken language, Shengji reported that he had collected quite a bit of the cores. Brother Cheng then translated very reliably. One of his mutant buddies talks like he's chewing on some gravel, and the other one just spouts pure gibberish. Listening to them is completely exhausting. Then, the professor. He brought up the elephant in the room. What the hell is with the flower cart? That's parked in the building's main driveway? Xiaoyang nonchalantly answered that the mutant was now one of them. Now, to convince all the survivors, he brought them out to the parkway, to prove that there was no need for them to be afraid anymore. The old professor bit the bullet and approached the veiny, strange anomaly. He touched the flower cart with some great apprehension and asked how the hell the young man had tamed such a powerful monster. Ignoring his burning question, Xiaoyang asked what the professor's professional opinion about the plant was. As a seasoned, experienced botanist, the old man reckoned that, although it's mutated to an unrecognizable, strange degree, it should still retain all of its botanical instincts and its traits. Just like in the vast animal kingdom, the competition among plants can be just as brutal. Instead of for prey, the fight for precious sunlight is a constant theme in their own world. For example, trees were forced to evolve and to grow taller to capture more precious sunlight, while the lower-growing plants all adapted in their own unique ways. That's why, in the denser forests, the thicker the canopy, the sparser the grass. His professional guess is that the flower cart had evolved its aggression because it had lost the early advantage during its mutation. With the sunlight out of the option, it had to adapt and use other living beings as its sustenance. Suddenly, the flower cart extended one of its vines, heading for Xiaoyang. Li Cheng quickly reacted and pulled out a tiny, baby knife to defend his new boss. Completely unaffected, the young man asked his underling to stand down and let the vine proceed. With the slave mark in place, it is completely impossible for the thing to disobey. It turns out that the vine was heading for his very spine. Upon connecting with his skin, the vine transmitted something directly into his own neural pathways. The flower cart had communicated that the professor's analysis was spot on. The entire S-City has now become a battlefield for all the mutant plants. They now rely on devouring animals and humans for all their nutrients, since the hulking, strange tumor plant had now become his loyal servant. The flower cart's survival is now Xiaoyang's own responsibility to express its sincere gratitude. The flower cart opened up and exposed its radioactive-looking, bright core as a sign of their mutual trust. It willingly handed the spongy, strange core over to its new master. Upon making direct contact with Xiao Yang's palm, the core seamlessly integrated itself into his very own body. As usual, Li Cheng was incredibly worried, but this was a simple ritual to cement the master and servant's new symbiosis. To try out what he had gained from this strange, new ritual, Xiao Yang whisked his palm out. Out of absolutely nowhere, an array of powerful vines spawned and shot out with great, raw impact, holding it with tremendous, raw force. Then, with a simple, devastating thought, Xiao Yang's powerful vine crushed the thick tree trunk into 2 jagged pieces. Shengji was completely befuddled. As far as he could possibly tell, those vines were even stronger than his own powerful tentacles. In that very moment, Xiao Yang unlocked the legendary Gardener achievement, rewarding him with a hefty, glorious 150 points. While City S was in the process of being liberated, the Western Steel Mill was now under attack by a completely unknown new threat. That cannibalistic, mutant redhead had been laying down her insidious hooks, and the survivors in the mill kept on foolishly taking the bait. After hearing a strange knock on her door, she put on a very helpless, innocent look and opened her room to a man trying to deliver a late-night snack. A pretty tasty-looking one at that. She was a true expert in pretending to be the poor damsel in distress. The boy, on the other hand, is trying to look like the ultimate quintessential good guy, concerned for the well-being of the newcomer. Red provocatively grabbed him closer and extended her sincere, heartfelt thanks, taking that as his go-ahead signal. The horny dog pounced at the helpless woman like a thirsty, rabid gooner. She quickly pulled back, retreating inside her room, feigning being startled. To his credit, though, the horned dog apologized for interpreting her signal so wrongly. Well, that wasn't the case, really. Red just wanted to take this thing of theirs outside of the factory on account of the incredibly thin walls of her room. Of course, the poor, dumb dude followed her. It was a hook, line, and sinker kind of deal. Outside the steel mill's walls, the two of them played hide the sausage as loud as they possibly could. When he had finally finished, his soul was completely and utterly drained. He was absolutely smitten by Red's stunning beauty and her amazing technique. They've already exchanged multiple kinds of their own bodily fluids, and he had never even bothered to ask for her actual name. Suddenly, the romantic mood dissipated when he noticed something strange nearby. The horned dog saw a torn sleeve of his own buddy's jacket, sticking out a filthy, disgusting plastic drum. When he opened up the lid, he was greeted by the gory sight of bloody innards and an unrecognizable, thick blood suit. At that very moment, Red pounced upon her unsuspecting prey, wrapping her sharp claws around his neck. At least, the poor dude had his balls completely emptied before getting cannibalized. Outside of the main steel mill, Red's dangerous group was still hanging around and hiding themselves. Musclehead got caught napping, and he was whacked hard behind the head. He was assigned to keep a careful watch, and Baldy doesn't tolerate any dozing off while on the job. This was extremely, critically important. They need to be ready for when Red finally gives them the signal to launch their surprise attack. While the boys were busy arguing, Blondie starts to feel very antsy because of Red's distinct lack of a signal. It is starting to feel like Red is hogging all of the fresh, untainted meat in that mill, all for herself. So the three of them decided to check around the entire factory to see any traces of that selfish, greedy bitch. With their superior, keen sense of smell, they were guided towards her recent leftovers. They found the drums of discarded blood and guts. Now, they're sure that Red had decided to go completely solo. Blondie assured the boys that there was a simple solution for this. If Red can easily charm her way in, so can she. Already betrayed once tonight, Baldy was naturally opposed to this very idea. They already have one meat hog in there. Sending in another one would be extremely stupid. Musclehead had to step in to try and pull Baldy away from Blondie. She is not entirely wrong, you know. She's their very best and only shot at getting in there right now. Baldy can see that now, too. He agreed to finally send Blondie in, but he warned her that if she copies Red, he will personally storm in and kill the traitorous bitches, even if he himself dies in the process. So, after a little more careful deliberation, they went with the very same plan that had succeeded earlier. Blondie put on her best, most helpless act and knocked at the main gates. At first, the guards stationed at the front gate were up in arms, with their pistols drawn and close to tears. Blondie gave them the whole spiel about how she was being chased by zombies and had barely escaped with her very life. Upon seeing her own valuable assets, the horny guards praised their incredible luck for getting another hot baddie after just rescuing one not that long ago. Some would even argue that Blondie has an even better figure. Before Blondie was let in without the required proper examination, Red stormed out of the mill to warn the boys to not trust this new witch. She asserted that Blondie was the real mutant, disguised as a human, that had tried to eat her just before. Red irately yelled at the boys to shoot the vile, flesh-eating bitch. Trusting the newcomer's frantic words, they emptied their magazines on the poor lady, chasing her out of the main gate. Blondie felt the hot bullets going straight through her flesh and body, leaving lethal wounds that were riddled with many holes. She tripped and accidentally exposed what was underneath her short little dress. The guards ran back inside to get some gasoline to burn her body. That gave Blondie enough time to recover a little and to escape. These guards were so incredibly incompetent. There were 3 of them, and they didn't even leave one behind to guard the body. While they reported the strange incident to Brother Lee and Sister Sean, Blondie had already limped her way back to her very own group. After spending all of her energy just to retreat, she slumped down at their feet, knowing that she's now damaged goods. Blondie begged them all to be spared. She even swore to do whatever they say from now on. Baldy did not even budge at her desperate, pathetic pleas. They're all the same kind, and they know what being compromised truly means. He grabbed a big, heavy boulder with one single hand and lifted that heavy thing high above his head. Well, they can always come up with a new plan to secure all the food in the settlement. Before he could crush her head with a massive boulder, Baldy's own blood was spilled first. Musclehead intervened and slit the bastard's throat from behind. His bald-ass head hit the floor, and his headless body soon followed. Thereafter, Musclehead licked his sharp blade clean, savoring all of the blood. Blondie thanked him profusely, and he promised to give her Baldy's arm and his leg to heal just enough. As for the rest of their buddy's fresh meat, Musclehead will personally feast. Blondie could tell that Musclehead had acted with pure greed in his mind. If she was the one who had died tonight, Musclehead would get nothing but mere scrap meat. With this ambush, he gets the upper hand and the lion's share. Back inside of the steel mill, the leaders are finally taking note of the increasing number of their missing members. Li Hongli is stressed. What kind of a leader would he be if these missing cases kept on happening right under his very nose? Having had enough of this mysterious, ongoing problem, Shan decided to finally make her own move. She surveyed the outskirts of the large steel mill, hoping to see any sort of clue. It did not take her very long to find the bloody drums of horror and of slaughter. She brought some more armed men over, and they confirmed that their boy's torn, bloody jacket was mixed in with the viscera. They even saw the horn dog's shoe floating around in there. Red felt as though the very walls were starting to close in on her. That Baldy and his gang must have dug up her disgusting leftovers and had left them out in the open. Shan doesn't see any real signs of a struggle inside or around the settlement. It had been a pretty quiet night, too. So she turned to the newcomer, and she asked what this all meant. Knowing that she's now fucked, Red's whole entire body shivered. She can't exactly use her usual seductive moves on Shan. Without any kind of hesitation, Sister Shan drew her sharp blade and tossed it towards Red's vital points. The cannibalistic newcomer felt her entire life flashing before her very eyes through the cold, sharp tip of the blade. Before the dagger could be stabbed deep into her ample chest, Red collected herself and dashed out of the way with her inhuman, unnatural speed. The knife sped past her and decimated some poor, innocent trees. Shan was the only one who had suspected Red when she had first arrived, and now they have their final confirmation. Red realized how this whole thing looked. She is now completely and utterly exposed. Her free meat scam is very short-lived. Put in a very desperate position, she lunged towards the nearest dude that she could possibly grab. She brought out a knife she had stashed in God only knows where, and took the poor guy hostage, threatening to slit the poor guy's throat if anybody so much as moved. Shan pushed back. If the bitch killed another one of their own people, Red wouldn't be walking out of here alive. Red could not accept that she had been caught by a mere young lady. If push comes to shove, she will gladly accept her own death, just to take a few of these guys with her to the dark afterlife. Slowly, she walked away from the large crowd, while continuously hurling out her threats to slice her hostage's carotid artery wide open. Once she was finally far enough away, Red grabbed her hostage's gun and kicked him to the hard curb. She shot the poor guy right in the ass, out of pure spite, and booked it out of the steel mill's outskirts. Maintaining her absolute calm, Shan grabbed her gun and aimed. With the utmost deadly precision, she pulled the trigger and managed to pop the cannibal in multiple different places. Red powered through the new, gaping holes in her body while bleeding out, refusing to let the mutant bitch get off. Shan ran for her bike to give chase. Li Hongli stepped in to strongly discourage her from doing so. They don't know if Red has a group that is waiting for her. Just to be safe, they have to completely lock down the settlement. Uncle Li made a lot of sense. Shan efficiently ordered their boys to heighten the screening of any and all new survivors. Newcomers will all be quarantined in the safe house for now. She'll now head back to the main fortress to get them all up to date about this new, looming threat. In all honesty, Li Hongli was quite impressed by the young woman's incredible capability and her decisiveness in handling such a tricky, difficult situation. Back in the dark woods of S-City, normal, mutated plant undead are still roaming around very freely, but not for very long. To get some practice with his new, powerful ability, Zhang Xiaoyong and Shengji led the whole entire pack, while clearing any obstacles with their vines and their tentacles. For these two overpowered mutants, clearing out the entire area was as simple as breathing. This process freed up Brother Zhang and Li Qing to retrieve the cores and to burn down their bodies. They made quite a big, roaring bonfire using the undead bodies as their firewood. Professor, he didn't know whether to feel safe with their new savior or to feel a sense of pressure in front of all their immense power. Xiao Yang's ongoing Utopia mission is now accelerated and netting him a lot of fresh points to spend. His group is firing on all of their cylinders, with the threat of the plant mutants now trivialized. It did not take too long for Xiao Yang's crew and the survivors of S-City to reach the main, mighty fortress. Uncle Sheng welcomed them all and gave the young boss a rundown of what had happened. While he was so briefly away, Xiao Yang introduced the people of S-City, led by the botany expert from the Agricultural and Forestry Academy, Professor He. For now, the S-City people will stay in the main fortress temporarily. After all the preparations are in place, they will be moved to the edge of the city's jungle. In there, they will establish a brand new third settlement. At that very moment, Shan pulled up on her bike with great urgency. She reported everything that had happened in the Western Steel Mill and proposed the same heightened security for the main, mighty fortress. The rigorous, new screening process won't apply to Professor He's new people. The boss had already vouched for all of them. After receiving the news that they had lost a few people in the steel mill, Xiaoyang wasn't the least bit alarmed. He took it as good news. Instead, the more threats that loom over his grand utopia, the more mission rewards that he can possibly reap. Speaking of his missions, the fourth volume of the Villain Vanquisher mission has just started. Eliminating all the threats from the western outskirts would give him a very chunky 120 points. Meanwhile, Red, who had just fled within an inch of her own life, finally reached their new hiding spot. She heard some footsteps and felt her black heart skip a nervous beat. The recently recovered Blondie loomed over the traitorous, evil bitch and laughed at her pathetic fumble. Injured and forced to crawl back to the animals she had just betrayed, Red tried to excuse her actions as just a big, simple misunderstanding. She had nearly gotten Blondie killed, so a death sentence is more than completely justified. Blondie urged Musclehead to clobber Red to her death, so they could at least feast on her own fresh meat. As a response, Musclehead used his rusty, old metal pipe, which is on Blondie. Just like before, he came from behind and eliminated yet another teammate. At this particular point, it's Blondie's own fault for showing her back to a known evil scumbag. Musclehead has absolutely no qualms about using the same exact trick twice, knowing that she's now done for. Blondie warned Red not to ever trust this guy. He's just doing all of this to stay in the most advantageous position and would betray anyone without a single moment of hesitation. At this very point, Red doesn't really mind as long as it's not her who is getting wet. As one last, Final tried to convince Musclehead to keep her alive. She tried to remind him of Red's earlier betrayal. For cannibalistic, while mutants like them, mere words don't hold any real value anymore. Since that didn't work, Blondie tried to offer Musclehead her very own body. Unfortunately for her, Musclehead prefers the redheads over the blondes. Using his own bare hands, he finished Blondie completely off. What followed was his usual disgusting scheme. He offered Red an arm and a leg to help her recover, while he himself feasted on the rest of Blondie's fresh meat. Back in the main, mighty fortress, the higher-ups are discussing what to do about the cannibals prowling in the far west. Li Chung himself was an unaware cannibal not that long ago, but based on Shan Shan's recent report, these new mutants are so much worse. These people have been completely stripped of all of their human restraints. They're all extremely selfish, short-sighted, angry, and indulgent, gluttonous, bloodthirsty, and completely addicted to human meat. Xiao Yang made a mental note of dealing with this bunch of freaks in the West, but he's got more urgent matters to take care of right now. Li Chung will return to the steel mill as some added support, and to straighten their new security out. In the blink of an eye, 2 more months passed by without any major incidents occurring. Somewhere in the dark woods, a new group of survivors are contemplating their relocation. If they stay in their current pathetic hideout, they'll all surely die. So they pack their remaining food and essentials and brave the dark woods. They chose to venture out in the dark, since the plant creatures are much more active during the day. Unfortunately for them, the time of their departure didn't even matter. They were still spotted by a whole battalion of mutant plants. At the initial first contact, a lot of them were captured and then consumed right off the bat. The remaining group tried their very hardest to run for their very lives, but ended up trapped in a deadly, inescapable encirclement. There was only one path left, but there were some spooky, strange noises coming from that one path. They'd be dead either way, so they might as well risk going down a possibly very dangerous route. After a few more miles of pure running, the survivors were completely and utterly, totally winded, interrupting their frantic run. A massive, ancient tree came careening down towards their very position. The group ran to take some cover, scared of what kind of creature could knock a whole entire tree over. When a thick dust had settled, they saw a new group of people chopping down the trees using chainsaws. One of the survivors recognized Zhu Xingkai from among the loggers. Xingkai was taken aback by seeing such a familiar face, a dude named Liang. He gave his buddy the full rundown of how they had settled down in M-City. Then, the sound of plant mutant footsteps getting even closer interrupted their happy reunion. Seeing Liang freaking out, Xingkai just laughed. There's no need to get so worked out about a bunch of plant freaks. At this very point, casually, Xingkai pulled out a radio and reported a creature encounter in his own squad's current area. After relaying the urgent message, he invited Liang and his boys to join them and to step out of the way. A few moments later, the anti-plant squad pulled up with their full gear. They were equipped with flamethrowers. Liang and his boys were absolutely, completely floored. The firing squad took up their position and fired up the grills to cook some of the mindless undead. With their powerful flamethrowers, they burned the bastards, making the mutants growl and scream out in pain. Li Chung, Brother Chong, and Shengji also stopped on over. At this point, they barely need to lift a single finger to deal with minor, little inconveniences like this. Liang could not believe that there was a human force out there that had gathered such incredibly terrifying strength. Well, it's all thanks to their chief, Xiaoyang. Liang saw the mutated duo with Li Qing and almost shat his very pants. Xingkai and the others have long since gotten used to working with the powerful two, dismissing Liang's initial worries. Xingkai invited his buddy to be a part of their new settlement and to meet their legendary chief. The third settlement that they had established on the edge of the jungle had progressed incredibly smoothly. They had even successfully built a whole entire farm. Liang could not possibly believe his very own eyes. While they were all living in constant fear, someone else had figured out how to farm in a jungle full of plant monsters. It's not normal farming, either. They were growing strange, mutated crops. Seeing the mutated potato in his own hand, Liang rightfully freaked out and threw it far away. Xingkai then explained that the crops are practically the same as the walking and munching plant creatures by their nature, but they had modified it into a high-yield and easy-to-harvest food crop, just like everything else. This is all thanks to their chief, Xiaoyang, for this amazing project professor. He had spearheaded the farming process of the mutated crops as an edible and fruitful new source of precious food. Thanks to Xiaoyang's unique connection with the flower cart, modifying the properties of the mutated crops is now super easy. In fact, they're already close to the harvest season. The land reclamation is going along smoothly. The old professor oversees the whole expansion, and Li Cheng takes care of their entire security. Now that the third settlement is in a very stable state, it's about time to go and deal with those cannibal bastards. In the western outskirts, in M-City's dark borders, two people walk along leisurely, as if they own the entire place. Of course, it was Zhang Xiaoyong and his brother Chong. The muzzled mutant warned his chief that someone was now tailing them. Xiaoyong could sense that they were being hounded by a new group, on par with Zhang Qi's own team. Back in the fortress, the duo's plan of action is quite straightforward. Get brother Chong fed. As he had expected, Red and Musclehead were the very ones trying to hunt them, eager to jump for the perfect chance to finally feast. Before she could even jump into action, Musclehead stopped the impulsive lady from attacking them so carelessly. From their position, he could see that they were a tad bit too late. Some other group had already claimed their valuable prey. A large group of vile, cannibal mutants, filled with bulky, strange men and curvaceous women, wearing very impractical outfits, had crowded Xiaoyang and his brother Chong. They were practically salivating at the glorious sight of such a top-quality new catch. Poor, stupid cannibals, man. This rabbit group had never seen a pure evolver like Xiaoyang ever before. If they can just get a taste of his fresh meat, who knows the extent of the upgrade they can possibly get? Because of Brother Chong, they assumed that the young man had the unique ability to control zombies. Maybe they can absorb that ability upon consumption, too. They would be completely unstoppable if that's the case. Meanwhile, Red couldn't help but click her tongue and give way to the much bigger squad. Musclehead, on the other hand, wants to stay around and watch the situation closely develop. Not even a minute had passed, and chaos had already erupted downstairs. Brother Chong moved like an unleashed, powerful beast, as he tore right through the evolvers like they were made of mere paper. Zhang Xiaoyong wielded his blade with incredible finesse and undeterred. Calm. With every single slash, he claimed many heads. The dumbass squad, at least what was left of them, booked it out of that area as soon as it became clear that they were the actual prey, not the predators. One of the unfortunate cannibals tried to run away by scaling a nearby tall building, the very same building that Red and Musclehead were hiding in. This now puts them in a very precarious position. If that young man turns his attention to their specific spot, they will be completely cooked. Unfortunately for them, that fear might just come true, as Xiaoyang lifted a massive, heavy piece of steel beam, as though it weighed next to absolutely nothing. With perfect, deadly aim, he threw that thing with perfect, deadly form, sending the construction fixture speeding down like a real bullet. The steel beam stabbed deep into the poor, fleeing evolver, eviscerating his whole body from the back. No one could take Xiaoyang's pipe and survive. Red and Musclehead were mere inches away from becoming collateral damage, as they were painted by the evolver's fresh blood and guts. Putting his sharp blade away, Xiaoyang rejoiced at the sudden, great windfall. Since these cannibals were all decently strong, they must have fully formed variant cores up in the build. Red and Musclehead did not dare to move or to even breathe until the Omega-level threat downstairs was finally gone. After confirming that the young man and the muzzled zombie had finally left, they surveyed the bloody aftermath and found that only 3 of the corpses had been eaten. They had hit the absolute jackpot by waiting and hiding. They can now feast on the rest of these high-quality corpses, while continuing their patrol along the western, desolate outskirts. Xiaoyang criticized Brother Chong for wasting so much meat, and for having such a small, pathetic appetite. Suddenly, he sensed some strange movements inside one of the many abandoned structures, turning his attention to its exact direction. The young man summoned his deadly blade once more. Knowing that he's already been spotted, some random guy popped out of the dark with a large crossbow in his hand, warning them not to get any closer. In a single quick glance, Xiaoyang could tell that this was just a normal, scared dude, some unevolved, normal civilian. even though Four Eyes is threatening to shoot. Anyone can clearly see how terrified he is to even pull the trigger. So Xiao Yang went with a gentler approach and tried talking to him first. Freaked out by every little tiny movement, Four Eyes anxiously raised up his weapon and sent one of his arrow bolts with a nervous flick of a finger. At this particular point, normal weapons like these can't even threaten the chief. Xiao Yang grabbed that puny little thing out of the air with very casual ease, seeing his one and only weapon turned obsolete so very easily, had demoralized Four Eyes very severely. In the blink of an eye, the young man he had intended to shoot had closed the dozens of meters of distance between them with a single blinding step to prevent any more fuckery from happening. Xiao Yang snatched the weapon out of the terrified civilian's hands, ignoring the Four Eyes. He coolly yelled for the other people inside the building to come on out, assuring them that he was not, in fact, a cannibal, just as he had expected. There were about a dozen more civilians bunking in this abandoned structure, and all of them were scared for their very lives. At this late stage of the apocalypse, Xiao Yang finds it admirable that a few people have managed to survive without resorting to the act of cannibalism. For now, he chose to tag along as they traverse the night for a better, safer spot. Four Eyes share that they are heading for a large steel mill in the southern suburbs, a place called Surephone. They had picked up a strange radio broadcast message about some sort of settlement, taking in new survivors over there. At least, that was their initial plan. They eventually had gathered that regular, normal people could not possibly survive against all the cannibals roaming the dark suburbs. In their travels, the group had caught wind of a word about a human settlement in the northern outskirts that is actively hunting down all the bloodthirsty cannibals. They have it on good, solid authority that the place actually exists. Word in the streets is that the leader of this settlement is strong, enough to fight 5 or 6 of the cannibals by himself without even breaking a sweat. Still, the western outskirts alone have at least 1,000 of the cannibals roaming around. One guy can't possibly protect everyone. Four Eyes believes that cannibalistic evolvers rarely form any groups, and they prefer to hunt all alone. Some of the other people in his group argue that he's mistaken. In that regard, though, Four Eyes firmly believes that if cannibals had cooperated on a large scale, all of them would have died from their own infighting by now. The dissenter in the group just wants to stick to their original plan of heading for the Zeefing steel mill in the hopes of reuniting with his lost brother, even when the chances of that brother surviving are close to 0. Those Zeefing people might even be cannibals themselves. Four Eyes was partially right in his overall assessment. The previous leaders of the steel mill were absolute, total bloodhounds, but the new chief was standing right in front of them. Xiao Yang casually explained how he had killed the evolvers that had used to run that entire place, and had changed the whole bloody system. As for the main dissenter, he tearfully communed that his own brother's name is Li Cheng, a former deputy officer in the southern suburbs, the very same Li Cheng that's been folded into the chief's inner circle.